Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Face Off by Stacy Claflin, narrated by Tina Wollstonecroft. 1. Billa. I carefully set my empty teacup in the little kitchen sink. Something catches my attention outside and I dash to the side of the window. Stiffening, I glance through the ancient glass. Nothing unusual. It was probably a squirrel or another critter. I do live in the middle of the woods. The isolated location isn't enough to calm my fears. A psychopath kidnapped me not long ago and made it clear she wasn't done with our family. She already used me to extort money once. What might she do the next time? I shove those thoughts from my mind, but they are quickly replaced with my sisters' and nieces' voices urging me to move into the mansion. They have a state-of-the-art security system, which in most homes would provide ample protection. However, all of the house's hidden entrances and secret passages greatly decrease any and all safety measures the family can install. No, this little cottage is just fine. I'm tucked away in the woods and nobody could accidentally stumble upon it, or me. I don't have to worry about intrusive hikers because I live deep inside a large tract of private land. It has been Brannon property since before Washington was even a state. That's how far back my family's presence goes back in the area. One more time, just to be sure, I peer through the window. Again, I find nothing. Maybe I need to get another job. I don't need one given I have no bills, but work keeps my mind busy, so do creative endeavors, though my art isn't selling at the moment. I could put more effort into marketing that, or even making more. Or I could go to the house and see how Kenzie's doing with the baby. While I don't want to live in the mansion, it isn't a terrible place to visit, especially now that little Fen has arrived. But at the moment, the thought of stepping outside sends a prickle down my spine. Perhaps what I really need is some curtains. The idea seems silly, given I'm surrounded by forest, but that flimsy fabric shield would make me feel better. And it would give me something to do if I made them myself. That's a great idea. All I have to do is find the trunk filled with material. Some of those bolts would make perfect window coverings. Then I wouldn't have to think about moving into the big house. My little home is ideal. No one bothers me. I get to do what I want when I want. It's the perfect representation of why I love being single and free. Nobody to tell me what to do, or even gripe and complain over my little eccentricities. I really don't know how Kenzie and Graham or Jack and Carol do it. I couldn't stand giving up part of myself to make some other person happy. Relationships are best kept at a distance. My phone chirps with a text. Brandon. He's the epitome of keeping romantic attachments casual at best. The man travels all the time, and I think right now he's in Egypt. Or the Alps? I can't keep up. He has some sort of tech job that takes him all over the world, the details of which go over my head, or bore me to apathy. In any case, I barely know what he does, and neither of us cares. We both enjoy hanging out when he's in town, and that's all that really matters. His message is a selfie of him with some cyber guru I recognize but can't name, and Brandon looks thrilled. I send him some excited emojis, then try to remember what I was going to do before the text came in. Sometimes being so easily distracted is really annoying. Snap! I jolt to attention. That was outside, which means it had to have been loud and therefore near to be heard inside. The walls aren't the best insulated, but they're sturdy. Holding my breath, I tiptoe over to the door, then press my ear against it. Don't hear anything. Probably just a woodland creature. It isn't like seeing deer or even bears is unusual. Large animals pass by regularly, especially when things are quiet and I'm inside. If I'm outside, they usually stay away. And because I've been worried about getting kidnapped again, I haven't spent much time outside. Consequently, my flowers and veggies are languishing. The few moments I wait feel like hours. Once I'm sure there's nothing outside, I breathe a sigh of relief and return to looking for the box of fabric. Losing something in a house with so few rooms should be impossible, but it happens to me all the time. There's just enough space to misplace all kinds of things, even things as large as a trunk. Whoever built this cabin loved storage and maximized every free inch with cubbyholes and cabinets. Most homes at the time didn't have much more than a cupboard or two. Then again, Brannons weren't most people, and their homes had proven to be anything but ordinary. After going through 3 closets, I managed to find the chest with the thick, fancy fabrics. It's anyone's guess their age. They could have been purchased 80 years ago or in the 1800s. Either would be believable. Not that the age of the material matters, just so long as the curtains keep anyone from looking inside. The top few bolts are gorgeous deep colors, but the textiles are so heavy they won't work for my purpose. I can imagine them falling down, which is a hassle I don't need, so I set them aside. The next few are practically sheer, just as useless but for the opposite reason. I put them with the others. Next, I find some with barnyard animals and blindingly bright colors. I don't want those decorating my home either. I may have to look elsewhere for fabric, or make do with something I don't like. It's a matter of safety, after all. There's an unhinged woman out there who won't bat an eye at abducting me again. For a moment, I flash back to the basement she locked me in. My breath catches, my body trembles. I close my eyes, cover them, and think about Brandon, baby Fenna, one of my childhood cats, Spencer, the mountains in Alaska. Inhaling deep breaths, remind myself I'm no longer in the basement. I'm safe. And I'll be even safer with curtains, even if I don't like them. Or I could move into the mansion, just temporarily. There are hundreds of rooms waiting to be occupied after years of disuse, entire wings that haven't been lived in for decades. To keep my privacy, I could move into one of those and bring life back to a sad part of the house. The idea isn't terrible. It isn't perfect either, as there are still secret passages and hidden rooms we haven't discovered. My niece, Ember, recently found a closet camouflaged inside another, and it had skeletons. The Brannon house literally has skeletons in its closets. Sadly, finding a repository of concealed corpses doesn't even touch the traumas I endured spending summers there as a child. My father's wife, Regina, wouldn't acknowledge my existence, and she even told Kenzie I was her imaginary friend. I had to hide and be quiet so that awful woman could pretend I wasn't there. At least I was able to go back home to my mom the rest of the year. She's always been a wild card herself, but she took care of me the best she could, even though she was thrilled to get rid of me each summer. Crack! Crash! I jump, barely hold in a yelp. Freeze. Listen. My heart races, making it hard to hear anything else. From outside comes a rustling sound, but nothing like the latest noises. What was that? I grab a large candle, hold it like a baseball bat, tiptoe toward the nearest window, peek out, trying to stay hidden. A large tree now lays across my garden, the trunk easily as wide as me, probably more. It only missed my little cottage by about 10 feet. My entire body shakes, and I nearly drop my makeshift weapon. That could have crashed onto my home, onto me. Trees don't tend to fall on their own around here, sometimes during an especially rough windstorm, but not on a pleasant afternoon like this. I'm tempted to climb under my covers and sleep away this stress, but I need to see what's going on out there. However, I need to be prepared. I set down the candle and search for something more formidable, but don't see anything suitable. There's an axe and some gardening tools outside, but that would mean stepping out the door without protection. The kitchen! More specifically, my knives. I hurry through the house, keeping low in case anybody is outside looking through the windows. My best blade needs to be washed, but I grab it from the sink anyway. There's no law saying a person has to defend themselves with a clean weapon. It might even make an enemy warier of the weapon. Hand on the knob, I take a moment to build my courage. As unlikely as it is, it's possible the tree fell on its own and nobody's out there waiting for me, ready to jump into action. There haven't been any more noises. If someone purposefully took down the pine, they probably left. They had to know I'd run out to check on everything. On the other hand, they could be counting on exactly that. My pulse races. My system floods with adrenaline. It's a good thing. I need my senses on high alert so I can act quickly. But if I'm being honest, I don't want to fight anyone, especially someone prepared. No, rushing outside with a chef's knife isn't the right course of action. I need to stay safe, be pragmatic. Alert someone that something could be wrong, but without making it sound like a big deal in case it isn't. After trading the knife for my phone, I send Kenzie a vague text saying I'm going to the main house. That way, if I don't show up soon, she'll know something's wrong. Good idea. Actually, not good enough. I need a backup plan in case she's napping with the baby. I also send a text to Ember and another to Riker. That's 3 people who will expect to see me soon. If I don't show, certainly one of them will try to find me. I feel much better about that. Now it's time to figure out what's going on with the tree. Maybe it rotted out and I'm overreacting. That would be fantastic, but I don't think that's going to be the reality. I monitor things surrounding my little home, to the point that Graham has called me woo-woo, but I like to be close to nature. If he or other people think it's weird, so be it. Tree huggers get a bad rap, but nature helps us as we help it. I need to focus. All these rambling thoughts only prolong the inevitable. I may not have Graham's police training, but I can hold my own against people with bad motives. If I manage to survive a summer on the streets of New York, I can handle someone who chopped down a tree and couldn't even hit their target. Though I'll handle it better with a weapon. I pick up the knife. My breath hitches as I reach for the knob again. After counting to 3, I fling open the door, then quickly step outside. Everything is quiet. Too quiet. Birds should be singing. Frogs should be croaking. Not even a single cricket is chirping. Nature is telling me something isn't right. I hold the dirty kitchen knife higher as I step toward the fallen tree. The sight of the break stops me in my tracks. It was no accident. Someone cut that tree on purpose. The precise cuts make that clear. Terror rips through me, but only for a moment. Rage heats in my center, spreading through my chest, then up to my head, until everything takes on a red hue. Someone tried to kill me. I will hunt down that person. Make her wish she'd never even heard my name. Much like nature, I can be calm and serene. Or I can wreak deadly destruction on those who go after me. Brannon blood runs through my veins, after all. I've killed before. I'll do it again. 2. Ember. I'm about to give up searching. It's pretty ridiculous to live in a house so big you can forget where a room is. Almost makes me miss living in a normal house. In some ways, I miss those days. My mom was alive then, and I'd give anything to have her back. But I would never want to go back to living with my former stepdad. I won't even think his name. My new family is much better, just as unique as this house, and sometimes just as annoying. I'd take them over him any day of the week. My mom would have loved living with so many relatives, and I know she and Kenzie would have made up. It was their parents who ruined everything. They'd have figured it out. I pause and stare through the dim lighting, returning the unnerving gaze of a Civil War soldier preserved in an oil painting and hung on the wall. He clearly wasn't one of the better Brannons. I can see it in his eyes. I shudder and move on, though it feels like he's watching me. Lately, I've been thinking a lot about my mom and how much I miss her. So much has changed since she died. Like learning who my father is and him marrying my aunt and them starting their own family. I'm sure it's only natural for me to think about my mother and wonder what she was like when I was a baby, now that I'm watching Dad and Kenzie with baby Fenna. It doesn't help that he has a bunch of newfound guilt over not being around when I was born. He'll light up over Fenna cooing, then he'll look at me and a sadness will wash over his face. It doesn't matter how many times I tell him not to worry about it, he still does. It wasn't his fault. He wasn't an absentee or neglectful father. There was no way he could have even known I existed. Other portraits' eyes also seemed to follow me, unbelievable as it sounds. These feelings aren't something I'd admit to anyone else, but I feel they're valid. I've gotten used to these oddities and many others, though I don't give voice to any of them. This old mansion is as unique as my family, and I just live with it. When I round the corner, I see it. The room I've spent the last half hour looking for. My heart skips a beat, and my steps become lighter as I race toward this particular hall. It, like many others, was used for many things over the years. Based on the items inside, it has been a dance hall, a dining room, and even a home theater, though not like today's home theaters. It has a small stage, complete with a thick curtain, and boxes of old costumes and props. Those boxes are what I'm after. Fenna recently started laughing, and I want to see if I can entertain her with some of this stuff. I open the first one I come to. A creepy mask sits on top, realistic enough to make me jump. Chuckling at myself, I shove it to the side, then begin pulling out some costumes. They smell like they've been stashed away for decades, but otherwise are in perfect shape. There are more masks, too, and they aren't nearly as weird as the first. One is a bunny face, which I think Fenna will love. She has an affinity for animals. After going through the boxes, I have a nice pile of items to make my baby sister laugh for hours. But I'll have to freshen the clothes first. They're already making my nose itch, and I can imagine it only getting worse once I put them on. Once I've packed away the things I don't want and make sure to steal the cartons so the outfits remain in such good shape, I carry my selections from the room. The pile is so tall I can barely see over it. The masks swing from my hands. Thankfully, they all have string or ribbon attached, making them easier to carry through the massive house. Somewhere along the line, I take a wrong turn and end up in Millie's wing. A sense of sadness washes over me. We learned so much about her life 100 years ago, but we never learned what happened to her in the end. I want to find out if she got a happy ending, and desperately hope so. But how many Brannons ever really get that? Even though my mom escaped this house, she ended up murdered. My namesake, the first Ember Brannon, walked these halls even before Millie, and she also met a terrible end. I hope all current Brannons turn everything around and change everything, not only for us, but for every other family member to come. Looking at little Fenna's contagious smile makes my heart ache to think of her suffering. I don't want her to have to deal with any repercussions of our crazy heritage. Things do seem to be shifting. Kenzie hasn't sleepwalked in months, and we have a bunch of Brannons living under one roof. Even though Billa doesn't live with us, she's still on the property. We all take care of each other, which is completely different from most previous generations. Plus, we've renovated the main part of the house. All of that has to count for something. Yet a chill runs down my spine. I still feel the watchful eyes of the portraits in every wing of this place. It makes me wonder if there's anything we can do to put the Brannon family curse in the ground for good. Can we do what nobody before us could? Maybe we can, now that my grandmother is finally at rest. She may not have been born into the family line, but she married into it, carried Brannon babies, and caused as much strife as any blood relative did. On the other hand, she also suffered as much as anyone my ancestors sought to dominate or destroy. What's that old expression? Baptized with fire? That would define Regina Brannon's experience. Her story is as sad as any I've read about in the pages of old, yellowing journals. Finally, I reach our wing. Sometimes I swear the corridors change on their own, taking me from the right path to a whole other part of the house by some old ghost trickery. Even with this building's massive size, I've lived here long enough to be able to keep from getting myself lost. Ghost trickery aside, that is. Still, even having been here for years, we continue to find new places to explore. I think when Fenna is my age, she'll uncover mysteries we miss. Laughter sounds from down the hall. I hurry toward my parents' room, where Dad, Kenzie, Jack, and Carol are gathered around the bed. I dump the pile of clothes and masks on a large plush chair, then join everyone else. Fenna is lying in the middle of the bed, giggling. Dad glances over at me, his smile melting away into a sad frown. I give him a pleading look to stop. He continues looking at me for a few moments before turning back to my baby sister. Thank goodness. Uncle Jack covers then uncovers his face, causing Fenna to burst into giggles. As she kicks and squirms, we all join her in the laughter. Kenzie picks up a toy and shakes it around, which produces another animated reaction from the baby. Jack and Carol leave, saying they have to get to a lunch date with friends. I love that my uncle is growing more social after everything he endured for so long. My grandma kept him hidden away in an apartment in the walls, even when the house was abandoned. Despite all of that, he and Carol are married and have turned his living space into a true home. Not only does he now have a wife, but the happy couple get together with people more often than I do. Kenzie scoops Fenna into her arms, then walks around the large room, bouncing her. Dad glances over at the pile I'd left in the chair. What's all that? I found some costumes Fenna will like. Look at this one. I don the bunny mask. Fenna makes a joyful shriek and reaches for me. I do a goofy dance and she belly laughs. The rest of us respond in kind. Well, Dad and I do. Kenzie looks like she's seen a ghost. Her face has gone so pale she could almost be one herself. I take Fenna from her. Are you okay? She's staring at me, and her mouth moves, but no sound comes out. Dad turns to her. Kenzie, what's wrong? Fenna pulls on the mask. I take it off, then put it on top of the pile. She still reaches toward it, but I walk away from it and toward Kenzie. When I stop in front of her, I wave my hand in front of her face. She doesn't respond. It's like she's in a trance. 3. Kenzie. Ember and Graham call to me from somewhere far away. Their voices are muffled, distant, like I'm underwater and they're on the surface. Fingers clasp my arm and I gulp in air like I've just been pulled from the depths and saved from drowning. It takes me a moment to focus, to figure out where I am. I'm in my room. Graham and Ember are staring at me with wide eyes and they're talking over each other. I can't tell what they're saying. Fenna. Where's Fenna? I push past them and look around frantically. Fenna! Graham helps me to sit down on the bed. Carol has her. She and Jack are taking her to their lunch date so you can rest. Oh. I vaguely remember my sister-in-law being here before whatever just happened. Ember stoops in front of me, meets my gaze. Are you all right? It was like you went into a trance. The visions, memories, flash before my eyes again. Masks, props, costumes, laughter. Wicked laughter. It sends a shudder down my spine. Kenzie! I turn to Graham. What's going on? His face holds fear, something I rarely see in him. My husband is a police detective and more solid than a rock. Nothing rattles him. How do I even begin to explain what I saw? It's like something straight out of a nightmare. Maybe it was. The creepy laughter still rings in my ears, though I'm focused on my husband and my oldest daughter. Ember's my niece by genetics, but the daughter of my heart. The only link left to my sister. Doing right by Claire's only child is how I restore what we lost those years ago. I hold her gaze for a moment, until I realize Graham is talking. He sounds far away again. What's wrong with me? I need to pull myself together. Are you okay? He tucks a few errant locks of hair behind my ear. The gesture is gentle, protective, worried. If Graham gets too concerned, he'll start talking about moving from the mansion again, and I can't endure a repeat of that argument. I refuse to leave my family home. I take in a deep breath, hold it for a moment, then release it slowly. I'm here, so I need to get my thoughts back here, too. I force a smile. Sorry, everything is all good now. Those costumes just threw me for a loop, but it was nothing. Graham and Ember exchange a bewildered glance. Maybe the smile was too much. I inhale deeply again, exhale even slower. Okay, it obviously wasn't nothing. It threw me back to my childhood for a minute, but I'm fine now. Ember's mouth falls open, and color drains from her face. I'm so sorry. If I'd have known, I never would have brought that stuff here. You couldn't have known. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Graham takes my hands in his.
Did something happen with those when you were a kid?
The odd, disconnected memories momentarily dance before my mind's eye, but I manage to stay present. I shake my head. No, I don't think it was these costumes in particular. They're similar to other ones. I let my voice drift as I try to make sense of it. But it's like trying to figure out a nonsensical dream sequence from a horror flick. It doesn't make sense.
Similar to what?
Graham squeezes my hands. The simple gesture grounds me, pulls me further from the odd images and sounds. I'm not sure. He lifts an eyebrow.
You aren't?
My stomach flip-flops. If he thinks this has something to do with the house, he's going to broach the untenable again. I hate that I have to keep worrying about him arguing for us to leave. It's exhausting, always making sure he feels great about living here. A sudden flash of a ratty old theater comes to mind. It's gone as quickly as it appeared. The strange laughter accompanies it. This time, I recognize it as children's laughter, as in multiple, laughing at me.
Kenzie?
From Radley. The words fly out of my mouth before I process them. But they're right. These memories are from the mental institution. Relief washes through me. None of this has anything to do with the mansion, so Graham has no reason to bring up leaving our home.
You're sure?
I nod. Something happened to me in the theater there.
They have a theater.
The doubt in his voice hurts. You don't believe me?
It isn't that,
he says quickly, defensively.
When we were there, I looked at the map of the facilities. I'm sure I'd remember seeing a theater listed.
If it was run down when I was a kid, then it must be even more so now, if it's even still standing. And if what happened to me was bad enough, they might have destroyed any signs of it.
Maybe.
He still doesn't sound convinced. Not that I should be surprised. Given his career, he needs ample evidence before he'll believe anything. Except I'm his wife, so he should believe me no matter what. I pull my hands from his. I'm not making this up.
That wasn't what I said.
You didn't have to. Don't argue, Ember says. If Kenzie says it was there, then it was. They probably just stopped using it. I mean, if you think about it, the theater had to be old if those costumes I brought up here made her remember. Graham glances over at the pile of old fabrics and masks.
That's a good point.
Heat rushes to my face. See? I'm not crazy. My husband looks at me like he can't believe I said that.
I would never say you were.
I scoot away from him. You could have fooled me.
Kenzie.
I need some air. He starts to say something, but I rush out of the room too quickly to hear him. Ever since I've dealt with the sleepwalking episodes, an unasked question has hung in the air. Am I losing my grip on sanity? I'm definitely not, but I despise that the question is there, and that I don't know who's secretly thinking it. Just because I was falsely sent to a mental institution as a kid doesn't make me any less sensible than anyone else now. Sure, my family has thoroughly traumatized me, as did whatever happened at Radley, but I still have a rational mind, and I don't need to be treated with kid gloves. I won't be. When I reach the front door, I hesitate at the coat closet. It's June in Western Washington, which means I could either need my winter coat or a tank top and shorts. And that could be all in the same day. I grab a light jacket just in case and take my chances with the weather. The sky is clear overhead, but there are dark clouds in the distance. It's going to rain soon, so I shouldn't go too far from the house. I hurry to the back side of the structure and head for the woods. With each deep breath of fresh pine, I calm slightly. Footsteps sound from not far away. They're quick and heavy. Someone is running in this direction. I stop, look around. Branches snap, heavy breaths carry on the wind. Somebody is coming straight toward me. I brace myself, leap out of the way, take refuge behind a tree until I can assess the situation. It isn't until the person is past me that I realize it's Billa. She's been more easily spooked since her kidnapping, not that I can blame her, but it's still unsettling to see her like this. I leave my hiding place and call, "Billa?" She stops, wheels around, darts toward me. Her eyes are wide and she's gasping for air. She grabs my arm, then pulls me toward the house. "Come on!" "What's going on?" "I'll tell you inside." "Should I call the police?" I reach for my phone, only to realize I left it in my room. "No!" She drags me with her, so I pick up my pace. Once we're inside, she slams the door, then locks the deadbolts. Leaning against the solid, sturdy wood, she fights to catch her breath. "Now, will you tell me what happened?" I return my jacket to its place. "Water first." She heads for the kitchen. After downing 2 glasses of water, she collapses onto a chair. I grab a bottle before joining her. "Was it that bear again?" "If only." She pulls her hair into a bun, then wraps it in a scrunchie she'd had on her wrist. "No, that wretched woman is after me again." "What?" I nearly choke on my water. "The kidnapper?" Billa nods, her eyes wide. "She chopped down a tree. It barely missed my house." You're sure?" "The cut was too clean to be a natural falling." Cold dread runs through my body. "She was here, on our property." "If not her, then someone. But I don't know anyone else who would try to hurt me." "But if she wants money, why try to hurt you? That would defeat the purpose." "She intentionally missed the cabin. Or has the worst aim ever." "How can you be sure that's her? Is she the lumberjack type?" "I don't know anyone who could fall a tree with such precision. It would take a lot of practice." Billa shrugs. "I don't know. Maybe she hired someone. Maybe she is a lumberjack. What if she followed me from Alaska? Plenty of people up there could build their own cabin if they had to." "Do you have any enemies there?" "My mom might have made some." "You think they'd go after you?" She shrugs again. "But the kidnapper knows you're a Brannon, despite your last name being St. John." "She didn't target me when I had one of my other 2 last names. Not that it matters. The point is, I've never carried the Brannon name." The part about 2 other last names throws me for a moment. "I don't know why I always forget you were married before." She tears the scrunchie from her head. Her bun unwinds and hair falls around her shoulders. Aimlessly, she plays with a strand. "There aren't many people divorced and widowed by 25. And you didn't know me either time I was married." "That's true." I consider the kidnapper. "But you saw her, didn't you? Wouldn't you have recognized her? Wasn't the town you lived in pretty small?" "Yeah, but it wasn't one of those places where everyone knows everyone. There were degrees of separation. I was more likely to not recognize a person I bumped into, but discover we had several acquaintances in common." "You don't know anybody who held a grudge against you? Like your ex's new wife? Or someone who blames you for your other husband's death?" Billa shakes her head, still playing with her hair. "Nothing like that. Lester and I split amicably, and Dustin died in a freak work accident. There were enough witnesses that there isn't any question about my lack of involvement." I squeeze her hand, wanting to give her reassurance, even though she isn't the biggest fan of physical contact. "It's terrible you went through all of that. I don't know how I'd deal with one of those, much less both." "Brannon blood runs through my veins. I could survive a nuclear disaster." "Let's not test fate." She exhales, then slumps in her chair, her hair cascading over her shoulders. "What about you? Everything okay?" The question throws me for a moment. "What makes you ask?" "You looked concerned outside. I feel like I interrupted you in the middle of something important." "I just remembered something from my time at Radley, and it threw me for a loop, so I took a walk to get some air. It's nothing compared to someone nearly taking out your cottage with you in it." She sits up a little straighter. What do you remember?
Not much, other than a theater that Graham says isn't there.
Any more?
Billa finishes. Right.
Did something bad happen in that theater?
I squirm. It's hard to say. The memory isn't very clear. If it's even a memory.
Why wouldn't it be?
Maybe I made it up, or maybe it was only a dream. I don't know what meds they had me on at the time. All I know for certain from then was being locked in the ward. I could go to my room and various activities on the floor, but that was about it.
But you don't remember everything.
Correct. That's why I wanted to go through my records, but they didn't give me anything helpful. She holds my gaze.
Are you sleepwalking again?
No.
You're sure?
Yes, unless I'm returning to my bed, which seems unlikely. Billa leans closer.
Didn't you return to your bed when the sleepwalking first began?
I hesitate. She's right. When it started, I only knew because I caught myself on camera accidentally. Could I be sleepwalking again? If I am, that means I'm not sleeping as well as I should be, and it could explain my strange visions. 4. Kenzie. The house is so quiet. My footsteps echo on the hardwood floor. It's a rare moment to be completely alone. Amber is at a music festival with Luke, Graham is at work, Riker is at a job interview. Jack and Carol took baby Fenna to meet some of Carol's family a few towns over, and Billa is in her cottage, trying to decide if she wants to pack or stay. She spent last night on Jack and Carol's couch, sure she'd wake up knowing what to do, but after breakfast had still not reached a decision. I was looking forward to an afternoon to myself, but now that I have it, I'm not sure what to do with myself. I've already checked the secret camera I set up just outside the bedroom, and I didn't sleepwalk last night. Obviously, that doesn't mean it hasn't happened on other nights. But for now, I have no proof that my sleep is disrupted by nightly wanderings. It's weird not knowing what to do with myself. I've gotten so used to fussing over Fenna all the time. She's only been away for 20 minutes, but I already miss her smile, her scent, even her yanking on my hair. But she's in excellent hands, and I'm determined to make the most of this free time. There aren't any chores to do. Carol already took care of the laundry, and Jack put the dishes away. The house cleaner was here just yesterday, so there isn't anything left for me to do. What a problem to have. I wander down the hall, then pause at the top of the spiral staircase. The windows reveal a nice day outside. Maybe I should go for a walk around the neighborhood. Some exercise would do me good, now that my body has recovered from the emergency C-section. The incision has healed perfectly, and I've had no soreness. My doctor gave me the go-ahead at my last appointment, but I've been hesitant to start. What better time than now? It takes me a few minutes to find my workout clothes. They're all snugger than I remember, so I put on the loosest outfit, then head outside. I'm not sure I'll ever look exactly like I did before, but this is my best option if I want to come close. The sun beats down, and I'm glad I grabbed a baseball cap with a large visor for some shade. It's going to be a warm summer if today is any sign. My heart pumps harder even before I reach the street. I start at a stroll, but quickly pick up my pace to a fast walk. Beads of sweat already form under my hat. I'm going to have to do this every day so I can get back into a healthy routine. As usual, I'm grateful most houses in the area are tucked away. I'm not really in the mood for chatty neighbors. I maintain my pace, and while I'm breathing harder than I normally would, the strain feels good. Best of all, my incision isn't bothering me in the slightest. My overcaution paid off. Perhaps next time I'll try a light jog. Maybe. It'll give me a good excuse to try the jogging stroller I got at the baby shower. Just as my confidence is peaking, the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. Is someone watching me? I glance around and don't see anybody, but that doesn't mean someone isn't hiding. All the mansions have plenty of windows. Also, most properties have plenty of trees, providing good hiding places. The strange sensation doesn't go away, but I keep going at the same rate of speed. I'm probably on edge because of the tree that fell near Billa's cottage.
Graham checked it out and confirmed it was no accident. Not that I doubted my sister, but it was nice to have a police detective's assessment. Billa and I both think there's a high probability of her kidnapper being behind it. She already extorted money from us for my sister's return, but she promised she'd be back for more. Despite sweating, a cold chill runs down my spine and bumps form along my arms. I stop, lean against a light pole, and look around. Still nobody, yet I still feel like someone's watching. Gravel crunches behind me. I gasp, stand taller, wheel around. Mackenzie? It's a neighbor. I recognize her but can't remember her name. Her son went to school with me but was a few years younger, so we never spent time together. I clear my throat. You can call me Kenzie. She nods. You just had a baby recently, didn't you? Can't get anything by these neighbors. Yes, a baby girl. Aw, how precious. Where is she now? I sense an air of judgment in her tone. With my brother and his wife. I wouldn't leave my babies with anyone, not even my own parents, until they were in preschool. Lucky for me, I have plenty of relatives I trust. I give her a sweet smile. Her expression sours. My babies never left my sight for even a moment. You didn't sleep? We had baby monitors with videos. Yes, we use those too. I glance toward her driveway. Isn't that Cameron's car? Does he still live with you? She bristles. He moved back recently after a relationship setback. My children know they always have a place here if they need it. I'm sure they appreciate it. I give her a dismissive nod and take off without another word. People had warned me about the competitiveness of mom culture, but I didn't expect it from someone old enough to be my mother. I've already figured out which online groups to avoid, and even quit a baby and me music class because of judgmental attitudes from an entire group of other new moms over our decision to use a pacifier with Fenna. I don't know why we can't all support each other for making the choices that are best for our individual needs. The constant assessment and almost as constant superiority is already exhausting, and I've only had to deal with it for a little over 3 months. At least my interaction with the uppity neighbor got rid of my feelings of being watched. Maybe it was her judging and not plotting my family's demise. I'd gladly take her snark over that any day of the week. My throat is parched and I forgot to fill a water bottle. I cross the street and turn back toward home. Next time I'm definitely bringing Fenna on my walk. I can pack all the water I need and focus on my beautiful little girl rather than letting my mind wander to crazed kidnappers. As I near my house, the hairs on the back of my neck prickle again. Without turning my head, I study my surroundings, but don't see anyone. Even Cameron's perfect mom is out of sight. None of the cars parked on the road seem out of place. It could simply be a curious neighbor watching from inside. People always want to see new babies, and if that earlier conversation is any indication, anyone who sees me is going to wonder why my baby isn't with me. It's so wild that I can't even take a walk through my neighborhood without drama. It's not until I lock myself inside that I shake the feeling of being watched. I need to exercise longer, harder, and more often if I want to get back into shape. Next time I'll use the treadmill. Though I tell myself it's because I prefer avoiding confrontational neighbors, I must acknowledge it's at least a partial lie. On the way to the shower, I pause at the TV room. Those costumes Ember found yesterday are piled on a recliner. My stomach knots slightly at the sight of them. A child's cruel laughter echoes through my mind. I hurry to my suite, then quickly head to the bathroom. I want to scrub the sweat from my skin and the bad memories from my mind, so I lather up, focusing only on the suds and scents of tea tree and mint. Once out, I blast some vibrant music and sing along, avoiding all negative thoughts. Not of superior neighbors, and certainly not about old costumes and trickery. Trickery? Where'd that thought come from? It doesn't matter. I'm singing along with one of my favorite singers. Everything is good now. Nobody's going to hurt me here, especially not with a costume of all things.
The image of a knife flashes in my mind. I skid to a stop, momentarily frozen. It's like I'm back in time, reliving a history I don't want to remember. I've so far successfully blocked it out, a measure my mind took to protect me from the inherent danger of recalling that place, that period, those people. But the block is failing. The memories are bleeding through, and I can't distinguish nightmare from reality. This is getting out of hand. I need to call Dr. Radley and demand to know more about my time in his institution. Someone there is hiding the truth from me, and the truth is the only thing that will set me free. 5. Billa. I hold up the old fabric, now new curtain to the window, and it's perfect in fit, style, and pattern. Carol showed me an old sewing room in the mansion that has enough material to open a shop, and I found so many suitable options. The bolt I chose first had just the right thickness to keep anyone from being able to see in, and the color and design are much more to my liking than anything I could have made with what I found in the old trunk at my cottage. Now to decide if I want to stay here or go back to the main house. If I'm being honest, I slept much better last night, even though I was on a hide-a-bed. Kenzie tried to talk me into one of the many private rooms with new, luxurious mattresses, but Jack and Carol's apartment is the closest to the main door. Safety was my only concern, and proximity to the exit meant a quick escape if need be. Even with Regina and my father dead, I still don't think I'll ever feel safe within those walls. Renovations are one thing, but erasing the past is something else completely. Not after everything I endured as a child. I can't forget any of that. It happened. There, within the walls of that house. For now, I'll focus on this cottage. It's always been perfect for me. Close to my family, but far enough from the mansion that I can't see it. What more could I ask for? Other than for a crazed kidnapper to leave me alone. Then I would finally have peace. I'm due for some of that after everything I've lived through. Talking with Kenzie about my marriages didn't help matters. I'd managed to put my former husbands out of mind for a while, but last night I dreamed about both of them. Things weren't as clean-cut with them as I'd made it sound when talking to my sister. But it was true that Dustin died in a freak work accident, and Lester and I did part ways amicably, legally, at least. But there was much more to both stories. I set down the fabric and glance out the window. The air feels peaceful, unlike before. That woman probably thinks she scared me off, especially if she figured out I slept in the mansion last night. There's no way that's the end of this. In fact, I'm sure it's only the beginning. But at least I'm home once again. There's still the matter of figuring out what to do with the tree. I can definitely use the firewood, but even with a dry summer, I doubt it'll be ready this coming winter. But that seems to be the way to make lemonade out of lemons, so to speak. Or chopped wood out of a fallen tree, in this case. After a quick snack, I get the sewing machine ready. After all these years, this little place tucked away in the woods is finally going to have curtains. An amenity it shouldn't need, all thanks to a deranged psychopath. I never sit for very long. I'm too antsy. Now I have an itch to go outside and look around. Could that woman have left behind a clue? Something that could tell me who she is or where she's from. There has to be a reason she's targeting me. I'm far from the most interesting Brannon. Kenzie lived a glitzy life in California before returning here. Ember is an actual kid, and therefore a better target for kidnapping than me. Not that I want her taken. I'm glad it was me over her. But I can't figure out why anyone would choose an adult over a teenager. For all they knew, my family wouldn't even fork over the money for me. It isn't like I grew up with them. Kenzie thought I was an imaginary friend for most of her life. The reason she'd been sent away to that mental facility. There has to be a clue somewhere. If not outside, then I'll have to dig into my past. I don't want to return to Alaska, but it might come down to that. Actually, that could be a good idea. Then I'd be away from this place and wouldn't put the others in danger. First, I need to inspect my surroundings.
If the person who cut down the tree left anything behind, I'll find it. I know the woods better than anyone. I grab my phone in case I need to photograph anything, then head outside. The fallen tree still unsettles me. It's a constant reminder that somebody could have killed me. Did they purposefully miss the cottage, or was that a miscalculation? I may never know. The exposed interior wood is discolored unevenly, making me think this took several trips, several cuts. It required a slow, methodical effort to prepare the tree to fall without me ever hearing a saw. The person came back multiple times, and each visit lasted quite a while. A chill runs through me at the thought. How did I never sense something was off? I didn't see anyone, not even a shadow, nor did I hear anything. Unless the person knew my schedule and came when I wasn't here or when they knew I would be preoccupied. Sleeping, perhaps? Assuming I wouldn't wake while they sawed through bark a few yards from my front door. Why would anyone go to such great lengths? Just to extort money? That doesn't fit. Killing or even scaring me will not result in them receiving a generous payoff. There has to be a deeper reason than a piece of the family fortune. But what could they want? That's what I intend to find out. I narrow my eyes and look around, focused. Birds are singing, and 2 squirrels chase each other up a tree, chittering playfully. In other words, nature aligns with me, agreeing there isn't a current danger out here. My shoulders relax, and I take a few pics of the fallen tree, even though Graham already got plenty for whatever paperwork he filled out at the station. Not that some report is going to do anything to stop the crazy lady who kidnapped me 6 months ago. There are footprints near the stump, probably either Graham's or mine, but I follow them into the woods to be sure. Instead of leading toward the road, they go deeper into the forest. I pass the old farm that sustained the Brannons many years ago. Some buildings have collapsed, and another burned down. The remaining structures would make a reasonable place for someone to hide while executing a long, complicated scheme against us. A shiver runs through me, and I hug myself. Could my captor have spent time out here between watching me and cutting the tree? It's certainly possible. That means I need to check the buildings. Crazy Pants, a great name to adopt for my unnamed kidnapper since I don't yet know her true identity, could have left something behind to give me a clue to her identity. Or, if she isn't done with me yet, she could have more stuff stored here for her next stay. My breath catches at the thought. That actually makes sense. Maybe I can figure out who she is by the items she's stowed away. Then I can stop her before she causes more harm. Before a tree actually crushes my home. Yes, I have to do this. There's no other choice. Even if I were to move into the mansion, Crazy Pants isn't going to simply give up. I have to find her and stop her before she causes actual harm, or goes after someone else instead of me. What if next time she targets Ember, or baby Fenna? No, going after a cop's child would be pretty stupid. The consequences would be a lot worse if she were to get caught. Even the wife of a detective had more protection than a regular person. That must be why she chose me. I'm not directly related to Graham. She also wouldn't go after Jack since he's a vulnerable adult, and that would likely also have worse consequences. Her choices had to have been me or Riker, and I appeared to be the easier target. Crazy Pants has deeply underestimated me and what I'm capable of doing to her. I pat my pocket, which hides a long, sturdy knife. Too bad I didn't have that on me when she abducted me. I wouldn't have to worry about her right now. Or back then. My biggest problem would have been trying to find a place to hide the body. But here we are, and she thinks I'm much less of a threat than I really am. That's to my advantage. She won't be expecting me to attack this time around. I march toward the nearest building, hesitate at the entrance. The door slightly hangs off the hinges and is at an angle so as not to fully close. Seems like an easy place for someone to sneak into and hide. On the other hand, something that obvious might have prompted her to pick another building. I'm going to check inside first, then move on to the other structures. Bumps form along my arm, the telltale sign someone could be watching me. Not that I'm bothered. I have a weapon. Taking a deep breath, I prepare myself for what might be inside. Could be nothing, or it could be my kidnapper. I'd actually welcome seeing her. We could have it out now and get it over with. Plus, there's plenty of land for hiding a body. Nobody ever comes out here, even if someone did want to search for her. I swing open the door. It falls off the hinges, catching me by surprise. Not about to let anything slow me down. I lean it against the wall, then step inside. Dust motes float around, and I have to fight off a sneeze. The last thing I need is the dilapidated roof collapsing onto me. Hello? I call. Wait, listen. Nothing. Is anyone here? Silence. Either it's empty, or the person hopes I'm going to leave. It won't be that easy. The door just fell off, and I don't think the building is in much better shape. You should show yourself. Leave before you can't get out. I lean against the doorframe without thinking, and the wall makes a long, creaking noise. I leap away, now outside the old building. There's a new crack in the wall. This little structure will not last much longer, so if I'm going to find anything inside, it has to be now. My pulse races as I step across the threshold. This time I can't stop myself from sneezing. Luckily, the building remains intact. I relax slightly, look around. Nothing seems out of place. There certainly isn't anything that wouldn't belong, such as modern belongings or creature comforts carried in by someone hiding there. Crunch! That was outside. My heart skips a beat. I turn around. 6. Kenzie. My mouth waters as I enter the kitchen. It's Carol's night to handle dinner, and she brought takeout from her favorite restaurant in her hometown. It smells like baked chicken, rolls, and potatoes with an array of spices. I can't wait to dig in. Amber arrives with Luke. They take 2 empty places at the table and join the conversation. She turns toward me. Where's Fenna? Just went down for a nap. Bummer. I really wanted to see her. It's crazy how much I miss her after being out all day. I smile. I know all about it. Graham gives me a kiss. So do I. Carol looks at the seat Billa usually takes. Is Billa joining us tonight? I'm not sure, I say. She went to her cottage earlier, saying she was either going to make curtains and continue staying there, or pack up and move in here until she figures things out. That makes sense. She was pretty excited when I showed her the sewing room down the hall from our apartment. We all dig into the food while discussing the day's events. I don't have a lot to add to the conversation, as my morning and afternoon weren't nearly as exciting as everyone else's. Amber and Luke got to meet a band they've been listening to lately and are thrilled to have pictures with the members. Jack and Carol share about how excited her family was to meet little Fenna and how she kept them all entertained for hours. Graham chased a robber through half the town before apprehending him. Even Riker had a job interview he was sure he nailed. All I did was go on a walk, get mom-shamed for letting my brother take my daughter on a little road trip, and called Dr. Radley. That was the most useless conversation since the telephone was invented. As usual, he gave me the runaround and refused to reveal any more information than he already has, still claiming there are no more records from my time there than he gave me last year, and those videos had exactly nothing on them other than me sleeping. Not even a hint of sleepwalking, which everyone already knew about. It's obvious he's hiding something. My infant daughter had a more exciting and productive day than me. At least it's interesting to hear about what everyone else has been doing. Amber and Luke got some magnificent pictures of the music festival, and I'm pretty sure she's going to plaster her bedroom walls with the ones of that band she's so starry-eyed over. Maybe I'll think of something to tell Dr. Radley in exchange for him giving up something, anything, about my time there. Unfortunately, it seems my parents paid for his silence, and he's following their wishes, even though they're both now in their graves. That's dedication.
It must have been an enormous sum of money, which means the hidden secret must be huge. And since it's my life and past, I need to sort this out, no matter the cost, before Radley's gone too. I pull myself from my thoughts and try to figure out where the conversation is now. Riker isn't paying attention either. He's staring at his phone, his expression twisted. "Everything okay?" I ask him. He turns to me, seeming to take a moment to realize where he is.
"Apparently, the interview didn't go as well as I thought. They picked someone else."
"I'm so sorry. That's really disappointing."
"Yeah, but I'll get over it."
"It's okay to be upset."
"No point."
He turns back to his screen. I start to say something when a thought strikes me. A possible solution that could help both of us. But I need to figure out a way to bring it up that won't put him off. Graham also won't like it, so I need to word this extremely carefully. It's my night to do the dishes, so that gives me the perfect excuse to mull over my thoughts. The more I think about it, the better the idea sounds. It's exactly what we both need. Once the dishwasher is running, I check the website and confirm the information I need. I find Riker in the TV room with Ember and Luke, watching a movie. He glances my way, and I wave him out into the hall.
"What's up?"
His tone drips with disappointment. "I thought of a place you could apply."
"Where?"
Riker flicks a brow up. "At the Radley facility."
"The Nut House?"
he exclaims. "You won't get hired with that attitude."
"Why would I want to work there?"
"Because they're hiring."
"In case you forgot, I'm an auto mechanic."
He inches back toward the TV room. "You're all so great around the house. I don't know what we'd do without you living here." He looks like he's considering it.
"It sounds dangerous."
"Not necessarily. It depends on what position you take. If you're a maintenance worker or something similar, you probably won't have to interact with the patients."
"What makes you think they have those availabilities?"
I hand him my phone, showing the multiple job openings at Radley. He scrolls the site.
"The fact that they have so many makes me think this isn't a great place to work."
"But you want a job, right? You don't want to be dependent on the family funds?" Riker sighs dramatically.
"What made you think of me working there?"
"I remembered seeing help wanted signs when I was there." That's actually true, though it doesn't stop the sting of guilt for having ulterior motives.
"Why do you hesitate?"
"Clearly, I can't get anything past you." I pull him further from the TV room. "Let me level with you."
"That'd be great."
"I really need my files from my time there as a kid. The doctor and my parents are hiding something important. It's my past, and I deserve to know what happened when I was there."
"How would I get those if I'm not working wherever they store that stuff?"
"If you get the maintenance or janitorial position, you'd have keys to everything." Riker frowns.
"And you're sure there are more files than they gave you before?"
"I have no doubt."
"What if they figure out we're related?"
"Your last name is Wellstone. There's no connection."
"Other than my address being the Brannon Mansion."
He gives me a knowing look. "That's a valid point. I hadn't thought about that."
"See? They'll know you set me up for it."
"Not necessarily. If you apply for a position where you aren't in direct contact with patients, they aren't going to look that deeply. They'd have no reason to check your address against mine. Not that I think they're checking anyone's address against mine. Dr. Radley probably hasn't given me a thought in the last 6 months until I called today." "Which means you're on his radar now." "Maybe." He's silent for a moment.
"This is really important to you, isn't it?"
"You have no idea."
"I'll tell you what."
I lean forward, my breath catching. "Yes?" Riker rubs his temples.
"I'll apply for the maintenance worker position."
My eyes widen. "You will? Really?"
"But..."
Of course there's a but. I gesture for him to continue.
"I'm going to keep looking for an automotive position. While I'm at Radley, assuming they even hire me, I'll do whatever I can to find your files. I can't promise anything other than I'll do my best. Don't be mad at me if nothing comes of this."
I throw my arms around him. "Thank you. You really don't know what this means to me."
"You know I'd do anything for you. If you hadn't given me a chance when I was down on my luck, I don't know where I'd be."
"Think nothing of it. Your family." He chews on his lower lip.
Graham hasn't always felt that way.
His detective DNA makes him not trust anyone, at least at first.
And that's exactly why you shouldn't mention this plan to him.
I hesitate.
You know he won't agree. I'm sure this is illegal or dangerous or something.
It isn't illegal.
Me going through files that don't belong to me? There are some HIPAA laws about that. Even I know that.
HIPAA, I correct. But those files are mine, and I'm giving you permission since the hospital won't give me access to what rightfully belongs to me.
And that's why I'm going along with this. It's right, even if it's wrong.
I give him another hug. I seriously can't thank you enough.
Hopefully this doesn't go sideways.
I'm sure it won't. If only I could feel as confident as I sound. Fenna's cries sound from my suite where she's sleeping in her crib. I haven't had the heart to move her into her own bedroom yet. It seems cruel for her to be alone when she's so helpless. Riker moves toward the TV room.
I'll fill out their online application and let you know when I hear from them.
Thank you again. I give him my most appreciative glance before checking on Fenna. Finding my childhood files is as much for her as it is for me. 7. Ember. When the movie ends, I check my text again. Still nothing from Billa, which isn't all that unusual. If she decided to stay in her cottage, then that's normal. Sometimes she joins us for dinners and sometimes she doesn't. But I have a feeling something might be wrong, and I can't let it go.
Want to watch another one?
Luke asks.
Or are you getting tired?
I'm starting to worry about Billa. She stayed in the mansion last night and then ghosted us for dinner. I think she would have at least checked in if nothing was wrong.
Didn't someone say she was making herself curtains?
He wraps an arm around me. Yeah, but something feels off.
Give her a text if you're worried.
I did before the movie started. His brows knit slightly with concern.
And she didn't reply at all?
No, it doesn't even show as read.
Call her.
He gives me a reassuring smile.
Maybe she's busy sewing and doesn't realize what time it is. When I was helping my parents paint the house, I lost track of time a lot. I'd get a text, mean to answer it in a minute, then suddenly it was 2 hours later. Maybe it's the same thing.
Yeah, I remember. I give him a playful shove, though my heart isn't fully in it. I'll try calling her.
While you do that, I'll get some more popcorn for our next movie.
He grabs our shared bowl, then goes into the hall. I stare at my phone, my uneasiness not lifting. Please answer. Then I press the call button, hold my breath while it rings. Voicemail. My heart sinks. Could Luke be right and she's just busy sewing away? Maybe she can't hear her phone over the machine. I wouldn't know. It isn't like I've ever used one. Or she could have music blasting. That's definitely believable. But then why isn't that feeling of dread going away? I leave a message for her, trying not to sound too worried, but at the same time getting across that I need her to let me know she's okay. Luke returns with a full bowl of popcorn and a big smile.
Ready for the next movie in our marathon?
I try to match his energy, but fail miserably. Do you mind if we check on her first? His grin melts away.
You didn't reach her.
The call went to voicemail. I really feel like something's wrong.
Let's go.
He sets the bowl on the coffee table.
I'm sure she's just busy, but she'll appreciate that you care. It's one of your best qualities.
I leap up, eager to be proven wrong in my worry. Hopefully, we'll all have a good laugh, and then Luke and I can watch more movies late into the night. Luke slides his fingers between mine, and we make our way outside. It's warm enough that we don't need coats, and the forest protects us from the sprinkling rain. We don't say much as we make our way through the trail to my aunt's little cottage. I'm listening for screams. I'm clearly no optimist, but thankfully I don't hear any. The woods are quiet, which is comforting, but it's still dark. The only light is from Luke's small flashlight. I don't want to run into any wild animals, or worse, people. Our property stretches out pretty far, so we don't get many random lost hikers, but it happens occasionally. Though, considering someone chopped down a tree near Billa's house, people clearly can and have made their way in and out unnoticed. A shiver runs down my back.
You okay?
Luke asks, turning to me. Yeah. My voice doesn't sound quite right. My nerves are getting the best of me.
I'm sure she's fine. She's one of the toughest people I know, even more than Bruno.
That gets a chuckle out of me. Luke is a PE teacher who goes between the schools, teaching all the grade levels. Bruno works with him. He teaches the weightlifting classes. Appropriate, as he's the size of a truck. Despite my concern for Bella, I can't help the warm feeling that rushes over me. I couldn't be happier to now be homeschooling. If I wasn't, Luke and I couldn't date. When I was enrolled at the high school, we could barely talk to each other because they were his employer, even though he's barely older than me. He graduated early because of his homeschooling and started working when he should have still been in school himself. The warmth is short-lived. My concern for Bella comes back with a vengeance as we reach her house. It's dark, with not a bit of light coming from the inside. Even if every window had curtains, some light would shine through if she was inside. A single, low-wattage bulb would cast a discernible glow in the deep black of a forest night.
Maybe she's sleeping,
Luke says.
Do you want to knock?
Yes, I have to know if she's okay. She should know we'd worry after everything. He raps on the door hard enough to knock it over. Even if Bella was sleeping, she'd hear that. It's loud enough to wake the dead. Why did I have to think that? I shudder and look around. Not that I can see much through the gloom. It's a little clearer here at the cottage without a tree canopy directly overhead, but the moon is waning, and the forest rises high around us, blocking the majority of ambient light. I step closer to Luke, and he wraps an arm around me before knocking again. Still nothing. No lights blare from inside, no footsteps sound. My aunt doesn't answer the door. A sick feeling swirls in my stomach. Where is Bella, and why won't she at least answer her phone? Luke knocks one more time, and this time calls out for Bella. His voice carries, but the night seems to swallow it quickly. I shiver again. He kisses my temple.
What do you want to do? Go back to the main house and let the others know?
We should keep going. What if she's stuck somewhere?
Where would she be stuck?
That's a good question. I try to think of an answer. There are lots of places. The old cave with the moonshine, the farm and its dilapidated buildings, the abandoned cemetery.
How would she get stuck in the graveyard?
Who knows? Maybe she decided to dig up a grave and fell in.
I love your creativity, but I'm sure that didn't happen.
My face warms. I'm just saying anything could have happened. The fact that she isn't answering her phone worries me.
I'm not denying that. Where do you want to go from here that she would most likely get stuck?
Probably the farm. Kenzie and Carol wanted to try and restore it a while back, but everyone said the buildings were too far gone and should be destroyed.
But they didn't have them torn down?
He asks. No, and it's a good thing. That's where we found the other Emperor's diary. But if Bella went in one of the buildings, she'd be in legitimate danger.
Do you think she would have?
It's more likely than her digging up a family grave. He gives me a comforting squeeze.
Okay, let's check out the old farm. I assume you know how to get there.
Yeah, it isn't too far from here. I lace my fingers through his, and we manage to find the trail. It looks like there are fresh footprints, which is a good sign. It was raining recently, so Bella might have gone that direction today. She could be in grave danger, or worse. I don't want to think about that. What if we have to dig her out of a collapsed building? What if that kidnapper is out there with her? Luke and I don't have any weapons other than a multi-tool he keeps on him. And what could we do with that? Stab the woman with a tiny screwdriver? Hopefully Bella's absence is something innocent. Maybe she came this way to read quietly and fell asleep. It's not out of the realm of possibility with her, but at the same time, I doubt she'd do that today while worried about being surveilled. What if somebody has been watching her and they took her? I don't know what I'd do. Last time, we weren't even sure if we should be worried about her not being around. She takes off without warning all the time. At least if she is in danger, Dad's home. We can call him, then he'll rush over. Maybe even get his coworkers to come and assist us if necessary. I'm pretty sure every member of the police force knows our address at this point.
Did you hear that? Luke stops. The only thing I was listening to was my rambling thoughts. I cut my ears and try to hear what he heard. Silence. "What was it?" I ask after a long minute. "It was this way." He pulls me down a path leading to the farm, though it was one we seldom used. I asked what you heard. "I'm not sure." My mind runs wild. I try to ignore my thoughts, but it's impossible. A lump forms in my throat. I don't know what I'd do if something happened to Billa. It's hard not to go back to the loss of my mom. Because of the horrible way she died, it's hard not to consider murder in a situation like this. It happened to the most important person in my life, and now I'll never see her again. I've had to go all this time without her. Not that I don't love Kenzie to the ends of the earth, and I'll always be grateful to her for adopting me when she was living her best single life. But the hole my mom left can never be filled by anyone else. Luke stops. "Are you okay?" I'm sniffling and didn't even realize it. "Yeah, just checking to see if Bill is here." He cups my chin. "Why are you crying?" I take a deep breath. This is making me think of my mom. Luke wraps his arms around me so tightly I almost can't breathe. "I'm so sorry. What can I do?" "Nothing. Let's just find Billa. That's all I want to do." He pulls away and I gasp for air while wiping away my tears. "We'll do everything we can, I promise." He presses his lips on mine. The kiss is sweet, lingering, and exactly what I need. "I'll stay as long as necessary, even if it takes all night." It takes me a moment to find my voice. "I appreciate that." "Anything for you." He squeezes my hand and we set off again. "Billa!" If anyone's out here, they know where we are now. "She needs to know we're looking for her." He cups his mouth. "Billa!" We continue along the path, calling for my aunt. She doesn't respond. By the time we reach the clearing at the farm, I'm about ready to turn around and get Dad and Kenzie. If Billa is missing, they'll know what to do. Dad could get the whole police department searching, which is a lot better than 2 teenagers. We march toward the nearest barn. A rustling noise sounds as we near it. We slow our pace, and his hand tightens around mine. The sound continues, and then there's a grunt. My breath hitches. Was that human or animal? I start to say something, but Luke shushes me. The noises continue, and he lets go of my hand. He creeps toward the ruckus. No way am I letting him go toward danger alone, so I hurry after him. Something is in the bushes, and it seems to be struggling. Luke reaches the brush first and pulls at the limbs. I imagine a wild animal lunging for him, but nothing happens. "Billa?" he says. My heart skips a beat. Is she there? Is she safe? I race over. "There's a baby, dear, stuck." That's Billa's voice. I push past my boyfriend. "Are you okay?" "Yeah. I was in the barn when the mama deer came to me. The baby is stuck, and I can't get it free. I've been trying for what feels like forever." My knees turn to rubber. She's fine. She's been trying to save an animal this whole time. That's the most Billa explanation ever. Luke brushes past me. More rustling noises sound from within the bushes. Just when I'm ready to join them, a little fawn bursts out and darts past me. Barely a moment later, the doe appears and takes off after her baby. Billa and Luke emerge from the foliage. I don't know about them, but I want nothing more than to go back to the main house and get lost in a funny movie. We all make our way down the main path in silence. I don't know if we're too in awe to speak or just exhausted. Then a branch snaps, not far away. 8. Billa. My insides nearly melt when I hear the branch. The only thing that could cause it is someone stepping on it. Sure, it could be an animal, but it'd have to be a big one, like a bear or a cougar. I'd take one of those over a person at this point. Ember's eyes are wide as dinner plates.
and she's looking at me like I should know what to do. People really shouldn't consider me an adult. I still feel like a kid myself. Luke, however, has the stance of someone in charge and whispers, "You two stay here." "You can't go," Ember protests.
"I need to check it out."
My niece shakes her head. "Let's go the other way. We can avoid whatever made that noise." But he steps toward it. As the adult, I really should do something. Although technically Luke is an adult too. The label seems to fit him better, even though I'm almost a decade older than him.
"Wait here."
Luke takes another step toward the danger.
"If you see something, run to the mansion. I'll meet you there if you aren't here when I get back."
Ember starts to protest, but Luke marches away. She makes a squeaky noise. "He'll be fine." "You can't know that. He's heading straight for danger." "If I could survive a kidnapper, he can handle whatever's over there. Maybe it's the doe in her fawn again." It's totally not the deer, but Ember needs to tone it down. "We should check on him." "Give him a minute. He'll be back." She clings to my arm. "How can you live all the way out here? I can't take the stress." "It's usually really relaxing. The last few days have been an anomaly." Ember mumbles something I can't make out. I cup my ears to hear what Luke's doing. Everything is quiet. That makes my heart race. If I can't hear anything, something must be wrong. Not that I'm going to tell Ember that. "He's taking too long," she says, her voice wavering. "It just feels that way because we're waiting." "I'm going to check on him. He said he'll meet us here. If we're not here, then he's going to the main house." "You stay here while I find him." "No!" "What?" Her shock is evident even in the dimness. "We're both staying here or we're both going to the house. The last thing we need is for all three of us to be wandering around half the night looking for each other. You and I are sticking together." She sighs dramatically, but I get the feeling she's glad I said that. "Fine." "If you're worried, call him. But if there was an altercation, don't you think we'd have heard it?" A beat of silence passes before she replies. "Yeah." We wait, listen, hear nothing. Ember speaks again. "What do you think that noise was?" "What noise?" "The one Luke went after?" "It was a branch snapping. Clearly someone or something stepped on it." "I know, but was it a person or animal?" "There's no way to tell. That's why he went to check." "But what do you think? You're the one who spends the most time out here in the woods." I sigh. "Do you always ask so many questions?" "When I don't know something." "It's most likely an animal. The only people I ever see out here are you guys coming to see me."
"But you do see animals sometimes."
"Of course."
"What do you see the most?"
I take a deep breath and try to stay patient, reminding myself that I love this kid, even though her endless questions are driving me crazy. Of the sizable animals, probably deer, though it's the smaller critters that show up most often.
"But you've actually seen bears and cougars?"
"Yes." "With your own eyes?" "Yes!" "Sorry." Guilt stings. "No, I'm sorry. My nerves are on edge, and I'm sure yours are too. There's a reason I live on my own all the way out here, where it takes effort to get to. I'm not the most patient person."
"Then why get married twice?"
I sigh again. "Because love hormones are strong."
"You think hormones are the only reason we fall in love?"
"In my case, definitely." "Maybe we should go find Luke."
"He's going to look for us here."
Footsteps sound. Ember yelps. I put a hand on her shoulder. Luke appears from around a corner.
"I couldn't find anyone. Let's go back to the main house and watch a movie. That new Jim Carrey flick is streaming now."
Ember throws her arms around him. "I was thinking about seeing a comedy, too." They turn to me, expecting an answer. "I think I'll stay home. Since I spent so much time trying to free the fawn, I didn't get to make those curtains." "What?" Ember exclaims. "You can't be serious. Someone is out here. Just because Luke didn't find him doesn't mean you're out of the woods." She groans at her clearly unintended pun.
"You know what I mean."
"I'll be fine." "Really?"
Someone tried to take out your cottage with an immense tree, and now we know someone is out here.
It's my turn to groan. If it'll make you feel better.
Yes.
At least she cares. Okay, but I need to grab a few things from my place first.
Perfect. Then we'll watch that new movie.
I'm not really in the mood for laughter, but I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. At least I didn't unpack my overnight bag yet. I can grab it and go, quick and easy. We reach my cottage without hearing so much as a mouse. Luke is immediately entranced by my vinyl collection, so I leave them to gush over that while I make sure I have everything I need for another night in the mansion. As soon as I step into my bedroom, I stop cold. Something is off, but I'm not sure what. I glance around slowly, looking for anything out of place, half expecting to see someone in here with me, but there isn't anywhere to hide, and I'm alone. However, that doesn't change the fact that something is off. My senses picked up on it, but haven't shared the news with my conscious mind. A chill runs through me as I look around, slower this time, paying closer attention to the details. Then I see it. I'm frozen in place. I should run over to it, but I can't move. Someone has been in here, despite the fact that I always keep my cottage locked tight. I didn't always, but since that psychopath abducted me, I'm more careful than ever before, even living way out here. Luke says something about the beetles, and it's enough to remind me the kids are here and I need to protect them. Get them out of here in case we aren't alone. I pull my feet into action and I hurry over to my side table. The folded paper sits there as if mocking me. My pulse drums in my ears. I take a few deep breaths to center myself, and when that doesn't work, I tap a few key spots on my face. Okay, I'm strong, and I can do this. It's just a note. Unless it's filled with some kind of deadly powder, then it could kill all of us. I open the window before picking up the note. Slowly, I walk it over, stick it outside, and unfold it there. Nothing falls out. It's just a note. Phew, we dodged a bullet on that front. Even so, I give it a good shake before bringing it back inside. After closing the window, I hold the paper to the light. Its script is messy, but readable. The message is crystal clear and directed at me. Nobody else would know what it means or who wrote it, but I do. The time has come. It certainly has. 9. Kenzie. A car whizzes past, snapping me out of my thoughts. I've parked across the street from the Radley property for almost half an hour. It's Riker's first night, working there, and I don't want to do anything to compromise his job, but I'm dying to get in there and find my hidden files. The answers to all my questions are in that building. I could potentially go in, and nobody would be any wiser. Most of the staff has gone home for the evening, with only a few nurses watching over the sleeping patients. Riker is there as the new nighttime maintenance worker. They hired him on the spot, which concerned me when I heard that, but he assured me it was for a good reason. Apparently their backup generator has been broken for some time, and when they learned he's an auto mechanic, they thought his experience with car engines could be just what they need for fixing their machine. With the summer heat just around the corner, they want that running as soon as possible. I'd be lying if I said I'm not conflicted about this. I'm thrilled by his quick hiring, but I'm concerned they hired him immediately. With as hard as it is to find a job in this market, he shouldn't have gotten the position so easily. Though he can definitely handle himself. A text comes in, pulling me from my thoughts. Riker.
What are you doing across the street?
Crap, I'm caught. Kenzie. Am I that obvious? Riker.
I recognize your car.
Kenzie. Any chance I can get into the files? Riker.
I'm not risking it tonight, like I already told you.
Kenzie. Did you at least find where they keep the files? Riker.
They have a general room and then there's a locked one.
My breath catches. That has to be where mine are. Kenzie.
Do you have a key?
Riker.
Nope. My universal key that opens everything doesn't work.
Kenzie. Not much of a universal key.
Riker.
Yep, but I did try.
Kenzie. There has to be another way.
Riker.
I'm sure I'll figure that out, but not tonight. Go home and get some rest.
Kenzie. What about the theater?
Riker.
What about it?
Kenzie. Did you find it? Is there actually one that isn't listed anywhere?
Riker.
It wasn't on my tour of the property. Look, I gotta go. If I get the AC fixed, they might trust me with more. They're really excited about me trying to fix it, and I can't do that while I'm texting you.
Kenzie. Then stop texting me.
Riker.
I can't focus knowing you're across the street. I'm worried you'll come in and try to get in the locked file room. Give me more time. I literally just started.
Kenzie. Obviously, I don't want to put your job on the line.
Riker.
Then go home. I'll let you know what I figure out, but it'll probably take some time.
Time I don't want to waste. But what other choice do I have? Kenzie. Okay, starting my car now.
Riker.
Thanks.
Kenzie. Let me know if you find anything.
Riker.
I will. Bye.
Groaning, I pull away from the curb and head back toward the main road. The institution must be hiding some juicy secrets in those files if they're behind a door that not even the universal key can unlock. There's no doubt my childhood files are in there. Not just files, but also additional VHS videos. The ones Dr. Radley allowed me to check out were as boring as could be. Whatever they're not showing me must be pretty bad. What happened when I was a patient? More importantly, why can't I remember? I slow as I reach the edge of the Radley land. The woods behind it are vast, not unlike the ones behind my own mysterious home. The two properties aren't all that different. Massive structures, sordid histories, and pasts that have harmed many innocent people. From what I understand, the Brannon house even brought in strangers to stay at least once, perhaps more, when my predecessors hit hard times. Now both Riker and I are tied between the two. I can only hope I haven't dragged him into trouble. But then again, we have Brannon blood running through our veins. Can we really avoid trouble for long? I tried to run from my family, but the mansion pulled me back. The home was practically abandoned, ready to be forgotten by history, yet it wouldn't let that happen. When I return home, Carol and Jack are pushing Fenna's stroller toward our property. As soon as I step out of the car, the tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, and a chill runs through me. Is someone watching me again? Have they been watching Fenna this whole time? A discreet look around the property reveals nothing, but it's dark, so it wouldn't be hard for someone to hide. Carol waves at me. She was getting antsy, so I thought some fresh air might do her good. I push aside my thoughts and hurry over. Fenna is sleeping soundly. Looks like you called it. She seems to like the stars, and they're so bright this evening. I can't thank you enough. Carol beams. I am always happy to watch her. We both are. Jack nods.
I missed out on Riker as a baby, and spending time with Fenna fills that empty spot.
I squeeze his shoulder. You and Graham both. He looks over at the spot where my husband usually parks his car.
Is he working late?
No, he has that training. It starts tonight.
Right, I forgot about that. When does he get back?
In 2 days. I'm so glad it isn't one of the longer ones. We continue making small talk as we walk. Inside, I carefully take Fenna from her stroller. She's in a deep sleep and doesn't stir. My brother and his wife go to their apartment, and I climb the spiral staircase with my precious girl in my arms. Ember and Billa are watching Friends in the TV room, so I situate myself in there on a recliner, still cuddling the sleeping baby. Did you get into the file room? Ember asks. I wish, but I didn't expect anything on Riker's first day on the job. Why go, then? She laughs at the show. Just in case he could get me in. I want answers yesterday. Billa turns to me. Do you think they have a position for me? With 2 of us non-Brannons there, maybe we could get answers twice as fast. Ember gives her a funny look.
Non-Brannon Brannons.
We have different last names.
Oh, right. That would definitely give you an advantage.
Billa nods eagerly and turns back to me.
Do you think it would help? Do you really want to be tied down with a steady job? You wouldn't be able to run off on your adventures.
I can't relax anyway with someone casing my cottage. It would give me something to focus on. Changing my schedule would throw that idiot off her course, and I might be able to help you. It's a win all around.
That's hard logic to argue.
If you want to, but it really isn't necessary. I am also curious about what Regina was hiding from you. And don't forget, she used me as the reason for sending you to that dreadful place. I hate having played a part in that.
You can't think like that. She probably would have sent me there either way.
You think so?
They had me so late in life, and she was always looking for ways to pawn me off on someone else.
Billa scowls. I know the feeling. Then she looks resolute. All the more reason for me to apply there. I can either work with Riker to find answers, or if I get hired during the day, I'll be able to get to know other staff. Each way has advantages.
You're sure, even with everything else you have going on?
I already told you it would make an excellent distraction.
It would be nice having two of you there looking into things. Whatever they're hiding isn't in their normal records room. Dr. Radley claims to have shown me everything.
Then you need my help. The more hands, the better.
I nod, but I still feel unsettled by this development. What if someone figures out what's going on? Even though Riker and Billa have different last names, they both live here. Someone suspicious enough might figure that out. But then again, if the institution is as understaffed as it appears, it's possible nobody will have time to put it all together. We can only hope.
Perfect. Billa's voice pulls me from my thoughts. Do they have an online application, or are they old school?
Online. She whips out her phone and slides her finger around the screen.
We'll see how quickly I can get an interview.
I hope this isn't a bad idea.
10. Kenzie. As I roll over in bed, my hand hits something hard. That isn't right. I feel the object, wooden, smooth, and long. My fingers bump against something on top, a remote control. There isn't a TV in Graham's in my bedroom. I bolt upright and look around, not that it helps in a dark room. A faint light comes from outside the open door. It looks like one of our many hallway nightlights, but that doesn't explain where I am. If I were in my room, I'd be facing the opposite direction. My heart leaps into my throat as I feel around, swing my feet to the floor, and stand. It finally strikes me that this feels like the couch in the TV room. At least I've only sleepwalked a short distance. I haven't gone to a completely different wing. I make my way over to the light switch and turn it on. The brightness is blinding for a moment, but at least I've confirmed my location. Relief washes through me that I haven't gone far, but disappointment sweeps in just as quickly. My sleepwalking is back. At least I'm not pregnant anymore. I'm not putting Fenna in any danger, at least. Just me. Unless I pick her up and carry her with me. That thought turns my blood to ice. No, I wouldn't do that. The fact that I'm here alone shows as much. What I need is to return to bed and get some sleep. I'll figure this out later when I'm rested. I reach for the light switch again, but this time I freeze in place. My eyes land on the pile of old costumes. Why are those still there? Why wouldn't Ember have returned them to their proper place after I had such an adverse reaction to seeing them the first time? I'm tempted to take them back myself, but I don't know where she found them. It's no matter. They've been here all this time, so what's another night? Besides, if my sleeping self was drawn to them, it might be better that they're here instead of in some other wing. I only walked a few doors down, instead of following a maze of corridors, like when I kept ending up in and near Millie's room. This is only a one-off. It's been months since I've done this. It was last year. Well, maybe half a year ago. That's significant. I'm under more stress now, with Riker working at Radley, and now Billa waiting for an interview after filling out the application last night. That's what this has to be about. My subconscious knows what happened at the mental institution when I was a kid, and it's trying to protect me. Brains work out issues while sleeping, and I've been through more than is reasonable, so the sleepwalking makes complete sense. Maybe I need to start journaling or painting again. Both activities seem to calm my thoughts and my blood pressure. That's actually a good idea. Tomorrow I'll head up to the attic and return to my art. I've been avoiding the attic for a while because of its history, and my own up there as well. But with the renovations, it's bright, new, and fresh. And also where my supplies are. Time to sit at the easel and see what I come up with. Perhaps some answers will show themselves. A wave of resolve runs through me. I'm not sure why I didn't think of returning to the paints when I was in the middle of my sleepwalking episodes before. Not that it matters at this point, because I have a solution for now. My finger rests on the light switch as my gaze lands on the pile of costumes again. I stare, mesmerized. What was it about these that elicited such a response? As far as I'm aware, I never came across these before. They have to relate to my time at Radley. That would explain the children's laughter. This place wasn't teeming with kids like the institution was. Billa was here when I was young, but only during the summers, and even then, my mother convinced me she was my imaginary friend. It's no wonder I always thought I had a vivid imagination. I take a deep breath. The middle of the night isn't the time for trying to solve decades-old mysteries. Something about being pulled from sleep puts the mind in a more vulnerable position, more likely to be concerned over things a person wouldn't worry about during the daytime. I forget the exact science behind it, but I know enough that I shouldn't entertain these thoughts. Yet the costumes almost seem to call to me, which is obviously ridiculous. Still, I feel drawn to them. Because I just pulled myself out of a sleep state, and I'm not in my top mental state. If this was noontime, I'd walk away and not give those things another thought. I can't do that now, though. I'm here, awake, and need to know why I'm so curious about them. Could they hold answers? Might they be a part of my past? I used to roam the halls of this vast home as a kid, and I would go through items in all kinds of rooms. Costumes would have been almost impossible to ignore when I was little. Could Billa and I have played with them, acting out who knows what? But it wasn't her laughter in my memories. For some inexplicable reason, I feel in my bones that came from Radley. Aside from that, we don't have a theater like that here in the Brandon house. We have a few rooms with small stages, platforms really, but no proper theater. No, I have to listen to my senses. My gut tells me the memory is from Radley, so that has to be the case. There had to have been a theater there, even if it's long gone now. It might have even been abandoned when I was a child, but a bunch of us found it and... Then what? That's the answer I need. Whether it's in the files or only my memories. Either way, the doctor has much to lose if the truth is exposed. He could even be hiding something my parents didn't pay him to keep silent about. This could all be about his reputation and saving the institution. That thought sends a shudder down my spine. If something happened to me that's so bad it could get his business shut down, it must be pretty horrific. All the more reason to get to the bottom of this. It's actually a good thing Billa will hopefully work there too. The question now is, can I hold off on sneaking into the Radley Woods to find the theater myself? 11. Billa. The front of the institution isn't much to look at, the style falling somewhere between austere modern and creepy old. With a little work, it could look bright and new. Or with a few more years of neglect, it could have its own documentary series. It truly could go either way. It makes me wonder if that's the image they want to put forth. Like they don't want to commit to an identity, so they'll never stand out or draw attention to themselves. With any luck, I'll find out. My job interview is still a half-hour away, so I'm hoping to get a lay of the land first. As I amble up the walkway, I discreetly search for cameras. They don't have any obvious surveillance, But that doesn't mean there aren't tiny devices hiding all over. I nearly trip over a massive crack in the sidewalk because I'm paying more attention to the building than the uneven cement. It seems like the walkway is a tool, forcing people to watch their step instead of the structure. Movement in one window catches my attention. It's quick, almost imperceptible, and I can't see anything now. I didn't imagine it, but I can't say what it was. Maybe just the day janitor or even one of the patients. But there's nothing now. And I stumble again. This place is something else, though I shouldn't be surprised. If it was on the up and up, I wouldn't be trying to get a job here to help Kenzie figure out what happened to her when we were kids. I'd love to tell that doctor I'm actually Kenzie's imaginary friend, just so I could see the shock on his face. Maybe he wouldn't be so quick to cover for Regina. Or maybe he would, if he's one of those people who doesn't care who he hurts as long as he benefits. From everything Kenzie has said about him, that's likely the case. I'm ready for him and his selfish, nefarious machinations. But I don't expect to meet him today. I'm probably going to interview with an assistant. So far, I haven't had any actual contact with a human. I applied online and have since communicated through text and email only. The process itself isn't weird, but being that it's here, I can't help wondering what they're hiding. This not-quite-falling-apart place doesn't scream tech reliance. Riker gave me a few tips, which I'll follow, but I'm primarily going to go by instinct. He hasn't been working here long, and my senses have served me well my whole life. At the front doors, I find a security box off to the side and a corded phone next to it. The device, like the facility, is 20 years past its prime, yet it wouldn't surprise me if they actually still use it. Honestly, based on what I've seen so far, I'm amazed this place has a website. Cutting-edge technology is clearly not a priority. Their phones inside are likely similar to this one. I try the door handle first, just in case. Locked. To keep people in or out? Looks like I'm going to pick up the phone. At least it has buttons and isn't a rotary dial base. I scan a directory, printed in tiny type, to determine which extension to push. I don't recognize any of the names, so I pick one at random and press it. The phone actually rings in my ear. And rings. And rings. Fun. Am I going to go through this rigmarole every day if I'm hired? I'm about to hang up when the line crackles. A bored female voice answers.
This is Nancy.
I'm Billa St. John, and I'm here for an interview.
Interview? Hold on.
It sounds like she's shuffling papers.
Are you early?
A little. I didn't want to be late.
You're going to have to wait.
Out here? I make sure to sound more put out than I feel, because I'd love the excuse to wander the grounds and see what I can find.
No, of course not. In the waiting room. I'll buzz you in.
She gives me directions before ending the call. The front door buzzes loudly, then something inside clicks. I assume the lock, so I pull on the handle. This time it opens. A whiff of strong cleaner wafts from inside. I take a deep breath of fresh outdoor air before entering. I've already forgotten half of the directions Nancy gave me, but I remember her saying to go left. So I turn right. Time to get a lay of the building. If they don't hire me, this will be my only chance to see what they don't want outsiders to find. If they ask, I can claim confusion, blaming it on the poor sound quality of the phone. It's completely believable. The hallway to the right is dim and a little too quiet. The tiles on the floor are that sickly beige only seen in places like this. Designed to be neutral, but are always somehow unsettling. A strip of faded blue runs along the bottom of the wall, like even the paint is tired of being here. Doors line the corridor, most of them shut. I pass one that's cracked open just enough to see a dark room inside, lined with shelves. Records, maybe. After confirming I'm alone in the hallway, I step inside. It smells faintly of paper and lemon-scented dust spray. There's a desk pushed up against the far wall with a single lamp on it casting a soft cone of light. I don't sit, not trusting the chair to stay quiet. Most of the shelves hold thick binders with faded masking tape labels. The words on the tape are handwritten and nearly impossible to read from this distance, but one jumps out at me. Restricted, RB. RB? As in Regina Brannon? This almost seems too easy, especially since Riker's key doesn't get him into the secret records room. I move closer and pull the binder off the shelf. It's heavy. As I open it, the creak of a footstep sounds outside the door. My heart jumps into my throat as I duck behind a file cabinet, but no one comes in. The pages contain notes and printed documents. A lot of strange numbers. Case files? One has a name blacked out in heavy marker. By its design, I recognize it to be a patient report. One page is a chart labeled Therapeutic Imaginary Integration. That's not a term I've heard before. I snap a photo with my phone, flipping pages fast now. Another note catches my eye. Patient M shows increased dissociative episodes after sessions. Dr. R insists on non-disclosure of integration trial. Will not approve outside observation. Request denied. Patient M. Kenzie's full first name is Mackenzie. I don't know for sure that it's her, but my stomach twists like it must be. Another shuffle of movement outside, and this time the door creaks wider.
Excuse me?
A man's voice startles me upright. I spin around. He's wearing scrubs and has a faded ID badge clipped to his collar. His gaze rakes over me, then over the binder in my hands.
You're not supposed to be in here.
I got lost. I clutch the binder like it's a library book I intend to check out. Didn't Nancy tell me to turn right? He eyes me for a long moment, and I offer an awkward smile. It seems to disarm him a little.
She probably said left, but she tends to mumble. Are you here for an interview?
Right.
Come on. They sent me to find you. You're hardly the first person to get turned around in here.
I replace the binder as neatly as I can, resisting the urge to grab a few pages on my way out. Another time, hopefully. The man walks fast, and I hustle to keep up. We don't speak again until we reach the waiting room, where an assistant with bright pink glasses and a scratched clipboard gives me a forced smile. Bill of St. John, right? Sorry for the wait. It's still early, but I don't mention that. She leads me into a cramped, windowless office with 2 chairs and an obviously fake plant in the corner. The woman who interviews me is polite but distracted. Her questions are surface level at best. Availability, previous work history, willingness to work overnight shifts. It's clear from the way she doesn't even make notes that she's already decided I'm not getting the job. When it ends, she gives me a tight smile and says, "We'll be in touch." I'm halfway out of the building when someone calls my name. I recognize Nancy's bored tone, even without the crackle of the ancient phone line.
Hey, Billa. Wait.
I shuffle over to her desk, working to match her energy. She lifts an envelope from behind the plexiglass and slides it through the opening.
They have an opening on night laundry. Just opened up. Starts tonight if you want it. Cash pay for the first week, then we'll add you to the system.
Laundry? I blink. Seriously?
You said you wanted to work nights. You want the job or not?
I nod slowly, taking the envelope. Yeah, I do. She eyes me, then shrugs.
Don't be late, and don't wander.
Too late. But I have a feeling she already knows that. 12. Kenzie. I tried to keep my brush steady, but the bristles drag strangely over the canvas. The paint isn't drying like it should. It's smearing at the edges, bleeding into places it doesn't belong. Just like my mysterious memories. The attic, filled with a scent of old cedar, is warm, sun-drenched, and quiet. A fresh breeze enters through the slightly cracked windows. I should feel calm and safe, but I don't. I thought a change of clothes might put me in a different mindset. After digging through a few old closets, an old-fashioned dress caught my eye. It's a gauzy sea glass green with tiny buttons up the front and delicate lace at the cuffs. Something a ghost would wear in a Victorian movie. Perhaps that's why it feels right. It's transparent, untouchable, and unheard, much like I was as a child. I was born too late in life for my parents, who were ready for the empty nest years. Maybe that's why they sent me to Radley. The name alone still coats my lungs in frost. I shake my head, trying to clear it, then pick at a loose thread on the tatted sleeve. My gaze lands on the painting. It's of a stage with mismatched seats and warped floorboards. A heavy velvet curtain hangs at the back, half-pinned, drooping like its best days were long ago. I didn't mean to paint this. It just came out of me. Maybe the dress really did inspire something deep within my unconscious. I study the image, looking for any hidden clues. Then I see it. A dark shape in the wings, just barely there. The more I stare, the more visible it becomes. Someone tall and thin, not moving, watching. I hear something, the sound emanating from deep inside, from the base of my skull. Children laughing, but not joyful laughter. The kind that happens right before someone gets pushed down the stairs. The kind that echoes in the dark and leaves you cold even after the sound fades. I drop the brush. It clatters onto the wooden floor and the laughter is gone, like it was waiting for the noise to vanish. My hands tremble, but I don't know if it's fear or memory or something else entirely. I press my palm flat against the center of my chest and force in a breath. Focus on the dress. Imagine the woman who wore it first. Anything to get the laughter from my mind. There's a knock at the attic door, but it's already opening. Billa steps inside without waiting, her boots leaving soft thuds on the old floorboards. Her ponytail is loose, curls escaping like they always do when she's been out too long and up to something. Her face is flushed, her eyes too bright. "You're not going to believe this." I blink, still half in the theater, half in the attic. Try me. I got the job. That pulls me fully into the present. You did? Did you get access? She smirks, but it fades quickly. Not exactly. They stuck me in laundry. Nights. She holds up a hand to stop my protest. But I snooped before the interview. My breath catches. What'd you find? A binder labeled restricted, with Regina's initials on the label. A wave of nausea washes over me, but I nod for her to go on. RB could mean anything. I saw references to a patient M, as in Mackenzie. The name itself was blacked out, but it mentioned dissociation episodes and something called therapeutic imaginary integration. Said outside observation wasn't allowed. Dr. R denied the request. Want to see the pictures? My knees nearly give out, and I stumble back onto the old velvet chair tucked into the corner. My pulse hammers behind my eyes. All of that? It tracks. She nods eagerly, oblivious to my unease. I managed to get photo evidence before I was caught, but you can check it out later. This is probably a lot. Maybe she's more perceptive than I gave her credit for, but that doesn't change the fact that the room is now spinning. Do you want some water? Billa looks around. They made me forget, I whisper. I don't know how or why, but they did. She crouches beside me. Her hand finds mine, grounds me. I think they did a lot more than that, she says quietly. But I'm in now, and I'm not stopping. And once we tell Riker about this, he'll be able to look around too. I nod again, but my gaze drifts back to the canvas. The dark shape in the wings is gone. The stage is empty. Did I imagine it before? No, that's not possible. I saw it. Should have gotten pictures like Billa did of the files. A car horn blares from outside, long and furious, the kind that makes your heart slam into your ribs. It's followed by tires squealing and panicked shouting. Billa and I bolt down 3 levels, the whole house vibrating with the thudding of our footsteps on the many stairs. Someone screams my name, though it doesn't sound real, like it's being filtered through water. We burst out the front door. Jack is in the street, red-faced and yelling at a car speeding away. An older sedan, dull gray, no plates I can see. It turns the corner and vanishes like it was never there. Carol's standing on the sidewalk, clutching Fenna against her chest like a shield. My baby is crying, screaming. I don't ask, I just grab her. My arms wrap around Fenna as I press her against me, feeling every heaving sob of her tiny body. My heart aches in a primal sort of way. They came right up on the curb. Carol's voice is too high, too thin. Tears well in her eyes, but her brows furrow like she's more angry than sad. We were walking back from the neighbors and the car just swerved toward us. It practically went up on the curb.
I think they were aiming.
Jack's usually temperate voice is practically a growl.
I swear if I had been 2 steps ahead.
My stomach sinks. I'm so glad you weren't. Carol clings to him.
We have to report them.
Billa holds up her phone. I'm checking the doorbell camera footage. Look. She waves the screen around, but I don't want to budge. I shift Fenna's weight with one arm and lean over Billa's shoulder. The footage is jumpy, but it captures a partial view of the car. Gray, no plates, tinted windows. And just as the horn blares, something blocks the image. A glint? A hand? I can't tell. Someone knew you'd be out there. Billa's mutter is low and grim. I nod. My fingers are trembling as I reach for my phone with my free hand. Graham picks up on the first ring.
Kenzie.
Someone tried to hit Carol and Jack with baby Fenna. He doesn't ask if I'm sure.
Stay right there.
The police arrive in under 5 minutes. Lights flashing, but sirens off. Jack gives a statement calmly, but he paces as he speaks. Carol hasn't said another word. She could be in shock. Graham arrives just after the others. He's not on the case, but of course he wants to be here for us. He wraps his arms around me, and we cling to each other and our precious baby. What if... No, I can't let myself finish that thought. Tears blur my vision, but I blink them away. She's here. She's safe. That's all that matters. That, and finding the lunatic. When it's my turn, Graham takes Fenna. She lights up immediately. He looks me over.
I like your dress.
My face flames. I'd forgotten I was wearing it. Oh, He presses his lips to my temple and nods for the officer to take my statement. Luckily, once I start talking, my insecurity over the Victorian dress diminishes somewhat. After I'm done, the officer says they'll look into the traffic cams at the nearest intersections and ask to see other neighbors' footage. Maybe they'll get a better angle somewhere else. Maybe not. Graham gives me a quick kiss and hands Fenna back to me.
I promise we'll find that car.
You can't promise that. I lean against him, wanting nothing more than to climb under the covers of our bed. He nods.
I'll do everything in my power. Thankfully, this is a slow day. This will be all hands on deck.
I give him a tired smile.
I'll keep you updated.
As the police cruisers pull away, Billa crosses her arms and stares back toward the tree line beyond the edge of the mansion. This is connected, she says. That car, my cottage, it's not a coincidence. I frown. There's more. Her eyes widen. Are you serious? Unfortunately, I rock my baby. The last 2 times I was out walking with Fenna, I felt someone watching us. And you didn't think to mention that. I never even saw anyone. But you knew what was going on at my place? She eyes me with accusation. That psychopath already has it out for me. Apparently, you're not the only Brannon she has her sights on. She folds her arms and looks around. Several neighbors have come out of their homes. I'm sure more are peeking through their windows. They'll all be talking before nightfall. Fenna's body finally relaxes against me, hiccuping against my collarbone. But I don't feel anything close to calm. Billa straightens her back and puts a steady hand on my shoulders. Let's get you inside. I just nod, still not ready to return to the house. The day has been far too eventful. Then I remember how ridiculous I look and rush inside. Ugh, we've already given our neighbors more than enough to gossip about for the rest of the week. However, that's the least of my worries. Billa settles me on a rocking recliner in the TV room. A comedy plays on the screen, but I can't focus. Fenna snuggles next to me, clinging to the fabric of my dress with her tiny fists. My sister runs her fingers through her hair. Do you want tea? I want some tea. Sure, thanks. Only at the mention of something to drink do I realize how dehydrated I am. Billa returns just after Fenna falls asleep, and we sip our chamomile tangerine tea in silence. Once we're done, she takes my empty cup. Are you going to be okay if I leave? I'd like to check the cottage and see if anything happened there. All of this with the car might have been a distraction, especially if I'm the actual target. Crazy Pants could have done something to my house while we were all focused on that. Crazy Pants? It's shorter than calling her my kidnapper every time I mention her. True. So, will you be all right if I go? My stomach sinks at the thought, but it makes too much sense. Why else would someone go to all of that effort if not to distract us from something else? I should go with you. No way. You stay here and take care of Fenna. I'm fine on my own. Against Crazy Pants? I exclaim. Fenna's sleeping. I'll have Carol keep an eye on her. Billa squares her shoulders and shakes her head vehemently. If it'll make you feel better, I'll get Riker to come with me. Not that I need a man to protect me. Obviously, but there's safety in numbers. She just nods, then leaves without a word. Hopefully we're wrong and none of this is connected. But our neighborhood, and our road in particular, doesn't get much traffic. Sometimes we get curious people checking out the first home in the area, but the person driving that old sedan clearly had no interest in history. They're interested in us. 13. Billa. The sun's setting when I make my way toward the woods. I tried leaving as soon as I put on a movie to distract Kenzie, but when I couldn't find Riker, I found Jack and Carol. They were both still rattled from the car, so I made them tea too, and we talked. Then I had to go to the bathroom. Now the sun is changing colors, and I am heading to the cottage alone. Graham would tell me to stay put. Jack would insist on coming with me, pacing like a bull the whole way. Kenzie would just look at me, that silent plea in her eyes, and maybe that would stop me. Maybe. Almost. After what happened today, I can't sit still. I can't sit around waiting for the next blow. I need to do something proactive. I take the short path to the cottage, which is half overgrown. It winds through trees that creak and groan with a life of their own. If only they could speak. The air is cooler under the canopy, sharp with the smell of damp earth and pine needles. Shadows crowd around like they're watching me, but it isn't them I'm worried about. I keep my flashlight low, sweeping the beam across the trail, then up into the branches, checking for movement above me. High and low, I find nothing, but that doesn't mean no one's there. The cottage appears between the trees like it sprouted from the earth in that very spot, a haphazard little building that has housed an unknown number of people over the decades. My little refuge. Or it used to be, before things started going sideways. I circle the outside first, staying off the path, staying in the brush where it's harder to be seen. The windows are dark, no signs of forced entry, no footprints I can make out. Still, I feel a disturbance in the air. I move toward the porch, the boards groaning under my boots. My hand grazes the long, faded wooden sign hanging crookedly beside the door, and that's when I see it. A slip of paper jammed tight into the space behind the sign's hinge, obviously not belonging there. I pull it out, my heart beating so hard it almost drowns out the forest sounds. It's a note, written in cramped, slanted handwriting. No signature, no explanation. Stay away from the old theater if you want to keep breathing. Old theater? Like in Kenzie's painting. My blood runs cold. For a long moment, the only sound is the dry rustle of the paper in my hands. Then the woods seem to come alive again. Distant leaves shifting, an owl hooting, low insects humming. Normal noises. But now they scrape across my skin like razors. I stuff the note into a pocket and scan the woods again, every instinct screaming I'm not alone. No more wondering, no more doubts. Radley isn't just hiding what happened to Kenzie. They're still watching her, still trying to control her life. And now they're not even trying to be subtle about it. But how does this fit in with Crazy Pants? Does she have something to do with Kenzie's time in the institution? The demand for money could be a cover, or someone really needs it and knows they have something to hold over my sister. The possibilities seem endless. I grip the flashlight tighter and back away from the cottage, keeping low, making slight movements. There isn't any point going inside the cottage tonight. I don't need to. I found what I came for. Now I need to decide what to do with the information. I'm going to have to leave for my new job soon, and I don't have time for a deep conversation. But now it seems like whatever is going on might have to do with Kenzie. I can't keep that from her. I make it back to the mansion faster than I left it, my stomach churning acid the whole way. The woods feel tighter around me now, like they're closing in, but I don't stop. Every crunch of a twig seems louder than it should, every shifting shadow too deliberate. By the time I burst from the trees, the house's lights look like a beacon, a lifeline pulling me back from something I can't quite see yet, but feel breathing down my neck. At the front door, I don't even bother wiping my boots. I shove it open and find Kenzie in the kitchen, now in normal clothes, bouncing Fenna in her arms, while Graham talks low and serious into his phone as he stirs something in a pot. He's probably coordinating with the department about the incident earlier. Jack is pacing again, and Carol has her arms wrapped tightly around herself at the table. Kenzie looks up first. Her eyes widen when she sees me. "Where were you?" "You didn't go to the cottage alone, did you?" Her voice is low, but sharp. "I needed to check it out, and as you can see, I'm fine." I glance quickly at Graham. He's still talking, but he's watching me now too, brows knitting together. I cross the room, pull the notes from my pocket, and pass them to Kenzie with an urgent look. Her arms tighten instinctively around Fenna as she skims the words. Blood drains from her face. Graham ends his call abruptly and steps closer. "What's that?" Kenzie tries to hand the notes off, but her hands are shaking so badly, Graham has to pluck the papers from her fingers. He reads them over, staring. His mouth presses into a hard, grim line. I take a deep breath. They're trying to scare us into backing off. Graham starts to say something, but Kenzie cuts him off. "It has to be connected to Radley. You and Riker are working there now?" Her voice trails off for a moment. "And I'm trying to figure out what my memories of the theater mean." "But no one can know that." Graham runs a hand through his hair, looking like he wants to punch a hole in the wall. "This just became a hell of a lot more serious. And you should have waited for backup, Billa." I shrug, feeling my old familiar stubbornness rise. Didn't have time to wait. Besides, it's not like they left a return address. "You need to let the department handle this." His glare could melt steel, but Kenzie steps between us. "What do we do now?" Her voice is barely above a whisper. "We lock this place down," Graham says immediately. "Nobody goes anywhere alone. Tomorrow, I'll pull every favor I have left to get some unmarked patrols through the area." Tomorrow? I don't have until tomorrow. My new job at Radley starts in less than an hour. Night laundry shift. Perfect for snooping. And perfect for walking right into whatever trap they think they're setting. I grab the note and tuck it back into my jacket pocket. I have to get going. Graham turns to me sharply. "Didn't you hear what I said?" But Kenzie already knows. She catches my eye, understanding flickering there, even though I can see it's killing her. "You're going to Radley tonight," she says, voice flat. "To work."
Right. If they're scared enough to come after us, they're scared enough to make a mistake. I'm going to find out what it is. Maybe I'll even find the theater. Graham sucks in a breath. He opens his mouth, likely to bark orders, make demands. I stop him before he can start. I have to do this. We can't sit back and wait for them to make the next move. Kenzie bites her lip hard enough to leave a mark, but she steps forward and wraps her free arm around me in a fierce hug. Fenna whimpers between us, a tiny, confused sound. Be careful. I hug her back just as tightly. I always am. Before I can change my mind, I break free of her embrace, grab my keys from the bowl near the door, then head back out into the night. The woods are watching, Radley is waiting, and somehow, tonight is going to change everything. 14. Ember. I can still hear them arguing as I hurry toward one of the side doors. Their voices fade until everything is silent. Once I get there, I slip out, then ease the door shut behind me. No one noticed me sneaking away. They never notice me when things are tense, and lately, things are always tense. I sprint across the side yard, heart hammering, my backpack slapping against my shoulders. Billa has parked her car under the oak tree, as usual. Dark, quiet, perfect. She thinks she's going to Radley alone tonight. Not if I can help it. After popping the trunk like I've done a million times before to snag sodas or hide birthday gifts, I climb inside. It's cramped and smells like oil and old leaves, but I don't care. I press myself flat, pulling the emergency cord just slightly so the trunk doesn't latch completely. My plan is simple. Ride along, sneak out once she's inside, then find the theater. Shouldn't be that hard. I can get back to her car before her shift ends with no problem. Probably too much time and I'll get bored. But that's what phones are for. The front door of the mansion bangs. Billa. She's leaving, and her temper is up. I hope she doesn't catch me. I hold my breath as she throws open the driver's door, slams it shut, then starts the engine. The car rocks a little, and I squeeze my eyes shut. If she chucks the trunk. She doesn't. Billa backs out of the driveway fast and furious, tires spitting gravel, and I hang on for dear life. The ride isn't too long, and soon she parks, then exits the car. I peek through the tiny crack available to me. She's chosen a spot off to the side near a few other beat-up cars huddled under a flickering light. After her footsteps fade, I push open the trunk, then tumble onto the ground. Crouching low, my breath quickens. I scan the lot, see no one. Radley looks even worse up close than I imagined, at least from this angle. The woods loom behind the building. That's where the theater is, or should be, if it's still there. But given what I can see, the people here aren't big on either fixing things up or tearing them down. I adjust my backpack, then slink along the edge of the parking lot, staying in the shadows. About halfway across the back lawn, I almost run straight into Billa. Before she can see me, I throw myself behind a twisted bush and hold my breath. Phone in hand, she looks up from her screen and looks around like she's suspicious already. Please don't see me, please don't see me. After a moment, her attention returns to her phone. She continues to work on it for what feels like days, but is likely only a few minutes, all the while muttering under her breath. Finally, she heads toward the entrance marked laundry in faded paint. I wait until the door slams behind her before looking around. Still nothing, but I hesitate. It almost feels like there's too much nothing, which would indicate something, right? I'm letting everyone else's fears paralyze me. No time for that. I shake my head, then dart across the grass. Even though the woods are supposed to be cleared back here, they're thick and overgrown. I push branches out of my way, trip over roots and rocks, get scratched from this thorn and that bramble. There's no clear path. But up ahead, the trees thin out, and I swear I see something in the distance. Is it real? Or are my eyes playing tricks on me? I stumble toward it, so focused on the distance that I almost miss what's right in front of me and narrowly avoid smacking into a man. He, on the other hand, is aware of his surroundings and stares at me with a confused frown. "What are you doing out here?"
he demands. He's tall and wearing gray scrubs, an orderly maybe. Just my luck.
Where's your escort?
For half a second, I freeze. Then I realize he thinks I'm a patient, so I let my eyes go wide and fluttery. I got turned around. I hug my arms to my chest like I'm cold. Please don't tell Dr. Halliard. It won't happen again. A name Riker mentioned slips out almost without thought. The man's frown deepens.
You're not supposed to be unsupervised.
I know, I whisper. I'm sorry. Please don't tell him. I don't want to get locked down again. That last part must strike a nerve, because the guy softens. He sighs, pinches the bridge of his nose, then jerks a thumb over his shoulder.
Back inside, now, before someone else sees you.
I nod fast, stumbling a few steps like I'm trying to find my way. As soon as he turns his back, I bolt the opposite direction, deeper into the woods. It's darker here. The trees twist like broken fingers, and the ground itself feels wrong. It's soft and spongy under my sneakers, like it's breathing. A low branch catches me across the cheek, stinging hard enough to make my eyes water. I swipe at the pain and carry on. There's something ahead, something huge and looming. It looks like it could be a theater. It's real, and I've found it. I creep closer, not letting myself believe I've actually found it. Kenzie will be thrilled, and she'll know how much effort I went to for her. The paint is peeling, and the doors hang off their hinges. It looks long abandoned and forgotten. It reminds me of the mansion when Kenzie and I first moved in. The thought makes my skin crawl. As I get closer, an icy wind kicks up, rattling the trees like laughter. Children's laughter. My stomach knots. I should go, run back to Billa, but I can't, not until I know. I didn't come all this way just to turn around before actually getting answers. Kenzie's been running from this place since she was a kid. If I can help her, I'm going to do whatever I can. I tighten my grip on my backpack strap and take a step toward the yawning black mouth of the theater. Goosebumps prickle on my arms, and my breath hitches as I take slow, measured steps toward the door. The wood beneath me creaks under my weight. Instinctively, I jump back. Embarrassingly, I let out a yelp. I take a few deep breaths and tell myself to pull my crap together. That's when I remember the stuff I put in my backpack. I pull out a sturdy pocket knife Dad gave me for Christmas and a small flashlight that will be a lot easier to hold than my phone. Now I can see and defend myself. They both fit into one hand, leaving my other hand free for... whatever. I slow down as I reach the heavy side door, my free hand hovering just above the rusted handle. The metal is cold, even through my sleeve. For a moment, I just stand there, my pulse pounding so hard it feels like it shakes the floor under me. It's just a door, just an old building, but I can't shake the feeling that the second I move, something terrible will happen. Hesitating, I glance back once over my shoulder. The woods are quiet, deathly still. Long, crooked shadows reach out, stretch closer. I turn back to the task at hand. Slowly, I turn the handle. The scrape of old, stiff hinges vibrates my palm. The door sticks at first, resisting my efforts. I put my shoulder into it, gritting my teeth until finally it gives way with a harsh, echoing screech. The darkness inside breathes out at me, thick, stale, and bitter. It closes around me like a heavy curtain. Swallowing hard, I step over the threshold. The door swings shut behind me with a thud. The air reeks of mildew and dust and metal, something that burns the back of my throat. I blink hard, shining my light into the dark. While the little flashlight is easy to grip, it doesn't illuminate much, just enough to make everything appear creepier than it would in plain darkness. The place is enormous. Rows and rows of seats slope down toward a battered stage where moldered curtains hang in shreds. Pieces of broken props litter the floor, a cracked mask, the leg of a wooden horse, a fallen spotlight. Slowly, carefully, I make my way further inside. Cobwebs tickle my skin, and dust threatens to choke me. The distant rattle of branches outside again makes me think I hear taunting laughter. Except I don't. I bite my lip to keep from crying out. There's no need to carry on like a scared kid, especially when I'm going to be a graduated adult soon enough. A shiver crawls up my spine, raising the hair on the back of my neck. I tell myself it's the temperature. It is colder in here, and not just because it's abandoned. The chill is because it feels like something's watching me. But that, of course, is only my imagination. Clearly, nobody's been in here in my lifetime. Halfway down the aisle, something catches around my ankle. I stumble with a choked gasp, barely keeping my balance. For a heartbeat, I swear it's a small, icy hand wrapping tight around my foot. My heart jerks into my throat. I yank my foot free, then spin around, heart slamming in my chest. I expect to see... what, a child? A ghost? When I point my flashlight down, I see it's just an old velvet rope, the kind probably used to divide the aisles. Frayed at the ends, twisted around my ankle like a hand. I laugh under my breath and kick it off. I need to get a grip and take a deep breath. Still, I can't shake the feeling I'm not alone. Time to focus. If I get too distracted, Billa will finish her shift before I can get back to the car. I sweep the beam of my flashlight over the wreckage, moving slowly as the soles of my sneakers stick on the grimy carpet. Every step makes the floorboards moan. In the center aisle, about halfway down, there's a little table tipped onto its side, like people left in a hurry and it toppled in their wake. My breath hitches. I grit my teeth, listening. Somewhere deeper inside, something creaks eerily from the rafters. The sound sets off all kinds of internal warning bells urging me to run. I carry on. Ahead, weak light filters down through a few cracked windows near the roof, just enough to illuminate rows of torn seats slumping like broken teeth, a fallen spotlight with shattered glass glinting like ice, and old ropes dangling from the ceiling like veins. The silence seems thick enough to suffocate me. In the far distance, maybe backstage or maybe up in the lofts, a door bangs open and closed again, like the building itself is breathing. I swallow down the urge to turn around and run, because I came here for a reason. Somehow I know whatever I need to find for Kenzie is hiding in here. I tighten my grip on my flashlight and start down the center aisle, feeling every shadow press closer with each step. Curious, I make my way over to the table, then crouch beside it. Underneath, half buried in dust, something glints. I reach for it, free it from its resting place, blow loose surface dirt from its surface. It's a photograph with curled edges, stiff with age and slightly damp. I brush it off carefully with my sleeve, then hold it up to the quickly paling glow of my flashlight. It's a picture of a little girl. She's maybe 6 or 7 years old, wearing a dress and shiny black shoes. Her hair's pulled back with a bow, and she's smiling, but it's not a happy smile. It's the forced smile of someone who's scared and trying to hide it. My heart lurches. She looks just like the pictures I've seen of Kenzie. I run my thumb lightly over the photo, leaving a clean streak through the grime. On the bottom, someone has scrawled letters in faded ink. K.B. Kenzie Brannon. My stomach twists so hard, it hurts. A crash echoes from deeper inside the theater, making me nearly drop the photo. I whirl around, all of my senses on fire. Can my feeling of not being alone be more than my overactive imagination? Footsteps sound, louder, closer. I shove the photo into my pocket, then bolt for the side exit, not daring to look back. I force all of my weight against the door, and luckily it opens easier than the other one. The fresh night air fills my lungs, and I sprint into the trees. Branches slap against me as I tear through the woods, my breath ragged in my chest. Behind me, I swear I hear laughter again, closer this time, soft and sharp, like the slicing edge of a knife. The last thing I see before I dive behind a tree to hide is a tall figure standing at the edge of the woods, not moving, just watching. There's no hiding from such watchful eyes, so I burst into a run. 15. Billa. I keep my head down as I wheel the heavy canvas cart down the hall. The night shift is silent. It isn't like I expected it to be bustling and crazy, but this is more like death than the slumber of patience. The sort of quiet where every drip of a leaky pipe or buzz of a flickering light feels like a scream. The cart's wheels shriek against the linoleum like a wounded animal. I wince, but don't slow. The sound is too loud in the hollow belly of Radley, where even the air feels stale with swallowed secrets. Laundry duty isn't glamorous, but it's giving me exactly what I wanted: privacy and access. Security locks most administrative offices and patient wings after hours, but the older section of the property, where I think the theater was, supposedly holds extra linens and cleaning supplies, and no one pays attention to the laundry girl. The hallway stretches ahead, a tunnel of flickering fluorescents that cast more shadows than light. One bulb sputters above me, its a rhythmic pulse throwing my silhouette against the wall, long, then short, like desperate anticipatory breaths. The pipes groan behind the plaster, and for a second I swear I hear a whisper threading through the sound. I round a corner, forcing myself to move casually past a cluster of security cameras. I mapped them earlier during my brief orientation. Most of them are ancient, with blurry footage that Riker said nobody watches in real time. They are cobwebbed domes with lenses fogged by time. The prickle between my shoulder blades won't ease. A terrible thought slithers through me. It feels like someone is watching, and not security. Someone, something, worse. I can't shake the sensation. When I reach the service elevator, I jab the button. Wait. Jab it again. The metal doors creak open after a long, groaning delay. I'm much too impatient to deal with such a nuisance. But what other choice do I have? I shove the cart inside. The metal walls are scarred with scratches, but not from tools. From nails. From years of desperate, futile clutching at freedom, clawing at escape. I trace one with my fingertip, cold creeping up my spine. Focus. I need to stay on track. I take stock of the night's plan again. First, make the laundry drop near the old wing. Second, slip away to see if I can find any records hidden in the abandoned sections. If the Radley institution buried the truth about Kenzie, the answers will not be in any official file. They're going to be in the places no one talks about. Places nobody wants to go. The descent is slow, the cables whining their displeasure. The cart shifts beside me, the linens inside suddenly reeking of antiseptic and something darker. Coppery. Blood? No, just my nerves twisting the scents. I swallow hard. When the doors wrench open, the hallway beyond is a desecrated corpse, with peeling paint and water-stained ceiling tiles sagging like rotten skin. The air is thick with the sweet rot stench of mildew. Underneath it, subtle, insidious, the tang of old medicine. Formaldehyde. I hold my breath for a moment, pick up my pace. My boots stick slightly to the floor with every hurried step. At least it's empty. I maneuver the cart through a maze of back corridors, half-abandoned wings, and cracked tile. The deeper I go, the more the building seems to slouch around me, like it's collapsing into itself. A glance at my watch tells me there's maybe an hour before someone does rounds, if anyone even bothers at this end of the building. I doubt they do, but I can't take any chances, so I abandon the cart near a stack of mildewed boxes labeled Archives, 1992 through 1995 in faded ink. That's definitely before Kenzie's time here. Besides, her files are likely locked up tight. I pull a set of stolen keys from my apron's pocket. Not everything, it turns out, gets secured properly around here. After a bit of wandering, I slip through a narrow side door into a darker passage that smells of wet stone and something sweeter. almost like the rot of leaves around my cottage in the fall. Somewhere far behind me, a door slams. I freeze, my breath locking in my lungs. Footsteps. Without thinking, I press myself against the nearest wall. But the person isn't coming toward me. They're moving away, heavy and slow. It sounds like they're pushing a cart, not unlike the one I just abandoned. Probably just a janitor. Probably. I ease forward again, eyes wide and hunting for anything. A file cabinet, a forgotten storage room, even graffiti on the walls that could give me a clue. The keys in my apron pocket bite into my palm as I fist them. One fits a door marked supplies, but the lock is gritty under my fingers. The hinges scream when I push inside. Darkness, except for a sliver of moonlight through a dirty window. It cuts across rows of filing cabinets, their drawers spilling brittle papers. My breath comes too fast. This isn't just storage. This is a graveyard of records. Could this be what I'm looking for? I lunge for the nearest drawer, fingers trembling as I wrench it open. Dust billows up, choking. The files inside are yellowed, some water-warped, names blurred to ghosts. A sound slices through the silence. Click. The door. I whirl around. The door is shut, but I left it open. I'm sure of it. No, I did. Definitely. My throat tightens. I'm not locked inside, am I? If someone knows what I'm up to, they might go to any effort to keep me from finding the answers to Kenzie's childhood trauma, or at least the pieces from this place. Scrape. Something dragging against the floor outside. Slow, deliberate. I back into the shadows, pressing against the cabinets. The moonlight catches the edge of something under the door. A distortion in the dust. A footprint. Someone's out there. Rattle. The doorknob. My knees turn to rubber. The doorknob rattles again, harder this time. My chest tightens, and I struggle to breathe. There's nowhere to hide. No second door, no large furniture. Nothing but dust and rows of battered filing cabinets piled against each other in a way I can't use to my advantage. I back into the farthest corner, fists clenched, pulse drumming in my ears so loudly, I'm sure whoever's outside can hear it. The air feels thinner by the second, each inhale and exhale scraping my throat. The knob twists once more, then jerks sharply. The door creaks inward. A shadowy figure fills the frame. I tense, ready to fight or flee, my mind flashing through 100 worst-case scenarios.
Billa?
A deep male voice hisses. I nearly collapse. I'm going to be fired for sure.
Is that you?
The voice registers as familiar. Riker. I stagger forward. Relief floods me, dizzy and overwhelming. You scared me half to death. He ducks inside, glancing over his shoulder like he expects someone to be right behind him.
Sorry,
he mutters, scrubbing a hand over his face. His forehead shines with sweat, his eyes wide with something close to panic.
No time to explain. Someone tripped the exterior alarm out by the woods, near where the old theater is said to be.
My stomach drops. Was it me? I whisper. I hadn't gotten anywhere near the woods tonight, but it's anyone's guess how touchy the perimeter system is. Riker shakes his head.
No, I thought it might have been you at first, but...
He hesitates, grimacing.
Now I'm thinking it might be Kenzie.
My blood turns to ice. Kenzie? What on earth would she be doing out there?
Looking for the theater,
Riker says urgently.
She was watching from across the street before, but if someone else caught her...
He doesn't finish the thought. He doesn't have to. I'm already pushing past him, heart thundering, mind spinning. Kenzie, out there, alone, maybe caught, or hurt. Riker curses under his breath and hurries after me, his footsteps echoing off the cracked linoleum. We tear down the abandoned corridor together, the reek of panic thicker than the odor of mildew. Down shadowy hallways we sprint, the building groaning around us like it's alive.
At the service exit, Riker grabs my arm, forcing me to a stop.
We should split up,
he pants, glancing toward the woods.
Cover more ground. If she's hurt or hiding, we'll find her faster.
I hesitate, every nerve screaming against it. But logic wins. Reluctantly, I nod.
I'll circle toward the trailhead,
Riker says.
You check the maintenance sheds first, then head for the trees. If we don't run into each other, we'll plan to meet at the theater.
Got it. Assuming I can find the old building. We break apart without another word. I barely make it halfway across the cracked courtyard when a voice barks behind me, sharp as a slap.
Hey! Stop!
I skid to a stop and turn around, forcing my face into a blank, casual mask. A tall woman in scrubs strides toward me, a clipboard tucked under one arm. Her graying hair is slicked into a tight bun, and her badge glints under the floodlights. Between blinding white reflections, I can make out her name. C. Simmons, HR Supervisor.
I don't have a badge for you yet,
she says briskly.
Come with me. We'll get you processed real quick.
Relief floods me that I'm not in trouble. But then irritation spikes. I have to find Kenzie, now! I school my features into something I hope looks apologetic. Actually, I'm supposed to finish a run to the laundry cart first. I keep my tone as light as possible.
All I need is your driver's license.
Is that all? My voice comes out a little too high. I feel my pockets. No wallet. My heart sinks. I left it in my car. I'll have to grab it first. She narrows her eyes slightly, but after a second she waves a hand, already impatient.
Fine, but make it quick. New hires can't wander without proper identification.
Of course. I smile sweetly, backing away. Once I'm out of her line of sight, I bolt for the staff parking lot. Sweating, hands trembling, I fumble the keys. My car sits under the farthest streetlight. Right away, I notice something's amiss. The trunk. It's cracked open, just an inch, just enough to whisper wrong in the back of my brain. I break into a jog, my pulse hammering in my ears. At the trunk, I pause, heart in my throat, then lift it carefully. Inside, my items are shoved aside, and tucked near the spare tire well is something that doesn't belong. A crumpled fast food wrapper, a half-empty water bottle, and a well-worn, familiar hoodie. Embers. She wore it at dinner tonight. My mouth goes dry. She was here. She is here. I slam the trunk, shutting it tightly, then frantically scan the woods beyond the lot. Somewhere out there, Ember is on her own. It has to have been her that tripped the alarm. Now it's a race against time to find her before the night staff does. Or before my kidnapper does. Desperation rips through me at that thought. That psycho is involved in all of this, and now my niece is in the middle of it. Everything just moved from bad to worse. 16. Kenzie. The heavy velvet curtains ripple in a wind I can't feel. I'm standing backstage, the theater cavernous around me, lit only by the pale glow of 1,000 phantom footlights. Somewhere beyond the curtain, a child giggles high and sharp. My hands are icy. I glance down and realize they're smeared with something dark. Blood? Terror runs through me. No, it's only paint. Cold paint. The giggling rises into a cackle, echoing off crumbling plaster. I shove through the curtain, breaking into a cold sweat. Center stage, a familiar figure lies sprawled in a pool of blackness. I try to scream, but nothing comes out. The spotlight overhead flickers, buzzes, pops. Then everything goes dark. I jolt awake with a gasp. A paintbrush slips from my hand, clatters to the attic floor. I'm in the attic. How did I get here? I'm wearing the dress again. The easel stands before me, holding a new painting. My breath catches. It's the theater again. Exactly the same broken, hollow stage from my dream. Similar to my first painting,
but from a different angle. But that isn't the only difference. Now there's a figure sprawled across it, painted in harsh strokes of red and black. A dead body. I lurch to my feet, and that's when I see her. Fenna. She's curled on a quilt in the corner, her tiny fists pressed to her cheeks in sleep. My mouth falls open, and for a moment I stare, frozen. How did she get here? Me, that's understandable, given my sleepwalking. But my baby? Panic claws up my chest. I don't remember picking her up or climbing the stairs. Nothing after rocking her to sleep. I must have dozed off with her. But that doesn't explain how we ended up here, why I'm in this dress again, what I managed to paint without awareness. Beads of sweat break out across my skin. What if I dropped her? What if I'd hurt her without even knowing? Tears sting my eyes as I rush to scoop her up, trembling, cradling her little body against mine. I'm so sorry, baby. I whisper into her soft hair, rocking her even though she's still deep in slumber. I'm so sorry. I cling to her, terror ripping at my throat. If I can move through the house without knowing it, with her in my arms, what else am I capable of? A quiet pounding yanks me out of my spiraling thoughts, and I freeze. What was that? It comes again, persistent and deliberate bangs. The front door. Fenna stirs in my arms with a soft cry, and I whisper soothing nonsense as I rush down all the stairs. When I finally reach the bottom, I fumble the deadbolt with shaking hands, then pull open the door. Luke stands there, breathless, his hair wild and his eyes even more frantic. What's wrong?
Is Ember here? He blurts out. She's not answering her texts or my calls. Her location's turned off.
She turned off her location? My voice is so shrill I nearly don't recognize it.
She was supposed to call me after eating dinner, but she never did. I figured you guys must have gotten busy with something, but then I tried calling your number and Graham's. Even those went to voicemail. What's going on?
Graham didn't answer either. I try to figure out why he wouldn't pick up, but considering I've lost at least the last hour, what do I know? Did he have a training tonight? I can't remember anything about his schedule. Luke shakes his head.
Can I check her room?
The blood drains from my face. Where would she have gone? His eyes flick past me, scanning the foyer.
I think she snuck off to Radley.
Radley? I exclaim. Fenna jolts in my arms and lets out a cry. I apologize to her and rock her before turning back to Luke. What makes you think she went there? He doesn't meet my gaze.
I just think that's where she went. Can I go look, please? There isn't time to waste.
My stomach twists. Go. Luke pushes past me, calling Ember's name as he starts toward the stairs, checking each room in quick succession. I don't stop him. I can't seem to move. The easel, the dress, the painting, Fenna on the floor, now this? It's too much. Graham appears at the top of the spiral staircase, his hair sticking out wildly. He must have been sleeping.
What's going on?
Luke comes from the direction of Ember's room and stops when he sees Graham.
Where's Ember?
Graham demands. A beat passes.
She's not here, and she's not answering her phone.
They both hurry down the stairs, talking over each other. Frustration and fear war in their expressions. I motion for Graham to stop, then for Luke to speak.
Ember's obsessed with Radley, he says quickly. I know she went there. She was asking weird questions earlier about its theater.
Radley. The theater. My dream.
You're sure?
Graham says.
Yes. There's no other reason for her to ignore my calls. Maybe she doesn't want to talk to you. She might want space. Then where is she?
He squares his shoulders.
I'd have gone straight there, but I wanted to make sure she wasn't here.
Fenna squirms in my arms. I run past them over to Jack and Carol's apartment. Carol glances over at me with a half-folded blanket in her hands and confusion etched across her face. I don't see Jack. I thrust Fenna into her arms. I have to find Ember. What's going on? She asks, bouncing the baby. Ember's missing, I say, breathless. Graham and I have to go to Radley. I don't wait for her reply. I bolt down the hall, adrenaline coursing through me, panic finally giving me direction. When I return to the foyer, Luke and Graham are still talking in frantic tones. I can't tell if they're bickering, and frankly, I don't care. We just need to find Ember. I can't believe she went to Radley, of all places. She knows how dangerous it is there. Or at least how dangerous it used to be. It could be run like a legitimate facility now, for all I know. But given how determined Dr. Radley is to keep my own files from me, it's hard to believe things have changed much. They still have plenty to hide. 17. Ember. The branches whip against my arms and face as I run, each step sinking into soft dirt, sucking at my shoes. It's like the property itself is trying to keep me here. Behind me, heavy footsteps crash through the underbrush, closer than they were a minute ago. I don't dare look back. My lungs burn, my legs are screaming, and I can't tell how far I've veered from the theater or from where I came in. All I know is someone saw me. At first, I thought he was just a groundskeeper, maybe one of the staff, but the way his face changed when our gazes met, that's when I knew. He wasn't surprised to see someone. He was surprised it was me. I can't figure out why, since I've never seen him before. A thick root catches my boot and I fly through the air. My shoulder crashes into the base of a tree, then pain shoots down my side. As I scramble to my feet, gasping for breath, I notice the quiet. It's too quiet. No animal sounds, no leaves rustling, and the footsteps have stopped. I spin around, struggling to focus. Silence envelops me. Opening my eyes wide, I study my surroundings. Just trees and fog and the dark outline of the crumbling theater behind me. In a way, that's worse than hearing my pursuer. At least when he was crashing through the brush, I knew where he was. Now, he could be inches from me, waiting to grab me, planning to hurt me. I take one cautious step backward, swallowing hard. A chill wind parts the mist, and he appears in front of me. Taller than I thought, with long arms and a twisted smile. He's less than 10 feet away and advancing.
Well, well.
His voice is like sandpaper.
You really shouldn't be out here.
I don't answer. I turn and bolt, my shoulder aching with each jarring step. At least my legs aren't injured. He's faster this time. Fingers brush my tender flesh, spurring me on. Then he grabs my backpack strap. The force yanks me backward. I crash against him, elbow flying. It connects with his midsection. The man grunts. His grip loosens just enough for me to twist away. I slip free of my bag, spin, then jam my knee as hard as I can into the spot Riker once taught me to aim for. He yells, louder this time, and folds over. I grab my bag, then I'm gone before he can recover, racing toward the tree line until I see a building in the distance. I've never been so happy to see a mental facility in my life. My feet slide as I dash toward it, and my balance suffers the entire way, but I don't stop until I'm under the canopy, scraping my palms as I scramble between trunks with rough bark and brush with thorns. I can't let that slow me down. Just have to keep moving. My breath saws in and out as I stumble toward what I think is the fence. The foliage thins a little and relief blooms as I near the edge of the structure. With each step, it rises taller, like a jagged memory. I stop. My jaw drops. No. How? I've been here before. The warped marquee, the crumbling brick, the gaping black mouth of the theater entrance. I'm back where I started. How is this possible? I circle slowly, knees buckling beneath me. I haven't made it out at all. Somehow I've just gone in a giant circle. Defeat crashes over me like a wave. I drop to a patch of moss-covered stone and press my forehead to my knees. My chest tightens, not just from the running, but from the realization that I'm really alone out here. No phone, no backup. No one even knows I came. A broken sob escapes before I force myself upright. I refuse to give up. One wrong turn won't defeat me. I'll find an alternative path, get out, and track down Billa. This is just a minor setback. I've survived worse. This place doesn't win. I brush the dirt from my jeans, suck in a shaky breath, then head around the theater's side, away from the path I took before. The trees look thicker in this direction, but they'll provide me more cover. I don't make it 20 steps before someone steps out from a trunk ahead. My stomach plummets. But wait. It's a woman. She's wearing a long coat and is standing perfectly still beneath the trees. Maybe a staff member? A groundskeeper? Hard to see much to make a judgment. In any event, she's not that creep from earlier. Relief washes through me. "Hey!" I call out, waving. "Can you help me? I got turned around." She doesn't move, and for a moment I wonder if I'm imagining her the way people in the desert imagine water. Or maybe she's a ghost. I don't want to think about how many people have died at the institution over the years. Given somewhere on the grounds is a crazed lunatic who's trying to kill me, I have to take my chances with this lady. I gulp before hurrying over. When I reach her, she smiles, but it's not the kind of smile that makes you feel safe. It's slow, measured, wrong. Her eyes track me carefully. Too carefully. "You must be Ember," she says. I freeze. "How do you know?" "Oh, you're just as bold as she is," the woman murmurs. "But easier to catch, I think." The chill that races through me has nothing to do with the late-night air. I take one step back. "I think you're confusing me with someone else." "No, dear." She tilts her head, watching me like a bird watches a worm. A chill runs through me. I take off. Branches slap at my arms, my legs, but I don't slow. I don't even look back. I just plow ahead as fast as I can. She keeps pace behind me, her steps steady and certain, like she knows the forest better than I ever could and doesn't question her ability to stop me. Like she knows exactly where I'm going and everything that will happen after. My lungs burn, my legs scream, every root rises to trip me, every shadow stretches wide to swallow me whole. Still, I run. Branches claw at my hair. She's no longer behind me, but I feel her closing in, calm and patient, like she knows I'll tire first. Did she see me fighting that man? Are they working together? A branch snaps ahead. I skid to a stop, my mouth dry. Am I surrounded? No, it's just a deer. It bolts past me in a blur, gone before I can even catch my breath again. Then I hear her, behind me, calling softly, like we're playing some kind of game. "Don't wear yourself out, Ember. There's nowhere to go." Panic shoots through me. I stagger sideways into the underbrush, pushing through thick branches, trying to go anywhere she can't follow. But I hit a wall of dead brambles and go down hard. My hands catch my fall, and pain flares through one of them. My already sore shoulder stings. A thorn slices deep into my palm. I bite back a cry, scramble to my feet, but I'm too slow. She's there, close enough to touch. Blindly, I lunge, grab a thick stick from the forest floor with my good hand, swing with everything I have. It cracks against her arm. She grunts and steps back, swearing. I spin to run again. Her hand snatches the back of my shirt and she yanks me off my feet. "Let go of me!" Her grip tightens like iron around my wrist. "Screaming out here is pointless. There's no one here to listen." I only scream louder, kicking and twisting and praying to get free. A familiar voice cuts through the woods like a blade. She freezes. I gasp. "Billa?" Then more confidently I yell, "Billa!" She steps out from behind a cluster of trees, eyes wide and locked on mine, but her voice stays steady. Let her go. The woman's grip tightens even more. "You shouldn't be here." "Yet I am here." Billa steps closer. "And I'm not leaving without her." The woman sneers. "Then you'll leave in pieces." She shoves me hard, sending me sprawling into the dirt, and lunges for Billa.
They collide. Billa ducks the first swing, then rams her shoulder into the woman's chest, knocking her back a step. But the woman is too fast. She slashes out, something metal glinting in her fist. A knife? Billa leaps out of the way just in time. The blade grazes her apron, catching fabric, not skin. Run, Ember! I can't. My legs are frozen in place. The woman lunges again, aiming low. Billa grabs her wrist, twists, and the weapon clatters to the ground. They grapple, elbows, fists, feet. The woman fights like someone who enjoys it. Billa fights like someone with everything to lose. She takes a punch to the ribs, but slams her knee into the woman's gut, sending her staggering backward. Before Billa can follow up, the woman rakes her nails across Billa's neck, drawing blood. Billa curses and stumbles, blinking hard. The woman snatches the knife from the ground, but instead of attacking, she turns and vanishes into the woods, swallowed by the dark. Silence grows in the wake of her retreat. I lurch to my feet, run to Billa. She's wiping blood from her cheek, breathing hard, but ignores her recovery to check me over. My arms, my face, my hands. Aside from scratches and soreness, I'm fine. Even my shoulder isn't that bad. But she's probably in worse shape than me. Are you okay? Fine. You? She's still analyzing me, head to toe. Same. Who was she? Tremors rack my body, also head to toe. Billa's expression hardens. I know exactly who she is. Who? Your kidnapper? She grabs my hand gently. Let's get out of these woods. We'll find Riker, then I'll explain everything. We hurry through the trees side by side. But I know even if we make it out safe, this is far from over. 18. Billa. I grip Ember's hand tighter as we push through the trees, trying to keep my breathing steady. There's no way I'm letting her out of my sight. I still can't believe she's stowed away in my car and has been in these woods all night. Graham and Kenzie are going to be furious with me when they see how beat up she looks. She's trembling, bleeding, must be terrified beyond all thought and reason. Tonight opened my floodgates. I can't stop replaying the fight with Crazy Pants in my mind. Her face, her wild, glinting eyes, her ability to vanish like smoke. But not before leaving her mark on me. Why didn't she abduct one of us? That's been her MO all along. Unless she actually wants something else. Is money even her real motive? She could demand payment without actually abducting anyone. A bribe to not take one of us. It would work since we already know she's serious. We learned how credible her threats were last year when she took me. But she didn't take me or Ember. And she's here. It doesn't add up. Except that it has to. I'm just missing part of the puzzle. Ember doesn't ask questions as we make our way back to the parking lot. She just moves beside me, silent but shaking, like she's barely holding it together. I'm not used to seeing her so out of sorts. This girl always stands strong. Then again, that was how I felt after dealing with that psychopath kidnapper. It doesn't take much. She knows how to get into your head with little effort. Come to think of it, it's probably good that Ember isn't standing tall. She shouldn't be holding it together. Neither should I. We aren't out of danger. We need to move fast. The trail looks familiar, but after a few minutes, everything blurs. Trees I think I recognize twist into strangers. The underbrush thickens, our path splits, then splits again. That isn't right. Wait. I pull Ember to a stop. This isn't the way we came. Her eyes widen. Don't tell me we're lost. I scan the trees, trying to retrace our steps, but my gut turns cold. No, not lost, just temporarily off course. Ember lets out a shaky breath. In other words, lost. Before I can answer, we both stiffen. A slight rustling sounds behind us, then another, still more. Twig snap, steady footsteps moving slow. Someone's following us. That wretch decided not to let us go after all. She's crazy enough to enjoy the chase.
I should know. Ember looks at me. What? I press a finger to my lips. She nods, already shrinking behind me. We duck low, slip between a break in the trees, then crouch behind a fallen log. I pull her close while straining to hear, my heart pounding loud enough to drown out everything else. The footsteps pause. Whoever it is, they're close. Closer. I reach for a fallen branch. It isn't much, but it'll have to do. Clearly, I'm going to start bringing a weapon with me to work. It isn't like they searched me when I arrived, though I'd half expected it. Another step, then another. A male voice, low and cautious, cuts through the quiet.
Billa.
My mouth falls open. I couldn't have heard that right. It must have been my imagination. Ember's eyes meet mine. Did he just say your name? I rise gingerly, just enough to peek over the log. A tall man moves through the trees, his flashlight angled toward the ground. He speaks again, a little louder.
Kenzie? Billa?
It's Riker. Relief crashes into me so fast I nearly choke on it. I rise, pulling Ember up with me. I'm not sure which of us is shakier than the other. Riker turns and the light flares across his face. His expression shifts when he sees us. Relief, confusion, and that familiar, frustrated energy, all at once. He rushes forward.
Ember? Where's Kenzie? I've been looking everywhere.
It wasn't Kenzie in the woods, I say. Ember stowed away in my car, then I found her out here. My kidnapper is in these woods. Here, of all places. She has to be behind the notes at my cottage. She's connected to this place. I just don't know how.
What? Are you serious?
Unfortunately, one of her notes mentioned a theater, and apparently she meant the one here. I'm so confused. None of this should be tied together. His eyes flick to the blood on my face.
I came across a man on the trail. He didn't belong here, so I sent him away. I didn't realize these woods were so popular.
They're not.
How can you be so sure?
I just am. Nothing is accidental with that woman. Ember stumbles forward and wraps her arms around him. I fought off a man before I ran into that woman. It wouldn't surprise me if they're working together. Riker returns her embrace.
We need to get you home. Why did you come here in the first place?
She sighs.
I snuck a ride in Billa's trunk to find the theater.
I run my fingers through my hair, finding flecks of dirt and tiny twigs. That's going to have to wait. My niece stands tall.
I did find it.
The ground nearly disappears from underneath me. You did?
Yeah.
The one Kenzie painted, that the note mentioned.
I don't know about that, but it's the one she was at as a kid.
How do you know that? Riker looks around.
Can we get going? I need to get back to work. I'm still trying to earn trust so I can get into that locked file room.
Do what you want, I say. I need to hear about this.
This is your first day, Billa.
Even in the darkness, I can hear the incredulity on his face. Good thing I already found what I need.
If you need anything, call me.
He gives us both a quick glance before walking away. I note the direction he goes, and we follow the narrowing path that Riker took in silence. My adrenaline's crashing, leaving my limbs shaky and sore. I keep scanning the woods, every rustle in the trees making my grip tighten on the knife in my jacket pocket. As we near the parking lot, something sounds to our left. Not an animal this time. It's too calculated. I raise a hand, we stop, listen. Just quiet. Keep moving, I whisper. Fast. We don't run, but it's close. Our footsteps crunch faster on the gravel path, branches snapping in our wake. My heart climbs into my throat as I glance back one last time. Still nothing, but my skin won't stop crawling. Then the trees break open, and headlights flood the side of the building. Just as we step out of the woods, 2 cars roar into the lot, then squeal to a stop, tires skidding on the asphalt. Doors fling open. Ember! It's Kenzie.
already rushing toward her. Graham only a step behind. Ember breaks into a run, then crashes into their arms. All three of them fold together in a desperate, shaking hug. Kenzie's crying. Graham's hands won't stop checking her face, her arms, like he doesn't believe she's real. Another car door slams. It's Luke. He's out and running before anyone says a word. When Ember sees him, she breaks away from her parents and sprints toward him, closing the distance in a few steps. She launches into his arms, and he catches her, holds her like he'll never let go. I back off a few steps, giving everyone space, and look around, focusing on the trees. Kenzie cups Ember's face, brushing hair back from her forehead. "Are you okay? Sweetheart, are you hurt?" "I'm okay, mostly," Ember says, glancing down at her scraped hands. "But I need to tell you something." Kenzie nods. "Anything." "I found something. An abandoned theater." "It's real?" Kenzie interrupts. "Yes, but listen. You have to hear what I found." My sister's face pales. "Don't say bones." "No, a picture." Relief floods Kenzie's face, and she leans against Graham. Ember swallows. "It was of you." Kenzie jolts. "What?" "You were a kid, 6 or 7 maybe, wearing a dress and shiny black shoes. You had a bow in your hair. You were smiling, but it didn't look real. More like you were scared." Kenzie blinks. "Ember, I don't..." Her voice falters. "I don't remember that. You're sure it was me?" She pulls it from her backpack, then hands it to Kenzie, who nearly drops it. Sounds sputter from her lips, but she doesn't form any actual words. Graham takes the photo, his eyes widening. "This was in the theater?" Ember nods, and Luke tightens his grip around her. Silence settles around us. Something unspoken hangs between us. I watch Kenzie closely. Her confusion is genuine, but it's threaded with something else. A flicker of something buried deep, maybe even fear. And that picture? It's not just a clue. It points to something much more ominous. It'll have to wait. For now, I need to tell Kenzie and Graham about what else we ran into in the woods. It's not just the picture. Someone else was in the woods. A woman. She came after Ember. That gets Graham's attention fast. "Describe her." "About my height and age. She had a knife and knew how to use it. She wasn't in a hurry. Like she was enjoying it. Like she knew she'd get away, which obviously she did." Graham's jaw tightens. "You're sure it wasn't just some vagrant?" "She's the same woman who took me last year," I say flatly. "I'd know her face anywhere." Kenzie gasps. Ember clutches Luke's arm harder. "You shouldn't have been out there," Graham snaps. "Either one of you. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? You could have gotten abducted, hurt, or even killed. And what were you thinking involving Ember?" I laugh bitterly. "That's not what happened at all. She's stowed away in my trunk." "You didn't think to check before you left?" "Do you look in your trunk every time you leave the house?" I stare him down, not about to be intimidated by my brother-in-law just because he's in cop mode. His voice drops to a cold, professional register. "You're coming in with me. This needs to be handled officially." He turns to Ember, his demeanor softening. "You'll both need to give statements and help us build a composite sketch of the woman." I fold my arms. "I already did that, remember?" "New crime, new sketch." "She looks exactly the same, down to the same ugly shoes. And I have to get back to work." "This is a crime, Billa. You need to make a statement." I narrow my eyes. "I have nothing new to tell you." He starts to say something, but the argument dies as the side door to the building swings open. C. Simmons steps into the parking lot, all sharp angles and commanding presence.
She walks like someone used to being listened to and heads right toward us. Her eyes scan all of us like we're part of a problem she's already solving. Then she glares at me.
Everything okay out here? Depends how you define okay.
Graham mutters, turning toward her. He shows her his badge.
We've had an incident in the woods. 2 civilians encountered a suspect connected to a prior case. Billa assisted, but she may have also breached apartment boundaries. I need her at the station.
I try to make sense of his cop speak. What boundaries did I supposedly breach? Maybe he's just trying to sound good. Simmons's eyes cut to me.
You're already in trouble, and I haven't even made your ID badge.
I didn't mean to overstep, I blurt. My niece was in danger. I wasn't going to let her face that alone. Simmons doesn't blink.
We'll sort it out as soon as you get back. While you're gone, I'll think about whether you still have a job here.
Translation, no more discussion now. She nods toward Graham.
Do what you need to.
I bite back the urge to argue, but the look in her eyes says this isn't the time. Ember turns to me. You'll be okay? I always am. She doesn't look convinced, but lets it go. And as I slide into the passenger seat of Graham's car, I glance back at her. Her arms are wrapped around Luke as they make their way to his car. We're all spinning in the same storm, and I have a feeling this is just the eye. 19. Kenzie. I sit at the kitchen table with the old photo Ember found in the theater. It's definitely me. I'm about 6 or 7, wearing a dress I don't remember. My hair is pulled back with a bow, and I've got shiny black shoes on my feet. I'm smiling, but not really. It looks like I'm trying to be brave. Some things never change. I glance across the table at the 2 paintings I created while wearing the Victorian dress, both of an old theater, old but not falling apart, half swallowed by the shadows. It's like the images were already inside me and I had to get them out before they rotted. Now I can't stop staring at them. It's not just that they're similar to the place Ember described. They're exact. Same torn curtains, same cracked marquee, and same broken light fixtures, like teeth in the ceiling. I don't remember painting it from lived experience. I don't remember ever being there. But I must have been. Deep fakes didn't exist back then, and what would be the point of making one if they could have? No, I was there. In an outfit I don't remember, in a situation I clearly found uncomfortable. My fingers twitch against the edge of the photograph. The longer I look at it, the worse the feeling in my gut gets. Not fear exactly, something murkier. Like standing at the edge of a cliff in thick fog, knowing something's out there, but not being able to see it. Certain it's not safe to stay, yet it's not safe to move. No good options. A memory flits past. A hallway with patterned carpet, velvet seats, a heavy hand on my shoulder. Gone. Another flash. Backstage. Dust, a row of mirrors, one of them cracked. My younger reflection not looking quite like me. Gone again. I close my eyes, press my palms to my face. It's like trying to remember a dream I had years ago. One that woke me up crying, but I never knew why. I don't remember that theater, but my body does. Now that Ember's found the photo, I'm not sure those memories will stay quiet much longer. Will I finally see them clearly? Will I, at long last, get the answers I seek? I tell myself to put the photo down, but I can't. Instead, I carry it and the paintings back to the attic, which is now really just a room thick with the smell of fresh paint and too many canvases. I pin it up beside the 2 theater paintings. The effect is immediate. A punch to the gut. The 3 images form a kind of triptych. My childhood face caught in a forced smile while standing in the place Ember described in hushed, shaken words. And the 2 paintings I somehow knew how to make without even meaning to. I sink onto the stool and stare. Something inside me rattles loose. A shape in the dark, half seen. I remember a flashlight beam slicing across velvet curtains, the sticky crunch of popcorn underfoot, creepy children's laughter, a girl's voice whispering, "Don't move. Don't even breathe." Then something else. A room not meant for children. The flash of a camera. My breath catches, sharp and sudden. No, that's not real. That's just a dream. A dream, Kenzie. Except I don't dream in such vivid detail. A sound behind me, shoes on tile. Here in the attic, not a memory. It's just Graham, leaning against the door frame, arms folded, watching me with that mix of concern and calculation he's so good at. Part husband, part cop.
You okay?
He asks gently. I try to nod, but it comes out as more of a shrug. He strolls over, puts a hand on my back. Warm, solid.
Are you going to paint the photo?
No, I'm trying to figure out where it fits into everything. He studies the photo, then at my paintings.
Kenzie, you painted this place before she even went in.
I know.
You really don't remember it?
I shake my head. Only in flashes and feelings. I'm certain something happened to me there. He's quiet for a beat. His hand moves slowly over my spine.
Maybe it's time we left.
I freeze. Not this again. I thought, hoped this argument was firmly in the past. Left? I echo, hoping I heard him wrong.
Move. Get out of this town. Start over somewhere else. Somewhere safer. I can find work anywhere.
Graham. He crouches in front of me, meets my gaze.
We've both seen too much of what this place can do. Ember almost disappeared into those woods. You're painting places from your childhood you don't even remember. Billa's being hunted by someone who should be locked up. Maybe we shouldn't keep waiting for something worse to happen.
My chest tightens. So we just run? This is my heritage, my legacy. Our family, our whole extended, big, beautiful family lives here now. They need us and we need them. We belong here, together.
They could come with us. It could work out.
Jack and Carol, really? Jack will never leave that apartment. It's all he's known for over 50 years. He doesn't answer that, just takes my hand and holds it. I glance at our fingers laced together. His grip is steady, but my heart isn't. If we leave, everything will follow. Ember, Fenna, and I can't leave behind our Brannon blood or the curses that come along with it. We can run, but we can't hide. I should know, since I already tried that once, and I ended up back here in this mansion. But there's no point in bringing that up to Graham. I've told him multiple times already. That makes me even more curious about Millie Brannon, my doppelganger who sleepwalked these exact halls 100 years before me. We've yet to find any information about what ultimately happened to her. Did she move out and live happily? Or did this place drag her back too? Graham clears his throat, bringing me back to the present.
The others will be fine, Kens. They're all capable adults, with an entire mansion at their disposal.
I stiffen, and suddenly his hands against mine feel like a blazing fire. This is my home. Our home.
Our home is wherever we are together. We can make that anywhere. Any walls will do.
And you want to just walk away from everyone else? My brother?
Has his wife and son here, plus Billa.
I pull my hand from his. You've put a lot of thought into this.
Have I had any other choice?
The house isn't cursed.
That's up for debate.
He mutters. Seriously? You don't believe in curses or ghosts or any of that?
It's hard to believe otherwise, you have to admit.
Do I?
Just think about everything we've been through. How many times my department has been out to this property. This place deserves an award for the most visits from police and fire departments.
I'm exhausted. Can we have this discussion another time?
For what? To push it off again?
We stare each other down, and a lump forms in my throat. I try to swallow it, but it does no good. You know what this place means to me.
And you know how I feel about the safety of my loved ones.
I shake my head. I can't do this right now. Don't make me think about leaving this house and my family. I can't do it. Not now.
Kenzie!
I'm serious. Tears mist my eyes. I turn from him and run from the room before he can see me get more upset than I already am. I'm tempted to climb into bed and sleep. I'm certainly tired enough. But he'll just join me, and I want to be left alone. If he knew me at all, he wouldn't ask me to consider leaving the house, and because he did, I can't look at him now. Somehow, I find myself in Millie's wing without even trying. I slow my pace and let the tears fall. The painted portraits seem to watch me as I plod along. When I reach Millie's room, I plop onto her bed and wonder how many times she cried here. The locks on the outside of the door give me a fairly good idea. What would she have done if she was in my position? Or better yet, what did she do? We don't even know if she ever left or found love again. If the love of her life hadn't been killed and he wanted to move away, would she have chosen him over the house and the rest of her family? Am I being unreasonable, or is Graham? We both have valid points, and I'm not sure there's a right answer. Just whatever we can both agree on, if that's even possible. It's not a decision I can make at the moment other than to stay. I can't deal with moving now. We have a baby and we're settled here. Our routine is good, and with 7 of us living here, we each only have to plan dinner once a week. That's obviously no reason to stay somewhere dangerous. But this place isn't a threat. Billa's kidnapper is. She's the one behind all of this current stress. Once she's out of the picture, we can move on with our lives. Until the next big threat. No, there won't be a next threat. Crazy Pants is a one-off, a wild card. All we need is to catch her and have her arrested. Then we won't have to think about her again. We had about 6 months of peace before she started trouble. After she's dealt with, we can return to that. Graham won't even think about moving then, just like he didn't during that stretch of tranquility. I need to find that woman and get her out of the picture. She's destroying everything I hold dear. Graham and I should be focused on Fenna, not her, and not moving. The subject didn't even come up until after she'd kidnapped Billa. That makes that woman the problem. If we can get rid of her, my husband and I will stop arguing about whether to move. Which means I need to get to the bottom of this, sooner rather than later. I need to go back to Radley and find that theater myself. But first, I just need to let my eyes rest. After everything, the exhaustion is finally too much. I climb under the covers and pull them up to my chin, the heavy fog of sleep covering me like another blanket. 20. Kenzie. I wake with a start. The room is dark, and I'm lying on a hardwood floor instead of a bed. I had to have sleepwalked again. The air smells like dust and mothballs, and something faintly sweet, like rotting perfume. I sit up slowly, my skin crawling. The walls are unfamiliar, and I don't know why anything would smell like mothballs after the renovations. How did I get here? The last thing I remember is Graham's hand in mine, the two of us still arguing. Quietly, carefully, the way you do when love and fear are sitting in the same space. No, I was in Millie's bed where I fell asleep. That was after the argument. I pull myself to sitting and try to look around. My eyes are adjusted to the dark, but it doesn't do much good. I rise and take a step. The wood floor creaks beneath my bare feet. My skin prickles. The air feels wrong. I find my phone in a pocket and scan the room. In one corner, piled in the corner like forgotten party favors, is a mess of fabric.
Old costumes, tulle and lace and satin, dulled by time. A ballerina's tutu, a cape, and a velvet jacket with gold trim. And on top of the heap, half collapsed and lolling to the side, a mask. It's made of cracked porcelain with painted cheeks and hollow, staring eyes. It shouldn't scare me, but it does. The second I see it, something in me snaps. A sound rushes in my ears. A high, gasping breath. My breath. Smaller. Younger. Suddenly, I'm not in the room anymore. I'm running. Branches whip my arms. My shoes slip in the dead leaves. Kids are behind me, laughing cruelly. They're not playing. They're hunting. Me. My chest burns. My feet ache. I duck under a low branch, then tumble down a slope, roll, land hard. I want to cry, but don't. Instead, I scramble to my feet and keep running. "Come back!" a boy calls behind me, with a sing-song tone. "You said you'd play with us." I don't answer, I just run. Then another voice, an adult, faint, echoing, and far away. "Kenzie? Where'd you go?" I stop, panting. That voice. I know that voice. My nurse. The one I tricked to sneak out of my room at Radley. If she finds me, she'll lock me up again. I can't face that. I have 3 options. The tall trees, the cracked fence behind me, and the distant glint of buildings through the woods. I take my chances with the woods. Maybe I can get away and run to a road and find my way back home. Surely if I tell my parents what they're doing to me here, they'll let me stay with them. I have to get away. Otherwise I may never be free of this place. I run. The laughter behind me fades. I turn, breath hitching, and glimpse one of the other kids. He's wearing a mask. It taunts. Beyond him, deeper in the trees, something stands out. A building with grand archways and a broken sign clinging to the front like a crooked crown. It's a theater. Some strange magnetic pull calls me toward it. I take a step forward. The memory slams shut like a door. I'm back in the mansion, staring at the pile of costumes. And the mask. It isn't an exact match to the one from Radley, but it's close. Close enough to trigger a realistic memory. Both masks were from the same era. I need to get back to the theater and figure out what happened there. The doctor won't give up my files. That much is clear. He must be living off the money my parents gave him to keep him quiet. Why else would he be so devoted to 2 dead people? The truth can't hurt them if it comes out now. It could help me, but he won't go that far, because it might hurt him. That means I have to do this on my own. The only way I'm going to remember everything is if I go to that theater. Otherwise, all I'll ever get is bits and pieces. Fragments aren't enough. I need the full picture. And it's clear there's only one way to get it. For a moment, I stare at the place where the memory slammed shut. It's just air and dust now, the echo already fading. My hand reaches for the mask on its own. The creepy thing is lighter than I expect. Fragile. The porcelain is chipped at the edges, one painted cheek cracked clean through. I hold it carefully, like it might shatter or bite me. Clutching it tight but carefully, I head back through the mansion's halls, trying to retrace my steps. Eventually, familiar parts of the house reappear, like I'm only now stepping out of a dream. My heartbeat slows, but just barely. In the attic, I set the mask beside the photo and the 2 paintings. Then I sit and wait, staring at them, willing them to connect to my memories, to explain what I just recalled. No, what I experienced, to open something up the way that memory just did. But nothing comes. Nothing more than static in my brain, fleeting emotions I can't pin down, and a rising frustration that tastes like rust. I was there, I whisper to the photo. I know I was. But what happened? And why can't I remember? No answer. Just the stillness of paint, canvas, and plaster smiles. A soft sound from downstairs pulls me out of my spiral. Fenna. I hurry to her crib and find her sleeping soundly, one tiny hand curled beside her cheek. Her breathing is slow and even. She's safe and happy. For now. I brush a hand over her ultra-soft locks. My baby, my miracle. The idea of someone hurting her, dragging her into the kind of fog I just walked through, makes my chest burn with a fury I've never felt before. This ends with me. Not with her or Ember, me. I have to understand all this to protect both of them. Before Fenna's old enough that her curiosity puts her in danger. Before Ember gets dragged deeper into this trying to protect me. I have to keep them safe. I go to my bedroom, where Graham is sleeping as soundly as our baby. After grabbing my bag from the chair, I head for the front door. I can no longer sit in this house and wait for the memories to surface. And I can't trust that they'll come just because I beg them to. If I want answers, I have to go find them, starting where they started. Then I will end all of this. 21. Billa. My arms ache from hauling linens, and the bleach odor clings to my clothes, but the actual weight is in my mind. It's nearly the end of my shift, and all I can think about is the police sketch of the woman from the woods. Again. I told the artist, just like before, what Crazy Pants looks like. Described her face, her voice, the way her eyes never blinked, never flinched. Helped the same forensic artist redraw the same insane woman I told them about last year after she kidnapped me. I slammed the last stamp load into the dryers, then slapped the door shut harder than necessary. Folding the earlier loads helps distract my hands, but not my brain. I can't stop thinking about Ember. The way she trembled as she clung to Luke, bruised, scraped, battered, her eyes searching mine like she expected me to fix everything. I couldn't fix things before. I couldn't fix things tonight. But there is something else I can do. When I finish folding and labeling the last set of sheets, I glance at the clock. 20 minutes left. I grab an empty laundry bin, toss a clean towel inside for cover, then start pushing it down the hallway. No one asks questions of people who look like they belong. In a bleach-stained shirt with an ID tag assigning me to the laundry department? I do. Just checking for missed loads, I murmur to no one. The halls grow quieter the deeper I go, and the standard patient rooms give way to older corridors. It's getting colder. The tiles are yellow and cracked. This is where the high-risk patients are. Or used to be. I'm not sure. But that isn't why I'm heading this way. I stop at the end of one corridor, near a display case set into the wall. Probably meant to be a memorial or history corner. It's dusty, like no one's looked at it in years. Or like nobody cares anymore. These people are long forgotten. Photos, black and white. Some faded color prints from the 50s. Staff in crisp uniforms, patients with haunted eyes. Classes, games, forced smiles. The pictures shift to color as they progress. The clothing style's changing too. Then one photo stops me cold. A teenage girl, maybe 15 or 16, slender, dark hair pulled tight into a braid. She stares straight into the camera with the calmness of a predator. My stomach drops. It's her. Crazy Pants. Younger, yes, but the bone structure, the set of her jaw, the shape of her eyes. It's her. I'd bet my life on it. I press closer to the glass. There's a name on the plaque beneath the photo. Faded. Illegible. I squint, trying to make it out. My pulse skips as I make out the first word. Patient. My stomach sinks. That isn't her name, isn't a clue. Only tells me she was institutionalized here. A fact that doesn't surprise me. I study the surrounding photos, finding her in some of the group pics. She was heavily involved in events here, clearly having spent many of her early years in this place. If only I had a name, then I could look into finding her files. There has to be a lot, given her lengthy stay. She wasn't here for only a summer, like Kenzie. This woman had real problems, and obviously still does. She's obviously obsessed with this institution, since she keeps coming back to it. Trying to lure me here. And here I am. I take a shaky step back, the tile cold under my soles, even through my shoes. The whole corridor feels heavier now, like the walls are watching me, waiting to see what I'll do next. I turn the laundry cart around, then start back the way I came, walking faster than I mean to because suddenly this place feels less like a job and more like a trap. That won't stop me. I came here for answers, and I'm going to get them. I should go back, toss the last towels in a bin, clock out, forget what I saw. Instead, I turn toward the maximum security wing. It's quiet here, quieter than it should be. Even the buzz of the overhead lights fades the farther in I go, swallowed by layers of old tile and silence. The double doors ahead are locked. Of course they are. I glance around. No cameras in this part of the hall. Probably never updated when the rest of Radley got its security overhaul. Maybe no one expected anyone to be stupid or curious enough to poke around. Clearly, they've never met me. I pull out the ring of keys clipped to my belt. They're for laundry cages, closets, custodial access. Nothing that should get me past this. Still, I try one. Nothing. But that won't stop me from trying others. I doubt any of them will work, but I have to do my due diligence. Even the maximum security patients need their bedding washed. Finally, I get to the last key on my ring. I slide it in. It goes all the way. Turns. Clicks. I freeze, breath hitched. That shouldn't have worked. But it did. I actually have access to this area. Was this a mistake? A tiny voice in my head whispers maybe this was meant to be. I'm here to help find answers for Kenzie. Years ago, she was told I was the reason she was sent here, that I was nothing more than a figment of her imagination. It would be poetic to bookend her tragedy and be the one who provides her the answers she needs for closure. I shove the door open slowly, then step through. The air changes instantly. Cooler, stale, faintly metallic. The hallway is narrower here, lined with heavy doors bearing slot windows. Most are dark. Some have tiny red lights glowing above them. One flickers. I feel something. Eyes. The hair on my arms lifts. I spin around, but no one's behind me. Hello? I call quietly. No answer. But there is a sound farther down the hall. A whisper of movement. Fabric against tile. Breathing, maybe? No, that's definitely my imagination. Hopefully. I force my legs to keep walking. At the end of the hall is a narrow office with a reinforced glass door. Despite the institution housing the most dangerous patients in this wing, it's not locked. The hinges don't even creak as it swings open. Inside, the room is cluttered. File cabinets, old monitors, folders stacked haphazardly, one drawer half open. I shut the door behind me, turn the lock. Instinct? Precaution? Doesn't matter. A few tumblers will provide little protection if someone wants to get inside. Time is short, so I start to dig. Patient logs, medication schedules, transfer requests. Nothing catches my eye until I find a file with a handwritten tag, restricted. Surely it can't be this easy. I pull it out, fingers trembling slightly. Inside are photos, some copies of the ones I saw in the display case, others newer. There she is again, the psychopath who kidnapped me last year. Older than the teenage version, younger than the one who grabbed me and chased Ember. Her first name is on the top. Laurel. Her last name is blacked out. Laurel. My mouth goes dry. I flip through the pages, find more photos. an infant. She was born here, or maybe kept here from shortly after her birth. Perhaps she's the daughter of a patient. I read on, giving myself a paper cut in the process. When Laurel was older, something happened. A botched transfer. A note was scribbled in the margins, unauthorized absence, unresolved. She escaped. Escaped. She got out of this place, and no one ever brought her back. I slammed the folder shut, my mind racing. Whatever this place was supposed to be, sanctuary, hospital, prison, it failed her, and consequently everyone she's come in contact with since, including me. If the staff here had done their jobs, I never would have been abducted. Red-hot anger pulsates through me. Now she's out there, doing who knows what. I tuck the file under my arm, then start back toward the door. Someone needs to know about this, follow up on it. All of this ties back to Kenzie. I didn't see any photos of my half-sister, but she probably wasn't in this wing. Or was she? Kenzie wasn't a lifer like Laurel. Maybe the only picture she had taken here was the one Ember found in the old theater. The police need to know how dangerous that woman is. She's far worse than any of us ever imagined. If that were possible, I snap as many pictures as I can, and it looks like it's up to me to convince them. It takes every ounce of effort to act normal as I make my way back to the laundry room. As soon as I fold the last load from the dryers, I'm finally free. But I can't leave, because when I get to my car, with no stowaways in the trunk, I see Kenzie's car across the street. She's parked crooked off the side of the gravel pull-off like she's stopped without thinking. The driver's door is still cracked open. The keys are missing. No sign of her. You have got to be kidding me. Will this night never end? I fix her door, then turn around. It looks like I am going back into the woods. 22. Kenzie. The trees are thicker than I remember as I step into the woods, crunching over gravel and dead leaves, with nothing but a small flashlight and a heavy expectation. Narrow beams cut through the branches. The rest of the forest presses in with quiet oppression. I shouldn't be here alone. Of course, I know that, but whatever answers I need aren't waiting politely in our cozy living room. They're buried, tucked into shadows, and something tells me the only way to pull them loose is to go back to where it all began, the theater. It's somewhere ahead. Hopefully something from my time there still exists and is waiting to be found. And if not, then maybe something about the building will speak to me. My shoes sink into the soft earth as I step over roots and duck under low limbs. The air smells like moss and old rain. My flashlight flickers and my stomach flips. If this goes out, I'll have to rely on my phone, which badly needs charging. I keep walking. With every step, the woods seem to rearrange themselves. Trees that look familiar twist into strangers. Paths double back on themselves. I blink against the dark, and without meaning to, I hum. It's a tune I don't recognize, but it comforts me. Then something shifts. I smell old wood, aged velvet, dust. My knees lock. Those scents don't belong here. Not out in the open air. A memory slams into me like wind. I'm small again, shoes scuffed, bow crooked in my hair. Running. My chest burns. Children's laughter chases me, sharp and cruel. One of the kids trips me. I fall, scrape my hands. A white, cracked mask leans over me. A voice calls. An adult. Not cruel, but searching. Up ahead, a building. It's hidden in the trees, grand and crumbling. A theater. The theater. I stop breathing for a second. Now I remember how to get there. My feet turn of their own accord, veering slightly left. Over a ridge. Around a sloped hill that dips sharply. It's all coming back. The hush, the clearing, the sense of being watched. Always watched. There it is. now half swallowed by ivy and trees. The Radley Theater. I release a shaky breath. My flashlight beam lands on the faded sign. Letters long lost to time. One door hangs off its hinges. This place isn't just in my paintings. It's in me. I need to know why. There's only one way to make that happen. I take one step toward the crumbling entrance, then stop. The air is wrong here. Too still, like the trees themselves are holding their breath right along with me. My fingers tighten around the small flashlight. I sweep the beam across the front of the building. The windows are dark, some shattered, some covered by rotted curtains from the inside. Moss creeps up the stone walls. The door groans in the breeze, swinging just enough to beckon me in, like it's inviting me personally, or warning me. I step inside. The smell hits me first. Mildew, old wood, rusted metal, and something faintly sweet and decaying, not unlike flowers left too long in a vase. My light finds the lobby. Torn carpet, peeling wallpaper, shattered glass from display cases. Posters clearly made by children half torn off the walls. And a photo. I freeze. Crouch. It's water damaged, barely clinging to the remnants of tape, but the face in it is unmistakable. Me, in that same dress with the same bow, same shoes, same forced smile. Who put this here? More importantly, why? The hairs on my arms rise. I look over my shoulder, heart thumping. No one. Just shadows and silence. But the farther in I go, the more it feels like I've been here recently. My dreams, my art, the flashbacks that didn't make sense. The theater isn't unfamiliar. It's embedded. I step through a rusted archway into the auditorium. The rows of seats are mostly intact, though many slump and are broken. The stage looms ahead, a velvet curtain half draped like a wound. Behind it, a door. Memories rise hard and fast now, clawing up from the depths. I can't tell present from past. It's all a blur of visions, sounds, smells. Fear. I run again, only this time I quickly hide. Behind that curtain. Then I listen. Voices, people laughing, crying, rehearsing things that don't sound like plays. One of them is especially familiar. Laurel. I didn't remember her name before, but I know the voice, and the terrifying determination in her eyes. I press my hand to the stage wall. The wood is cold. Suddenly, I'm aware of more. A girl in a dress, a room full of masks, whispers behind the curtain. Smile, Kenzie, just like we practiced. And then, screaming. Mine. I stumble back, chest heaving. The flashlight jerks wildly as I breathe through the memory, through the nausea. What happened here? Whatever it was, whatever they made me do, I didn't forget by accident. Someone made me forget. But I'm starting to remember anyway. Memories never stay buried forever. That must be what she's so afraid of. It has to be. I force myself to keep moving. Every instinct screams for me to run until my lungs collapse and still not stop. But if I leave now, I'll never come back. I'm here now. Behind the curtain, the narrow hallway stretches farther than I can see. My flashlight beam quivers along cracked tile and rusted doors, each labeled with a faded brass plaque. Props, green room, wardrobe. One of them is open. Inside, shelves sag under the weight of costumes, some moth-eaten, some perfectly preserved. A mannequin torso lies on its side like a corpse, arms missing. Someone has drawn a face on it in permanent marker, a child's handiwork. But what draws my attention is the back wall. It's covered in photos, dozens of them in black and white and color. Some professionally taken, others Polaroids. Many are curled with age, a handful are newer. They're taped, stapled, thumbtacked with eerie precision. Children, every one of them. They're lined up, smiling and dressed in strange little outfits. Clowns, ballerinas, soldiers, rabbits, princesses. My heart pounds louder than my footsteps as I step closer. I recognize nobody until I do. On the bottom row, another Polaroid. I reach out with a shaking hand and pull it free. My skin turns cold. It's me, but not just me. I'm standing in front of the red curtain next to another girl. She's wearing the mask I found earlier. Same cracked porcelain, same black bow. Her hand is on my shoulder. I'm smiling, but I wasn't happy. Not even close. I remember that day now. Behind the two of us, someone's shadow looms. Tall, indistinct. Like whoever took the photo stood in front of a light and didn't care their shape was caught. I flipped the photo over. Scrawled in blue ink, almost illegible. Final rehearsal. M.B. and L. Approved by Dr. Staven. I stagger back. The name. Dr. Staven. It's real. I remember the clipboard. It always came before the candy. My mind spins. Images dance before my eyes. People leaping across the stage. Banners and ribbons flying behind. Music playing, laughter, dancing, booming voices. A scream in the background. Nobody else seemed to hear it. What kind of rehearsals were we doing? I clutched the photo tight, desperately clinging to proof that I'm not losing my mind. As I step from the room, mind spinning, I'm not so sure I want to know what happened here. I might not be able to handle it. Maybe some secrets are better left buried. 23. Billa. Panic coils in my chest like barbed wire. I knew she was spinning out. After the picture, the mask, the way she looked at me like her entire world had just slipped sideways. But I didn't think she'd do something this reckless. Didn't think she'd come out here alone. Especially not after that whole mess with Ember earlier. I shove my phone into my jacket pocket and break into a run. The forest swallows me fast, branches reaching out like they're going to grab me, roots nearly tripping me. I don't care, because I know where she's going, and I have to get to her as fast as possible. I pass the markers, half hidden under leaves, the mossy stump, the rusted-out fence post where the Radley grounds end, and whatever the hell that other world is begins. Finally, the theater's just ahead. I feel it before I see it. Something shifts in the air, thick and wrong. My steps slow. My breath clouds in the sudden chill. Like this place exists in a pocket of time that refuses to move on. A shiver runs down my spine as I round the last bend. There it stands. The Radley Theater, sagging, half dead, and humming with something dark beneath the surface. "Kenzie!" I skid to a stop. My voice sounds small out here, swallowed by trees and old secrets. "Kenzie, it's Billa! You need to come out, now!" Nothing. No movement, no answer. My heart pounds harder. I push open the heavy door, then step inside. I start to shout again, but stop myself. What if that psychopath is out here? Laurel. Her name is Laurel. The thought of the pictures from her file makes my skin crawl. Now that I know about her past, she seems even more dangerous than before. And I already knew she was unhinged. The lobby is worse than I pictured. Dust like snow over everything, footprints too fresh to ignore. They could be Ember's, but for some reason they feel like Kenzie's.
My instincts are rarely wrong. I follow them down the hallway, past the curtain. I call her name again, softly this time. Then again. Still nothing. Then I hear something. Not her voice, but something else. A sound, low and strange, like fabric dragging over wood. It echoes from deeper inside. I freeze, listen. My hand goes to the pepper spray in my jacket pocket, even though I know it won't do much against something unnatural. I've seen what lives at the edges of places like this. The stories I could tell from the Alaskan forest would make the Brannan mansion itself tremble. Kenzie, I try again, even quieter now, more a prayer than a call. Please answer me. And then, movement. A flash of what looks like hair behind the stage curtain. A shadow peeling away from shadow. I bolt forward. Kenzie! She whirls around, eyes wide, face pale. For a second, she doesn't even register me. She looks like she's seen a ghost. Like she is one, or thinks I could be one. I remember, she whispers. Not everything, but enough. I grab her shoulders, grounding her. Are you hurt? Did someone follow you? She shakes her head, but she's trembling. I found pictures of me and other kids, and a name, Dr. Staven. Bella, I think something horrible happened here, to all of us. I glance around. The air shifts again. Something creaks above us. My insides scream.
Sometimes all we need is a few minutes of soft music to come back to ourselves. This is your moment. Thank you for being here.
arm at me to leave. We need to go, now. She doesn't argue, but she also doesn't move. Instead, she walks right past me. Kenzie? It's as if she doesn't hear me at all. She simply keeps going, almost like she's on autopilot. My stomach twists, but I follow. I can't leave her alone in this place. She leads me through a hallway into a room filled with old pictures of children dressed up. A shiver runs down my spine and I hug myself. What is this? Kenzie points to some pictures. I recognize younger versions of both her and Laurel. It's all connected. I grab her hand. We need to go. Laurel is the woman who chased Ember. She kidnapped me, Kenz. We have to get home and tell Graham everything. She turns to me, her eyes wider than I've ever seen them. Why? So he can move us away? Her words steal my breath. I try to speak, but nothing comes. I tighten my grip on Kenzie's hand, backing her away from the photos on the wall. We have to go. I mean it. She nods, dazed, but turns with me. We're halfway to the hallway when the sound comes again, louder this time. A scrape, then a click. Metal on metal. A door unlatching. We freeze. Kenzie whispers, "Is someone else here?" I don't answer. We both know. Laurel. She's probably been waiting in the woods since we all left. The sound of her voice still rattles in my bones. Sweet, coaxing, psychotic. That calm cruelty that says you can scream if you want because it won't matter. Another sound. Footsteps now. Slow and deliberate. In no rush, because she's in control. She's here, I whisper. Kenzie stiffens. We move fast, ducking behind a row of collapsed seats just as the footsteps enter the main room. My body curls instinctively, shielding Kenzie, even as my mind splinters. I was somewhere like this, tied and drugged, playing her twisted little games. Kenzie presses a shaking hand to her mouth. Her eyes shimmer with terror and memories. Don't freeze on me, I whisper. We have to stay low and get out. We can give in to our traumas after we're clear. She nods, barely. A shuffling noise, closer than before.
Girls,
Laurel calls sweetly.
is this a game?
Kenzie's whole body jolts. Laurel hums as she walks. She is seriously creepier than this decrepit building. The echo carries too well, bouncing off broken walls and crumbling balconies. It's impossible to tell where she really is.
You know I hate when people leave before curtain call.
Laurel delivers her words in a sing-song tone. Kenzie grips my arm.
She used to say that.
I stare at her. To you? She was the stage manager. There's no time for more questions because something crashes near the entrance. A chair, maybe, a warning, or a trap. She's hurting us, I whisper. I know back way through the dressing rooms. Hopefully she doesn't know it too. We rise together, keeping low, slipping down a side corridor, past shattered mirrors and half-faded nameplates. The air smells like rust and something sweet, rotting. A sharp noise, too close. I freeze, listen. She's behind us. A figure appears at the end of the corridor, not running, but strolling, like she's got all the time in the world. Split up, I tell Kenzie. She shakes her head, terrified. No! I've never seen her like this. My sister is the take-charge person, and this version of her terrifies me. It's like she's a little girl again. She wants both of us, I say. If we stay together, she gets that, but if we split, we have a chance. Billa, go, now. Meet me outside the south exit. Then I shove her toward the dressing room door and bolt the other way, drawing Laurel's attention with my pounding footsteps. Hopefully leaving Kenzie on her own will pull her from her fear. My heart hammers as I run. I don't look back. There's no reason to, because I feel Laurel following me, feel her glee rising like steam. The building groans around me like it remembers what it was used for long ago, like it's rooting for her. I just hope Kenzie makes it. If she doesn't, neither of us is getting out. Not this time. Whatever happened back then, it's not finished. We have to put it to rest now, or it may never end. 24. Kenzie. I run, or I try to. Legs move, but I'm not sure they're mine. I don't feel strong. I feel small, like I'm 6 or 7 again, lost in the dark. The hallway stretches forever, lined with broken dressing room doors and rusted coat hooks. One still has a child's costume hanging on it, a sequined dress, too small for any adult. I stumble past it, but the flash of pink and sparkle makes something snap into place. I wore that, or one just like it. My knees nearly buckle. Gasping, I press a hand to the wall, steadying myself. I don't want to remember. But the theater recalls everything that ever happened in its grotesque walls, and it seems determined to bring my memories to light. Every inch whispers secrets I've buried so deep I didn't know they existed. A soft voice snakes through the corridor behind me, sending a chill through me. You always loved dress-up, Kenzie. Don't you remember? I spin, everything around me moving unnaturally. No one is there, but the voice lingers. So close, sickly sweet. It's Laurel. She's toying with me, and I can't tell if she's close or just using this place like a stage, her words bouncing off the walls, circling me like smoke. I push forward, must stay focused, but every sensory input pulls me back to a time long gone. A broken vanity, a shattered mirror. My reflection flickers, and for a second I don't see me. I see a child. Bow in her hair, shiny shoes, awful dress. Her smile is brittle, forced, and frightened. I slam the mirror with my fist. Stop it! The glass cracks but doesn't break. Laurel's voice coos again. What's the matter? Don't like looking at yourself? I back away, choking on panic. She isn't really here. The next room I enter has a rotted old stage curtain, half-hung and moth-eaten. I brush past it, but crossing a threshold from present to past. I see the kids in costume, running and laughing, but not in fun. They're chasing me. I don't know why, only that I'm scared. My lungs burn and my chest tightens. Come on, smile, one of them says. They said you have to smile. No, I whisper. This isn't real. But it was, and somehow still is. I stumble into the wings of the stage and brace myself against the wall, trying to breathe. My hands shake as I press them to my face, trying to shut out everything bad and dangerous and frightening. Then Laurel's voice comes to me again, and it's so much closer now. They made you into a star, Kenzie, and you don't even remember your performance. I scream, wordless, furious. Why are you doing this? Her laughter slides around me like a noose. Because you came back. The lights overhead flicker, though there shouldn't be electricity anymore. She's right. I came back here looking for answers, walking right into the nightmare I never truly escaped. I try to move, but the air feels thick, like breathing through water. Every step pulls me deeper into this place, into my past self, into the cracks I've been papering over for years. The theater's not just rotting. It's alive, and it remembers. Another hallway opens to my right, and I bolt down it without thinking. My feet slap against the broken tile. Shadows twist with every flicker of the overhead lights, and still I hear her behind me. Laurel doesn't run. She doesn't have to. She stalks and waits, knowing I'll break myself trying to escape. I skid into a side room, then slam the door behind me, sucking in air like it might save me. The room's small, likely an old rehearsal space. It has scratched wood floors, tall windows boarded from the outside, and a wall-sized mirror opposite a decaying piano. It smells like sweat and fear and paint. On the mirror, smeared like it was done in a rush, is a message. Smile for the camera. My stomach flips. I stumble backward, bump the piano. It lets out a low, dying chord. From the hallway, Laurel sings, light and eerie. Smile, little birdie. Smile so wide. They'll clap and cheer, no tears to hide. A full body shiver takes me down. I close my eyes and try to hold on to what's precious to me now. My daughters, my husband, my siblings, my home, my life. But the past doesn't care about now. Images slam into me. A man in a tuxedo, a woman with a clipboard, bright lights that blind. An audience full of silent faces. I'm a child, alone, center stage, and I'm scared. Hands grip my shoulders. Someone pushes me to my mark. Smile, sweetheart, comes the maniacal whisper. You're the star tonight. I scream, not in the memory, but here, now, and claw at my head like I can rip the memory from my brain. But it won't leave. Another message waits just beneath the mirror's painted words, carved into the frame. Nobody believed her. My knees buckle. I sink to the ground. They didn't believe me. Not then. Maybe not even now. Poor little Kenzie. Laurel calls again, closer now. Her voice swells like the climax of a show. It's hard to run in circles, isn't it? She's right. I realize I've been here before. Not just the theater, this room, this floor. I ran here once, and no one came. My breath catches on a sob. I scramble to my feet, shove open the door. I don't know where I'm going, only that I can't let her catch me again. But the hallway looks different. Longer, narrower. My voice shakes as I whisper, Please, someone. The lights above me shine, buzz, blink out. I freeze as darkness descends, leaving nothing but the sharp thump of my heartbeat and the ringing in my ears. My hands reach out blindly, fingertips grazing the crumbling wall. I walk, slow, careful, every step a gamble. The theater creaks and shifts around me like it's breathing, like it knows I'm here and wants me to stay. Then I hear it. Not Laurel. Me. Younger me. A child's whimper echoing from the walls. My breath catches. A memory. No, not just a memory. A place. I see it, like a film reel clicking to life in my mind. A trap door on the stage, a narrow crawl space beneath, dust and wires, blackness, the muffled thud of footsteps above. I'd crawled in to hide from the other kids, from the grown-ups, from the lights that made everything feel wrong. I'd stayed so quiet, curled in a ball, knees to my chest, trying to disappear. But I couldn't get back out. I'd gotten stuck, and no one came. I sobbed until I couldn't make a sound. My mouth gaped open, my throat grew raw. The surrounding silence thickened, choking even the dark. I had been forgotten. No, not forgotten. Left behind, all alone. I stumble now as the memory collides with the present. My knees hit the floor hard, and I press my palms against it like I might fall through. They left me. They really left me here.
A hot tear slides down my cheek. I feel the dust again, the grit in my teeth. I smell the wood and the rust and the distant scent of something rotting. I was so little, and they never came. Nobody cared. Laurel's voice returns, a mocking lullaby drifting from somewhere nearby. Little mouse in your little trap. Did you think they'd come right back? I slam my hands over my ears and whisper, No, 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 no. But the memory is in me now, and it's not fading. I claw at the floor, crawling forward like I'm still in that crawl space, like I have to find the way out again before the darkness swallows me whole. A faint draft brushes my cheek. From what? A hallway? An open door? I drag myself toward it, breath shuddering, heart in my throat. Movement. A flicker of shadow. I freeze. No voice this time. Just the creak of a floorboard behind me. My mouth is dry, my limbs are weak, but I turn to see. 25. Kenzie. The floorboard behind me groans again, but when I turn, there's no one there. Just memories pressing in from all sides. My breath comes in ragged gasps, the taste of fear sharp on my tongue. My fingers curl against the splintered wood, and for another terrifying moment, I'm that little girl again, alone, forgotten, hidden under a stage no one thought to search. A sound pulls me from my thoughts. It isn't Laurel's voice or a memory. It's the rush of wind. Fresh, real air moving somewhere up ahead. I push to my feet, legs shaking beneath me. I walk faster now, half running, following the sound of the gust like it's a lifeline. My thoughts scrape like leaves in a storm, memories flaring and fading, flashes of color, screams, faces I can't place. The hallway narrows, then widens, then twists. At last, I recognize where I am. The side corridor near the back exit. I burst through a rusted door that groans on its hinges and stumble outside. Early morning air slaps my face, cool and wet with coming rain. The forest around me is subdued but not silent, and more importantly, it's real, all of it. My body is real, current, adult me. The stars above are real. Trauma still echoes in my bones, but I'm here. I'm actually here. Kenzie! The familiar voice cuts through the air, and this time it's not from the past. It's Billa. I whip around just as she crashes through the brush, a flashlight beam swinging wildly. Her face is flushed, her hair tangled. She's breathing hard. I say nothing, just throw myself at her. She catches me, arms tight around my shoulders, grounding me. Real, present, now. I couldn't. I choke. She was in the theater. I remembered more inside, and it got bad. Terrifyingly bad. I know, she says, voice low and steady. It's this place. It pulls things out of you. I can feel it too, even though I wasn't here then. At least I don't think I was. But I seem to remember something. I shake in her arms, not crying, not yet. Tremors of release. Billa pulls back slightly, looking at me, her forehead creased. Did you see Laurel? I nod once. She was there, but it was more than her. The building. It's like it knows me. I remembered being trapped as a little girl, here in the dark. Billa doesn't flinch. She just pulls me into a steadier hold. Then you're one step closer to understanding why. And that matters. I close my eyes. It's not over. No, she says. But we're not running anymore. We're going to find a way to put the past in the past so it stays there, where it belongs. We stand in the clearing just beyond the theater's reach, the broken building looming behind us like a corpse waiting to be exhumed. I'm not afraid to face it. but I need to figure out my next steps. I'm in no shape to do this now. I have to gather my strength and do this right. In fact, I'll burn down the theater if that's what it takes to put an end to all of this. We should get home, Billa says. It's already morning. Graham's going to wake soon and wonder where you are. I nod, exhaustion finally sweeping through me. But it isn't my bed that fills my thoughts as we make our way through the woods. It's my plan for returning, facing off with Laurel, and finally putting an end to all of this. I don't need my files to unlock my past. What I need is to stand up to Laurel, face her, one adult to another. Then I can put all of this in the past, where it belongs. Billa helps me into my car when we reach the road. Then she follows me home. By the time we reach the mansion, the sun is mostly up. I toe off my shoes and slip through the hallway toward the kitchen, the faint light of early morning bleeding in through the windows. Everything looks the same. Coffee pot, mail on the counter, Fenna's bottles drying on the rack. But I don't feel the same. Conversation sounds from Jack and Carol's apartment. I pause at the doorway to their living room. Carol is walking around, bouncing Fenna and talking to her in a hushed tone. She meets my gaze without breaking stride. Did you find what you were looking for? Yes, but this isn't over. Far from it. She holds Fenna protectively. What does that mean? I'm not sure yet. I stifle a yawn. Are you able to keep watching her for a while? I haven't got much sleep tonight. Last night. Of course. I just found out my niece is bringing her baby to my parents' house today. I was hoping you'd be okay with Jack and me bringing Fenna so the babies can play together. She would love that. Thank you for thinking of her. Though I can't help believing this has more to do with keeping Fenna from danger than her making a new friend. And I love my sister-in-law all the more for it. Carol thanks me and hands my daughter to me. I snuggle Fenna, showering her with kisses, before trudging upstairs to my room. It's too quiet when I enter. The kind of quiet that hums around the edges of your skin, like the calm before something breaks. Graham is just sitting up in bed, a blanket falling from his bare chest. He scrubs a hand through his hair and blinks at me like he's not sure I'm real. Kens? Hey, I say softly, closing the door behind me.
Where were you?
He's awake now, standing, moving to me fast. His hands go to my arms, his eyes search mine.
Are you okay? I'm so sorry about our argument. You know how I get when I'm in police mode. I should have listened to you more.
Everything will be okay. We won't have anything to worry about soon. Color drains from his face.
What do you mean?
I'm going to deal with Laurel.
Who?
I take a deep breath. It's a long story. He leads me to the end of the bed. We both sit, knees brushing, his hand still holding mine.
Tell me.
So I do. I tell him everything. The memories, the theater, Laurel's voice in the dark. The way the building seemed to come alive with the past. The feeling of being trapped again. I leave out some details, the sharpest edges. But the truth is still raw between us. Graham listens, jaw tight, eyes stormy.
That woman, Laurel, is dangerous. You know that now. We all do.
I have always known.
You need to let us handle it. The department. Me, not you, alone, walking into places like that again.
I nod slow. I'm tired, Graham. So tired. I don't want to keep chasing shadows. I just want this done, once and for all.
Then let me do it the right way.
I lean into his shoulder. Okay. But I don't mean okay, I'll stay out of it. I mean okay, I'll let him think I'm standing still. Because I'm not. Not really. Not when I know what needs to be done. My past will haunt me until I finish it. The cycle has to complete, and no one can do that for me. I need to be the one to end this. He exhales and kisses my hair.
We'll finish this, Kens. We will.
I close my eyes and let myself believe him for just a moment, even though I already know I'm going to face her, one way or another, and it won't be the way Graham expects. 26. Laurel. She thinks it's over. They always do, don't they? I sit cross-legged on the cold concrete floor, right where the spotlight used to hit center stage. The boards are warped now, damp in places, the air thick with mildew and dust. But I remember. The warmth, the lights, the way the curtains whispered like they knew something. The way she smiled, even when she didn't want to. My fingers run over the cracked porcelain mask in my lap, seemingly on their own. It grins up at me. Yellow, glossy, a single chip on the left cheek where someone once tried to rip it off. I press it to my face, breathing in the faded scent of glue and grease paint. You always did have a flair for drama, I whisper to it. The mask doesn't answer, obviously, but I know what it means to say. It's part of me, the part that kept the show going, even after the audience left. Even when the spectators were all abandoned kids jacked up on meds. It didn't matter now. Never did. An audience was an audience. I stand, slow and careful, my knees creaking in protest. I've been hard on my body lately. Around me, boxes are stacked high. Files I've collected, props, scraps of fabric, photos. My museum of half-truths. My shrine. Kenzie's getting too close now. Remembering. I saw it in her eyes when I chased her through these halls, her confusion cracking into recognition. That frightened little girl still lives inside her, just beneath the surface. She's waking up. And Billa, with her stubborn mouth and prying eyes, she's always digging, always trying to fix what's better left broken. She doesn't seem to remember being here. I reach for a yellowed newspaper clipping tacked to the wall. The ink is faded, but I don't need to read the words. I know what it says. Local girl disappears near Radley Institute. They called it a tragedy. I called it preparation. She was supposed to stay, I murmur. She promised. The mask slips from my fingers, landing with a soft clink on the floor. I don't bother picking it up. I already know what I have to do. The curtain isn't down yet. Not until the final act. And if Kenzie wants to remember so badly, then I'll make sure she does. And never forgets. I pace the edges of the room, barefoot, my thoughts flickering like old film reels. They think this place is forgotten, that it's crumbling, but it remembers everything. So do I. The theater isn't just a building, it's a stage, and a good stage knows its actors. It swallows their footsteps, amplifies their secrets. It keeps them long after the lights go out. I crouch. Near a loose floorboard in the corner, I slide it aside. Beneath it is a small compartment lined in felt, where the old props used to be kept. But that's not what I've stored here. A pair of shoes, a worn teddy bear with one eye missing, and a ribbon soaked in something dark and dry. I stroke it with reverence. She left it behind, Billa. Years ago. She doesn't seem to remember. Not really. But she was here too. I told her the rules and told her what happens when you break them. People don't listen until the doors are locked. The trap isn't just in the building. It's in the memories. It's in the sound of footsteps that don't belong to you. Doors that close too softly, and laughter you almost recognize. The trap is in what they think they're coming here to find. I walk down the backstage corridor, my breath fogs in the cooler air. The old power panel hums softly. The backup generator's still working, thanks to me. Some of the rigging still holds. Some doesn't. I tug one of the ropes gently. It creaks, alive and hungry. Let them follow the crumbs and think they're in control. Let Kenzie wander deeper, chasing ghosts. When the curtain rises, they'll finally see the truth. By then, it'll be far too late to leave. 27. Ember. Something's wrong, or at least off. I can feel it before I even open my eyes. The air is heavy, like it's holding its breath, like the house itself is waiting for something. I blink up at the ceiling, heart picking up speed. Everything is quiet, but not normal quiet. It's the kind that feels rehearsed. I sit slowly, the bed sheets twisted around my legs. The clock says it's barely past 9. No voices, no dishes clinking downstairs, no sounds of baby Fenna fussing. Just the faintest murmur, like someone trying not to be heard. I slip out of bed and crack my door. The voices come again, clearer now. One low and steady, the other sharp, urgent. I tiptoe down the hallway following the conversation. Billa and Kenzie, they're in the TV room. I can make out their voices clearly. Holding my breath, I peek through the crack of the slightly closed door. See just enough to tell they're leaning close, heads angled in toward each other like they're plotting. I step closer, quietly, every instinct telling me not to interrupt. Not yet. I just need to hear what they're saying. I still don't understand why you didn't tell Graham, Billa says. You said yourself she's not done. Laurel doesn't stop. I will tell him, Kenzie answers. I just need a little more time to remember it all before I can explain it. You shouldn't go back out there alone. That catches my attention. Did Kenzie return to Radley? I won't be, she insists. You'll be with me. A rush of cold sweeps through my chest. They're going back out there? Not to the theater. They can't. Dad made it clear we weren't to return. It wasn't hard to talk me into agreeing. Apparently, Kenzie and Billa aren't on board. I press my back to the wall, trying to breathe as the pieces slot into place. The hushed voices yesterday, Billa coming home hours later than she said she would, Kenzie's glassy stare last night, like she wasn't really with us at all. They're hiding something. We don't have long, Kenzie is saying now. I'm certain she's using the theater, which means she's setting the stage for something. Billa curses. You really think she's building towards something bigger? She always was. Their voices fade as they move farther into the room, and I slowly back away, heart thudding hard. They're planning something huge, and they're planning to leave me out of it. Not a chance. If that woman is really out there playing games, I'm not sitting this one out. No way am I staying out of this, no matter what I told Dad. I push open the door and take up as much of the doorway as possible. You're really going to leave me out of it? Again? They both freeze. Kenzie's face drains of color. Billa swears again. Ember, Kenzie says quickly, straightening. It's not what you think. It's exactly what I think. My voice shakes, but I don't back down. You're going to the theater, and worse, you've already been there, and you were going to do it again without even telling me. Because it's dangerous, Billa snaps. You don't get it. Laurel's not just unstable. She's calculating. If she knows you're involved... Laurel? The woman. I found her name in some files at Radley. I blink. She went to Radley, too? You make it sound like a country club. Kenzie shakes her head. Yes, she was there when I was. Laurel was older than me, but it wasn't like the staff bothered to protect the younger kids. My mind spins and I turn to Billa. Then why did she kidnap you? She shrugs. It's all connected somehow. And as you can see, it's already complicated enough. We don't need you getting involved. I already am! My words land like a slap. She was chasing me through the woods, remember?
She got close enough to touch me.
That shuts them up, and for a second, no one moves.
I'm not going to sit in this house while the two of you sneak around trying to handle this yourselves. I'm not a kid you can just tuck away until it's safe.
My hands fist at my sides.
You either let me come with you, or I tell Dad everything.
Kenzie flinches.
You wouldn't.
Try me.
Billa's jaw tightens. She looks at Kenzie, something unspoken passing between them.
You think he's going to just let you keep digging?
I press.
You know how he is. He'll shut it all down. He'll throw officers at it and call it procedure.
But we all know Laurel isn't going to play by any rules.
Kenzie's expression is defeated, her voice soft. I just want you safe. It's my job to protect you. Then stop keeping me in the dark. I glance back and forth between them.
Because if she's planning something, and we're the ones she's targeting, then I'm already in this, whether you like it or not. Do you want me to be the next person kidnapped and held for ransom?
Another beat of silence passes before Kenzie's face reddens, and her eyes fill with resolve. Billa sighs, scrubbing a hand over her hair. You're stubborn. I'll give you that. Kenzie nods, though she looks like it costs her everything.
Okay, you're in. But you listen to us. Every word. No improvising, no wandering off. You don't decide to do something on your own. Understood?
I nod, adrenaline buzzing through my veins.
This time I'm not waiting for the danger to find me. I'm walking straight into it.
28. Billa. We spread out the maps on the kitchen table, an overhead of the property lines, the old Radley blueprints Ember found online, and a rough sketch I made of the inside of the theater based on what we remember, which isn't much. Most of it's still a blur of sharp smells, blood, and cold stone. Kenzie circles something on the map.
There's another entrance, off the west wing behind the old dressing rooms.
I don't think we saw it last time, but I remember it. Ember leans in.
A back way in, good. If Laurel's watching the main path.
She will be, I mutter. The tension in the room is thick. No one's touched the mugs of coffee Kenzie made. I reach for my phone to double-check the time. The screen lights up, startling me. Unknown number. My breath regulates. Likely a scam, or maybe some spammy tip line stuff. I open the message, finger already poised to delete it. But it's a photo. A teddy bear with matted fur, a button eye missing, and stuffing leaking from one side. It's sitting on cracked concrete, a single rusted nail lying beside it. The image hits me like a punch to the chest. I know that bear. I don't know how I know it, but I do. Something inside me flinches, a visceral recoil, like touching a stove. My lungs go tight, images flash in my mind. It isn't a full memory, just impressions. Me, small, that bear in my arms, someone shouting, a light swinging above me, the smell of old wood and ammonia. I stagger back from the table, phone still clutched in my hand. Kenzie looks up.
Billa?
I blink hard, trying to pull myself back. I'm fine. Just got dizzy. Need to get more sleep. Ember's eyes narrow, sharp and perceptive.
That wasn't a dizzy look. What happened?
I hesitate, but the time for keeping secrets from each other is over, so I pass over my phone. Kenzie's lips part when she sees the photo, a hint of recognition in her eyes. But it's gone almost as fast as it appeared.
Where did this come from?
No idea. No name. Just that. I take a slow breath, steadying my voice. It means something. I just don't know what yet. Kenzie gently touches my arm.
Do you want to call Graham?
No, I say too quickly. Not yet. Because whoever sent that picture doesn't want the cops involved. They want me involved. And I need to play by the rules to make this right. Ember breaks the silence.
We stick to the plan.
I nod, but inside, something's shifted. The text has to be from Laurel, and she's not just playing games anymore.
she's digging. Worse, she's found something even I didn't know was buried. Everything is connected. Laurel and Kenzie were both at Radley. She kidnapped me, demanded money from Kenzie. I'm involved with all of this. I just don't know how. Not yet. After the meeting breaks up, I can't sit still. We're all supposed to be resting, but I can't imagine any of us actually are. Instead, I'm pacing my cottage, the photo still pulled up on my phone, the screen dimmed but not off, like I can't bring myself to let it go. An old, ratty teddy bear. I try to think logically. Maybe I saw one like it in a movie or at a thrift store. But no, it's not a replica. I know that exact bear like I know my own name. Something in the frayed edge of its ear, the way the stitching slants. I've held it. Once knew it well. I sink onto the edge of my bed, pressing the heels of my hands into my eyes. I'm just shaken. It's stress or sleep deprivation. But that's not right either, because this isn't a vague sense of déjà vu. This is grief. It's overwhelming, and swells in me without shape or warning. Like I lost something I never knew I had. And then something else clicks into place. The hallway I found at Radley. A smell came from the higher security wing. The feeling I had, not fear exactly, but familiarity. Like I'd walked those floors before. My hand had hovered over the doorframe without knowing why. What if I wasn't just a victim of Laurel last year? Maybe I was there before, as a patient. The thought makes my stomach twist, lurch, and churn acid all at once. I think of the laundry job, how Simmons said I fit right in, how some patients watched me like they knew me. I get up, tearing through the tote of old journals I rarely open anymore, flipping pages, looking for anything. At last, something catches my attention. Rather, nothing does. There's time missing. Not blank pages, just nothing. Gaps I can't explain. A dozen offhand references to nightmares I never wrote down. The word basement scribbled in a corner. I never questioned it before. I thought it was just part of the chaos of that time. But now I wonder, could I have forgotten on purpose? I stare again at the picture of the bear, trying to remember. Was I at Radley? Regina sent her own daughter there, so there's no reason to think she wouldn't have also made me go. She hated me. I was her husband's child from an affair. Looking at me every summer was a reminder of his unfaithfulness and disrespect. How could I have never put the pieces of the puzzle together before this? Of course I was there. Probably longer than Kenzie. I begged my mom not to send me, but the courts made her. It didn't matter how I felt about it. Or that my wicked stepmother sent me to a mental institution instead of caring for me. What did they do to me that I'd rather forget? It's high time I find out, and it's fitting that Kenzie and I are the ones to take Laurel down. This has been haunting us for decades without us even realizing. The effects of past events have reached for us like bony fingers, just out of grasp. Regina tried to tear us apart, so did Laurel and Radley. The entire world, it seems. Tonight, we dismantle it all. 29. Billa. The trees are thicker than I remember. Maybe it's just the shadows, or my nerves, or the fact that I barely slept last night. Either way, every branch feels like it's reaching for us, trying to warn us to stay away. We're not listening. Kenzie barrels beside me, silent but charged. Her hands clench and unclench at her sides. Ember follows behind us with Riker, who's scanning the woods like he's on a Radley security patrol. His presence is grounding, not because he talks much, but because he sees things others tend to miss. Plus, he's been working at the institution longer than me and knows the grounds best. Might be better to say consciously knows the grounds best.
Kenzie and I know them at a subconscious level, probably far better than he does. On the other hand, Laurel, if my hunches are correct, knows this place much more intimately than any of us. But she won't expect us during the daylight. We'll arrive and catch her off guard. We'll have every advantage. Still, I can't shake the weight in my chest. The closer we get to the theater, the more the air seems to press inward, like the forest itself knows what's about to happen. An owl hoots overhead. It shouldn't be awake at this hour. Something is off. The forest knows. This was a mistake, I mutter. Kenzie doesn't look at me. Too late for that. I glance back at Riker. He meets my eyes and nods once, steady. He's here because he's family. Because he cares. We need all of that. And he isn't going to try to talk us out of this like Graham would. My brother-in-law only wants to follow the law. Riker, like me, knows skirting rules is usually the best route to getting things done. Thanks to being discarded Brannons, we've had to learn a lot the hard way, and we're better for it. That'll give us the upper hand tonight, I hope. Laurel seems to be cut from the same cloth as us, though she's clearly no Brannon. Soon she'll regret ever having messed with this family. The theater is supposed to be our move. We plan to get there first to lay the groundwork, to reclaim the space that's been haunting both Kenzie and me in different ways. When the trees break and the cracked sign rises ahead of us like a jagged smile, my blood freezes. Something else is off. Really off. The front door is wide open, held open by a hatchet jammed into the top step.
Laurel,
Kenzie whispers.
Is she here already?
Ember exclaims. She is. The truth hangs in the air between us all. Our plan shifts in an instant. No sneaking in, no time to explore quietly. Worst of all, no control.
She beat us,
Kenzie says, voice tight. I hold up a hand to silence them, straining to listen. No sounds from inside. No movement at the broken front doors.
She might not be alone,
Riker says.
She could have set something up. There was a guy with her last night, right?
I nod. We don't go in blind. We split. Ember and Riker circle wide and look for signs of anyone else. Kenzie and I will approach from the side entrance, see what we can hear. Kenzie eyes me sharply.
You're assuming she's just waiting. What if this is the trap?
It probably is. I meet her gaze. But that doesn't mean we walk away. We end this now. We all know what's at stake. Laurel isn't just dangerous. She's calculating. She's been here long enough to choose her battleground and, quite literally, set the stage. She's forcing our hand, and we're about to find out what she's prepared for. Riker and Ember head around the crumbling building. Kenzie and I exchange a glance. It's clear we're thinking the same thing. We want to finish this with Laurel before Ember gets near her. We've already told Riker to keep her safe above all else. He's going to make sure they take it slow and don't do anything crazy. Kenzie squares her shoulders.
Let's do this.
Though she sounds brave, I can see a little girl's fear in her eyes. If I'm being honest, a bit of that is niggling in my mind, too. That teddy bear picture has thrown me more than I care to admit. Okay, then. I march toward the door, and she falls in step with me. The side door groans when I push it open. We both flinch. The sound echoes through the decaying shell of the theater like a scream, bouncing off broken beams and peeling walls. But no response comes. Not yet. The silence afterward feels even louder. I gesture for Kenzie to stay close. The two of us slip inside, moving along the damp corridor that leads backstage. My flashlight beam slices through the dimness, illuminating rotting curtains and warped floorboards. My heart hammers, not from fear of the dark, but from memory.
The smell of mildew and old smoke pulls something loose in my brain. Something slippery and half submerged. I have been here before, and not recently. Before. I press the thought down. Focus. Kenzie's breathing is shallow beside me. She keeps glancing over her shoulder like she expects something to be following us. Maybe something is. It sure feels like it. Even if it's just the past. We reach the wings of the stage. I crouch low, scanning the main floor. Empty. Still. She's here, Kenzie whispers, voice shaking. I know. We move through the side curtain, the remnants of it clinging to our jackets like hands. We pass a pile of broken props, splintered chairs, a plastic crown, a child's stuffed bear half charred and damp. My stomach knots. That bear looks familiar. Billa, Kenzie says, suddenly gripping my arm. Look. I follow her gaze. Center stage, a single chair facing us, and on the chair, a mask. Yellowed porcelain, blank expression, cracks spiderwebbing from one hollow eye. Creepy and knowing. Laurel's old mask. Hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Kenzie stiffens. She's watching us. I raise the flashlight, sweeping it slowly across the theater to see things better. Daylight makes it much easier to see than at night. But the building is still shrouded in shadow. No Laurel, but that doesn't mean she's not here. I step toward the stage. Let's grab what we need and get out. We weren't ready for this. Not like this. Kenzie nods, but her eyes are fixed on the chair like it's a ghost.
She knows we're here. She wanted us to come.
Yeah, I say. And I think she wants us to remember. The bear, the mask, the stage. It's a setup. And we walked right into it.
30. Ember. I hate waiting. Especially now, when I know they're inside and I'm out here pacing the tree line like some helpless sidekick. They've been in there too long. I grip the cold strap of my backpack. Something's wrong. Riker stays crouched beside the crumbling wall, scanning the perimeter with the calm intensity of someone who's had too much training and not enough panic. Or they're just being careful. You should try it sometime. I'm serious. So am I. I whirl on him. You said you came to help, so help me go in. His jaw tightens. I will, but not like this, rushing in blind. You want to get yourself caught, hurt? They're our family, Riker. His expression doesn't change, but something flickers in his eyes. He gets it, even if he doesn't like it. I'm not saying we don't go in, he finally says, standing to his full height. I'm saying we can't be stupid about it. I swallow hard, teeth clenched against the fiery burn of helplessness. The woods press in around us, shadows layered over shadows. The theater looms just ahead, swallowed in vines and rot, like something alive, something watching. I can't just stand here. He exhales through his nose. We move smart. You take that wall over there, low and quiet. I'll circle wide so I have the bigger picture. If anything happens, whistle twice. Loud. Got it? I nod. Whatever you do, do not go inside. Seriously? Yes. Remember, we're being smart about this. You're treating me like a kid. I'm trying to keep you alive. If this is so dangerous, why am I even here? I stare him down. Because you can handle it. Then treat me like it. I hurry toward the wall before I can reply. But as I move, crouched low beneath the broken windows, I can't shake the feeling we're already too late. Something's happening inside. I can't see or hear anything. It's something I feel in my bones. And whatever it is, it will not wait for us to be ready. Riker disappears into the trees with barely a sound, just a rustle of leaves, a shifting shadow. It's impressive, really, and frustrating. I'm quieter than most, but next to him, I sound like a marching band in a gravel pit. The western wall of the theater is cracked and covered in ivy. I keep low, pressing my hand to the rough, damp stone. It's cold. Everything is cold, which sends an unnatural chill down my spine. Nothing should be that cool this time of year. I glance back, but Riker's completely hidden. Just trees and fog and silence. It's too quiet. I crouch near a shattered window, then peer inside. The interior is dark. It's worse than I expected. No flicker of light, no sign of movement. Only long rows of ruined seats and a black stage, like a yawning mouth. The air feels thick, electric. A soft crunch nearby makes me freeze. Not Riker. Too heavy. I pull back, heart hammering. I press myself flatter against the wall and reach into my pocket, fingers closing around the small canister of pepper spray. Pathetic against someone like Laurel, but it's something. Another step, closer. My breath stalls. Then a sharp whisper. Ember, don't jump. Riker materializes from the shadows, eyes narrowed. You heard it too? Yeah, someone's moving, just past the stage. It wasn't Billa or Kenzie? No way. We exchange a worried glance, both knowing what that means. Laurel. Maybe that guy who was with her last night. Riker signals for me to stay back, but I shake my head. Not this time. I'm done being sidelined. Whatever's happening in there, I need to be part of it. Together, we inch along the edge of the building, heading toward a side entrance. Riker checks the door, which is unlocked. He glances at me one last time, giving me a chance to back out. Not a chance. He pushes it open. The smell hits us first. Old wood, dust, mildew, something weird. Like the place has been holding its rot in for years, just waiting for people to return again. We slip inside. Riker winces and closes the door gently behind us. The darkness inside is layered with shadows inside shadows, thick and watching. The theater smells like forgotten things. Damp wood, rusted metal, dust, and time. Riker brushes past me, whispering, Stay right behind me. Don't go off on your own. I nod, but we both know I'll do what I have to do. We creep down the narrow corridor just off the main theater. Our footsteps are silent except for where the wood creaks or the carpet sticks, and every sound feels amplified. A low noise comes from deeper in, maybe a footstep. Riker holds up a fist and we both freeze. Another clatter, closer this time. Intentional. He turns to me. We go back, find the others, regroup.
No! I whisper. What if they're in trouble already?
They're not amateurs.
And Laurel is?
My voice is sharper than I mean it to be, so I soften it.
I have to see this through, Riker.
He looks like he wants to argue, but something about the look on my face changes his mind. He nods, clearly grudgingly. We move again. There's a narrow slit between two curtains near the backstage area. Riker peers through it, then motions me over. Laurel. She's on stage, standing in the center like she belongs there. Like it's her home, and she owns it. She's staring into the empty seats as if they're full, a rapt audience watching and applauding. Her arms move like she's telling a story. Her lips move too, though I can't hear the words.
What is she doing?
I whisper. Riker leans closer.
Looks like she's waiting, or practicing.
For what?
That's a good question.
Laurel stops, turns her head just slightly toward us. I suck in a breath and flatten back against the wall, pulling Riker with me.
I think she saw us.
He shakes his head, though his face is pale.
Could be instinct. Could be nothing.
Or it could be everything. We stare at each other. Riker turns to me.
We've got to warn the others. Now.
31. Kenzie. Every creak of old floorboards reverberates in my chest. Billa and I move side by side through the dusty corridors of the theater, close enough that our shoulders brush. We don't speak. There's no need. The air is thick with knowing. Something's going to happen here. Soon. We pass faded posters on the walls, corners curled, names partially erased by time. One of them... I pause, reaching out to touch it. It's nearly unreadable, but something about the girl in the photo pulls at me. She's wearing a bow in her hair. Billa stops. You okay? I nod, though my pulse is a snare drum. That poster, it's not just familiar. I think I was here for that. Her jaw tightens. I believe you. We press on, though my mind lingers on the image. The backstage area looms ahead, lit by shafts of light that filter through cracked windows. Something shifts. There's a presence. The air changes, the temperature dipping like breath against the back of my neck. She's close, I whisper. I can feel her too. Billa's hand inches toward the heavy flashlight on her belt like it's a weapon. We edge forward. Measured, deliberate footsteps sound. Laurel, it has to be. A voice floats with the dust motes, low and musical, echoing through the space like something out of a dream. Do you know how long I waited for someone to remember? He made them all forget, and all I've wanted is for my playthings to come back. Billa grabs my wrist, stopping me from walking right out onto the stage. Laurel's silhouette stands in the center, backlit, arms out like she's performing for an invisible crowd. They always forget. That's what makes it so easy. She isn't making any sense. I take a shaky breath. Part of me wants to run, but another part, a deeper part, older part, remembers. Maybe not everything, not yet, but enough. I step out from behind the curtain, Billa at my heels. Laurel, I say. I remember now. Her head tilts. She smiles, but it isn't kind or amused. It's hungry. Good, she whispers. Then you know how this ends. Laurel's eyes glint as she watches us from center stage, the light catching the sharp angles of her face, the ghost of a long-ago grin still hanging there like a stain. You know, she says, tone lilting with a theatrical rhythm clearly meant to unnerve. There was a time when you children adored me. My stomach knots. Did we? Something about that seems familiar. Achingly familiar. I used to sit right here. She gestures to a worn velvet seat in the front row. I'd tell you stories while you waited for your turn. You were all so bright, so eager. But children aren't always good at keeping secrets, are they? Billa shifts slightly beside me. Her gaze stays fixed on Laurel, but I feel her tense, readying herself. We're moving toward her, step by step. Not fast, not yet. But we close the distance. Laurel doesn't seem to notice, focused on her story more than anything else. She paces slowly now, fingertips trailing across the dusty edge of the stage. It wasn't supposed to go that far, but he knew how to make you forget. You all took your medicine, didn't you? Obedient patience, downing sugar water and memory dust. Swallowed it like good little playthings. My breath catches. He. There it is again. That shadowed figure in the blurred corners of every resurfaced memory. Always just out of sight. Always watching. Who is he? My voice trembles. I don't remember. Laurel smiles like that's the funniest thing I could have said. Of course you don't. That was the point.
You think you painted those scenes because you missed the place?
She chuckles.
No, no, no. That was the memory screaming through your fingertips.
A sharp throb pulses behind my eyes. The paintings, the mask, the photograph. They don't just feel familiar. They feel implanted. I take another step forward, and so does Billa, subtly flanking her from the side. We're communicating through glances now. Not yet. Closer. Wait for it. But just as Laurel opens her mouth again, ready to deliver another poetic horror from the past, we hear a creak behind us. I spin. Ember. No, she's supposed to be outside. Instead, she's halfway up the aisle with Riker behind her, wide-eyed and determined. Billa echoes my thought with a low, "No." But it's too late. Laurel sees them, and in an instant, everything changes. The stage lights, dead for decades, flare to life. A mechanical groan sounds above us. A scraping noise, like chains being pulled. My skin crawls. Something inside me burns. I need to run, to get Ember out of the building, but I'm frozen in place, as if I've taken my medicine. My medicine. Laurel throws her arms wide, the spotlight finding her and wrapping around her like a lover.
The last act begins.
She cackles and spins. A metal gate slams down at the back of the theater. Another slams to the side. We're trapped. Ember's eyes dart to me, panicked. "I had to come," she says, voice cracking. "You didn't tell me everything." Laurel bows.
Welcome to the end, my darlings.
32. Kenzie. The lights buzz overhead like insects caught in a mist, flickering slightly, as if the building itself is about to crumble. Laurel paces the stage with slow steps, savoring our fear like an aged wine.
Oh, you always want to know about him, don't you?
Her voice is both a cheerful sing-song and cruel growl.
The man behind the curtain, the one who taught me everything I know. But he's not here. Not anymore.
She turns, her long coat spinning with her.
We don't need him. I learned enough before he vanished. Enough to keep the show going. To keep you under.
A creak of wood, and then a faint metallic jingle draws my attention behind her. From the shadowed wings of the stage, a man steps out. He's tall, gaunt, with a salt and pepper beard and a limp. His eyes are empty, but not unkind, simply gone, like someone left the front door open and all the light drained out. He doesn't look at us, doesn't seem to register us at all. Billa's breath catches beside me. She whispers, "That's him, from the woods last night."
Laurel beams. Oh, he's been very helpful, haven't you, darling?
She practically purrs as she addresses the man like a pet.
Nothing like his old self, of course, but loyal, obedient. Just enough of his mind left to do as he's told.
He climbs the stage with slow, practiced steps and moves scenery, broken flats of painted forest, a rickety backdrop of a child's bedroom, even an old rocking chair. It's surreal, like watching ghosts rearrange their own haunting. Laurel turns her gaze on Billa and Riker.
You two look confused. Don't you remember when you came to work at Radley?
Her smile widens.
Oh, that's right. You don't.
Billa's mouth opens, but no words escape.
I gave you both a little push, a little drink, a little forget-me potion, like the good doctor used to make. Funny how eager you were after that. Like fate called you home.
No. Riker shakes his head. That's not possible. Laurel grins,
her mouth crooked. "Oh, little Riker. Do you know how many came back? How many still do?" She claps her hands sharply. "Now, it's time." Billa and Riker flinch like they've been struck. Then they shuffle like puppets on invisible strings, traversing the stage under Laurel's watchful eye, joining her wordless minion in rearranging props. I see the strain on Billa's face, the way her jaw clenches even as her hands obey. Riker keeps looking over his shoulder, like some part of him is still trying to run, but the rest of him is caught. Laurel hums a lilting tune, something from a lullaby I can't quite place. It drips unease into the air, every note sticky with memory. I scan the shadows beyond the stage, looking for Ember. She's crouched behind a pillar, eyes wide, fists clenched at her sides. Despite her bravery, her pale face and shallow breaths betray her. She's watching Riker, not understanding why he's helping Laurel. I edge toward her, slow, careful not to draw attention. My shoes barely scuff the floor. Every step feels like threading a needle in the dark. The man, Laurel's obedient ghost, shuffles past with an armful of black curtains, and I use him as cover. Closer now, just a few feet away. Ember spots me. Her eyes widen in relief, but I press a finger to my lips, and she freezes. Good girl. Behind us, Laurel's voice rises, triumphant. "They all came back to me, you know. Even the ones who swore they'd never step foot in this place again. Isn't that funny? This theater always calls them home." I kneel beside Ember, placing my hand gently on her shoulder. She's trembling. "We're getting you out of here." "But Riker, he's not right," she whispers back, voice cracking. "Or Billa. Something's wrong with them." "We'll help them, but first we need to get you somewhere safe. I never should have brought you into this. I'm not sure what I was thinking, and Graham's going to be furious with me." She starts to say something, but the lights on the stage flare, casting sharp shadows across the walls like claws. Laurel's silhouette looms large. "Places, everyone," she shouts. I swear even her puppets flinch. She lifts her arms like a conductor. The curtains rise. I pull Ember back into the dark, but not before Laurel whips toward us. Her eyes flash. She sees, and she smiles. Her mania slices through the dark like a blade, sharp and sure. Ember shivers. I feel it under my hand, the way she tries to shrink smaller, disappear into the shadows. But hiding won't save us now. Something in me cracks wide open. The lights above buzz, then hum, in the same pitch, same rhythm as they used to in the old Radley therapy rooms. I don't remember being in them, not clearly, but my body does. My hands go clammy, my stomach twists, and my pulse thuds in my ears like a warning bell. "Come now, girls," Laurel calls, voice syrupy and gleeful. "It's rude to lurk." I let go of Ember's hand and take a step forward. She shakes her head barely. "Don't go." But I know Laurel won't stop until she has something, someone. This isn't about the play. It never was. No, it's about control. It's about keeping the past buried, and anyone who remembers it, buried even deeper. Ember? She still has a future. I squeeze her hand and turn to her. "Stay here no matter what happens." "Kenzie, no." But I'm already stepping into the spill of stage light. Laurel's eyes light up like stars. "Oh, sweetheart, there you are." Each footstep feels like walking back into a dream I never wanted to remember. And then, snap. I'm not in the present anymore. Flash. I'm a little girl, curled in a box beneath the stage, knees to chest. There's duct tape over my mouth, a soft toy in my lap, a teddy bear missing one eye. I hear music, a record playing upstairs, Laurel laughing, footsteps. Then the box closing. Flash.
I'm in a white coat, holding a clipboard. Laurel whispers in my ear, "Don't ask questions. You don't want to remember." Flash. A bitter taste on my tongue.
"Just a vitamin," they'd said, "to help you stay asleep."
My head snaps back to now. Laurel's right in front of me, face gleaming with triumph. "Good girl," she purrs. "You always were my favorite."
"Leave her out of it,"
I say, jerking my chin toward the dark where Ember hides.
"Oh, I will, now that you've come home."
She reaches out, and I let her. Behind me, Ember cries out, "No!" But Laurel's fingers curl tight around my wrist, and the stage swallows me whole. 33. Billa. Kenzie steps into the light, and my heart drops straight through the floor. No! Laurel welcomes her with a spider-like movement, creeping toward its prey. I'm still crouched behind one of the crumbling velvet curtains. Ember's hand covers her mouth as if that'll keep her from freaking out. But I can't move. My knees won't work right. I'm frozen in place like I'm 7 years old, peering out from under a piano in this same cursed building, too scared to make a sound. The man from the woods, the one with the milky eye and the Radley badge, steps up behind Laurel. I finally recognize him. His face was always just out of reach, like he hovered at the edges of everything I wasn't allowed to remember. But now his features are burned into my brain. "Kenzie!" I call, but it comes out as only a whisper. She looks so small under that spotlight, so alone. Laurel's hand closes around her wrist, possessive, final, and something inside me snaps like brittle wood. Flash. I'm walking through the employee entrance at Radley. I'm not supposed to be there that night, but he called me in, said they needed help moving a patient. I remember the smell, antiseptic and fear. Then nothing. Flash. A theater. Screaming, laughter, someone clapping in the dark. Flash. Laurel's voice in my ear. "You're one of us now. No more questions, little Billa." I stagger back from the curtain, bile rising in my throat. This place is a cage, a memory, and a lie, all wrapped in red velvet and old dust. Kenzie just walked back into the lion's mouth, and I am standing here doing nothing. Not again. Never again. "Ember," I say, this time purposefully speaking in a whisper. "When I say run, you run. Got it?" She nods, trembling. I shift my weight, draw in a shaky breath, then step into the open. Laurel turns toward the movement, still holding Kenzie like she's a prized doll. The man behind her stiffens. "Kenzie's not yours," I say, loud and clear. "And neither am I." Her eyes narrow. "You really don't remember, do you?" I square my shoulders and stare directly at her. "I remember enough. Not that it matters, because we're leaving, and we're never giving you another thought." That's a lie, but the anger surging through me is real, and maybe that's enough to break her spell over me. I take another step forward and meet Kenzie's gaze. Hope, or maybe disbelief, flickers in her eyes, but it's enough. I rush forward. "Let her go!" Laurel just tilts her head, all calm, malice. "Still so brave, Billa. Just like your mother." That hits somewhere deep and wrong, because she doesn't know her. Can't, unless she means Regina. But I push through it and reach Kenzie, hand on her arm. "We're getting out of here now." She nods barely. It's like she isn't even in her body, or is barely clinging to it. Laurel doesn't stop us, which is worse, somehow, as if she wants to watch us try to escape her grasp.
That's a thought I can't deal with right now. Ember's already moving, eyes wide, clinging to the shadows. Riker's just behind her, pale and rigid. His movements stiff, like he's still shaking off whatever Laurel drugged him with. I thought he wasn't in here. Did he come back? Or am I remembering wrong? I probably can't trust my own memory at this point, but I need something to cling to. Anything reliable. Or we all just have to get as far away from here as possible. That's probably it. We move quickly but quietly, ducking past broken rows of seats, through the dark, rotting wings and toward the back corridor. My skin crawls like hidden eyes are watching. Maybe they are. We're almost to the door. It's just out of reach. Crash! What was that? Before I can make sense of the noise, someone lunges out from the side hall. A man I recognize from Radley. One milky eye gleaming like it sees things we don't. I throw my arm out instinctively to shield Ember, but he grabs me, fingers iron tight, just above my wrist. Kenzie spins, slamming her shoulder into him with surprising force. He stumbles but doesn't fall. Go! I shout. We scatter. Ember and Riker bolt for the side exit. Kenzie grabs a prop pole from the floor and swings it with everything she has. It cracks against the man's shoulder. He growls and grabs for her. Now that I'm free, I launch at him. We hit the floor hard, and the breath is knocked clean from my lungs. His hand wraps around my throat, and there's a calmness in his face that terrifies me more than rage ever could. He moves in such a way that his rock-solid grip is hardly any effort.
You're not supposed to remember.
I do, I rasp, struggling against him. Enough to end this. As we scuffle, Kenzie's foot slams into his head from the side. He slumps, releasing me. That was easier than expected. We don't wait to check if he's out for good. We burst into a run through the side door, then out into the chilly night air. The forest opens around us, wet and humming with cicadas and danger. Ember and Riker are just ahead, panting. Behind us comes a twisted laugh. It's low and measured, unhinged. Laurel's voice winds through the air like a stilted song.
You can't outrun what's inside you. It won't leave you alone.
We keep running. 34. Kenzie. The sharp air stings my skin as we sprint toward the trees. My lungs burn. Ember's just ahead, Riker behind her. Billa runs beside me, blood on her temple, fists clenched like she's ready to take on the world. But something in the air shifts. Laurel steps from the shadows like she belongs to them. Filtered light from the thick trees overhead catches the edge of something sharp in her hand. Maybe a knife, maybe a shard of glass. I can't tell. Her eyes are wild and triumphant. You really thought you could leave? That it would be so easy? Not a chance, my little angel. Her voice is breathless, giddy. We freeze. My mind swims. It's as if she spoke a word that triggered my mind to go into a different place. Like she hypnotized me years ago and just now uttered the trigger words to make me comply. Behind us, the man with the one clouded eye lumbers into view. He's bleeding where I kicked him, but still moving. His expression is blank again, strangely calm. He approaches like this is just another day's work. Billa grabs my arm, a fierceness in her eyes. We can take them. I want to believe her, but I feel like I'm swirling in a milkshake. The surrounding forest is a thick fog of nothing. Someone says my name. I'm not sure who's speaking. Everything is weird. A hand steadies me. Next to me, Billa speaks. This ends now, Laurel. Laurel smiles and lunges. The next few seconds explode into chaos, which would be hard enough to follow if I was lucid. I dodge left and hide behind a tree. Laurel slashes the air beside me. Ember screams. My stomach crashes with fear, but my feet are planted in the ground like the tree I'm clinging to. Billa throws herself at the man, but he catches her midair, then hurls her down like a doll. Riker charges next. I think he knows this man, worked with him. Maybe that's what gives him an edge. That and the fact he wasn't here as a child. His fist connects with the guy's jaw, snapping his head sideways. But the man doesn't fall. He's as steadfast and sturdy as one of the pines towering over us. Laurel's on me again, fast and mean and whispering.
He trusted me, gave me the keys. You children ruined everything.
Despite my spinning thoughts, I have to do something. Even if she falls into a milkshake and it catches her like a pillow, at least I've tried. I punch her with as much strength as I can muster, fearing it won't be much. She staggers, but doesn't drop the glass in her hands. I backpedal, unable to dodge her swipe. Rubbing my temple, I point to the man.
Who is he?
Laurel's grin twists. For a moment, her face looks like two.
The one who helped you forget. He's the one who kept the world quiet.
She tackles me. We hit the ground hard. My shoulder, sore from slamming it into her sidekick earlier, screams at the abuse. I grab for her wrist, but the glass digs into my side. My vision flares white. Someone pulls her off me. It's Ember, and she's screaming. The sound roils around the air like a mist. Laurel claws at her. Somehow I pull myself together to lunge for and grab Ember. We fall back, but the man is moving again. Riker falters. Billa's trying to stand. A sharp, familiar voice comes out of nowhere.
Step away from them. Now.
Laurel freezes, fury in her eyes. The milky-eyed man looks like he's going to run, but then his stance softens. Out of the cover of the trees, Graham emerges. He holds a gun, his aim steady and sure.
I said now.
He means business, and even Laurel can sense it. She grows rigid, her sneer dissolves. I struggle to get over to him, but she adds pressure to the glass shard. How did you know to come here?
When I saw the empty house, I knew.
Graham answers me without taking his attention from Laurel. Then he addresses her again.
Let Kenzie go. You so much as blink wrong and I put you down. Don't test me.
Laurel tilts her head, eyes gleaming.
You shouldn't be here.
He aims the gun directly at her.
Hands up, knees on the ground.
She runs. Graham fires. Laurel shrieks and falls. She grasps her arm, where the fabric of her sleeve quickly turns red. The man growls and charges, but Bill is there now, with Riker beside her. Together, they knock him back. Graham fires again. The man drops, landing with a hard thud. Silence. Finally.
You killed him.
Laurel lets out a wail. The pained sound pierces my insides and makes the wound on my side swelter. Graham speaks to her with an air of authority, then cuffs her. Other cops appear, filtering in through the trees. They remind me of ants rushing on fresh fallen food. The air still feels thick like a milkshake. Why do I keep thinking of milkshakes? Does that have something to do with the hypnosis? It has to. There's no other explanation. Laurel turns to me.
Forget everything, my little angel.
The thick milkshake overtakes me, pushes down on me. It swallows me whole, and I fall into a deep darkness. 35. Ember. The hospital smells like bleach, and the air holds a heavy blanket of sadness. Billa's room is bright and cheery. Sunlight filters through blinds, catching in a streak of white in her hair that wasn't there before. She's sitting up in bed, bruised and bandaged, but smiling faintly as Riker tries to make her laugh. He brought her some awful vending machine candy, and she's pretending it tastes amazing just to mess with him. I force a smile too.
but it doesn't hold. Not when I glance across the hall, through the narrow window in the door that leads to Kenzie's room. She hasn't woken up properly since surgery. Not really. Just flickers of consciousness, followed by confusion or panic or eerie silence. When she speaks, her words are disjointed. She's haunted, like the memories Laurel dredged up are clashing with the life she built on top of them. The nurse said she clawed at her IV in the middle of the night and screamed until they sedated her again. Billa watches me watching Kenzie's room. "She'll come back," she says quietly, more seriously now. "She's stronger than the rest of us put together." You're right. But the pressure in my chest doesn't ease. I wish I believed it with the same certainty she has. I step away from the window as Dad walks down the hall, his heavy boots muffled on the linoleum. He's still wearing the same jacket from that night, mud along the hem, a rip near the shoulder. I don't think he's gone home once. "Hey." He offers me a lopsided, tired smile. Unable to speak, I fold myself into his arms. He holds me tight and murmurs into my hair. "Laurel's in custody. They've got her on enough charges to keep her behind bars for a long time. Kidnapping, unlawful imprisonment, medical experimentation, obstruction of justice. The list goes on. She can't get to any of us now." I close my eyes. What about the guy she controlled? "He's alive." Dad pulls back just enough to look at me. "In a secure facility. They're trying to figure out what she did to him. Something about trauma layering and drug conditioning. It'll take time." Feels like everything will. Time for healing, for understanding, and for Kenzie to come back. "Kenzie saved me," I whisper, voice breaking. Dad nods, brushing a hand down my arm. "And we're going to help her find her way back." Through the glass, Kenzie stares blankly at the ceiling. Her lips move like she's saying something. I'm desperate to help her. I swallow the ache in my throat. "I'll be right back." Before he can respond, I race across the hall. The beep of Kenzie's heart monitor is steady and unnerving, like it doesn't realize the person it's attached to is unraveling. I hesitate at the threshold of her room. The blinds are partially closed, shadows striping the wall behind her, like the slats of a cage. She's curled on her side, knees tucked close, the thin blanket tangled at her feet. Her lips move again, just like they did through the glass. This time I hear her words. "No more lines," she whispers. "I don't want to say the lines. Last time I said them correctly. I did. Really, I did." My stomach clenches. I ease inside, careful not to startle her. "Kenzie?" She flinches, then faces me, but I know she doesn't see me. Her eyes are glassy, pupils wide. Not from meds, from fear. "Don't make me wear the mask again," she breathes. "It smells like metal, and it's too tight, and the lights are too bright, and—" "It's me. It's Ember. You're safe now. Laurel's gone. She can't hurt you anymore." I crouch beside the bed, gently take her hand. She yanks away like I burned her. I jump back, startled. "Laurel says if we mess up, we go below." Her voice drops to a whisper, trembling. "The others are down there. They forget everything. I don't want to forget. I want to remember." I don't know what to say. She's trapped in a memory loop like a child locked in the past. But she's still in there. I know she is. "You're remembering," I whisper. "You remembered enough to save me, to fight her." Kenzie blinks, her eyes flicker, unfocused. "I did?" I nod, blinking fast. "You were brilliant." She stares at the ceiling. Her lip trembles. "I think she made me hurt someone," she says. "Back then, in the theater. I don't know who. I hear screaming sometimes when I sleep."
Not mine.
I squeeze her hand again, and this time she lets me. It's not your fault. Kenzie's head turns slowly toward me.
Is Billa okay?
She's doing better. She asked about you. Silence.
I don't want to be in the play anymore.
The words cut through me like glass. You're not. You're not in it. The play's over, Kenzie. I press my forehead to the back of her hand, holding on to her like an anchor. But I know, even as I say it, that for her, the curtain hasn't even fallen yet. A soft knock breaks the silence. I look up, expecting a nurse, but it's Luke. He steps into the room slowly, his gaze flicking from me to Kenzie. His jaw clenches when he sees her, so small, so lost beneath the hospital blankets. And then he looks back at me. His expression crumbles. I rise on unsteady legs. Before I could say anything, he crosses the space between us and pulls me into his arms. I don't realize how hard I'm shaking until I feel his steadiness. He runs his hands through my hair. I tried to call, but they wouldn't tell me anything. I came as soon as I found out.
It's fine.
He pulls back just enough to look at me. I've been going out of my mind. I glance over my shoulder at Kenzie, who's turned to face the wall again, still murmuring to someone only she can see. I rest my head against his chest.
She's not okay,
I say.
She's really not.
He holds me tighter. But you're here, and that counts for something.
I don't know how to help her.
You already are, just by being here. On some level, she knows. I breathe in the scent of him, laundry detergent and lemons, and feel a little more grounded. Just enough. We sit down together beside Kenzie's bed, Luke keeping one arm wrapped around me as I hold her hand in mine. For the first time since the theater, I let myself believe we'll be able to come back from this, even if it takes a long time, which I have a feeling it probably will.
36. Billa. The metal door buzzes, then swings open. I step into the visitation room, my boots sticking to the concrete floor. It's eerily similar to the old theater, while at the same time completely different. Across the barrier of reinforced glass, Laurel is already seated, hands folded neatly, that same sickeningly serene smile on her lips. Her orange jumpsuit doesn't dull her power. Even behind bars, she radiates the same quiet, venomous control that kept us afraid for so long. Even when we didn't know it. I sit and pick up the receiver. Her smile widens. Well, well, the brave little stagehand returns. I don't return the smile. What did you do to her, Laurel? A tilt of the head, like she's amused. You'll have to be more specific. I did so much. Kenzie! I snap. She's not herself. She thinks she's still in that blasted theater. Laurel's lips press together as if trying not to laugh. Ah, so it worked. My pulse spikes, and I start to feel like I'm drowning. What worked? She taps a finger against the glass. There are certain therapies they used at Radley. Ways to keep troublesome little minds quiet. Kenzie was particularly responsive. Such a vivid imagination, and so much fear. She leans forward slightly. We tried to help her forget, and when that didn't take, we gave her something stronger. Something that replaced the memories. Bile rises in my throat. You brainwashed her. I protected her. Laurel's eyes narrow. From herself and all of you. You dragged her back, Billa. And when she stepped onto that stage again, all those carefully placed commands reactivated, just like they were designed to. With just one paltry word. What? I demand. Laurel just laughs, as if any of this is funny. My voice shakes. Undo it. Now. She smirks.
Oh, sweet girl. Hypnosis isn't like flipping a switch. It's deeper, rooted like those pine trees in the woods. Besides,
her eyes gleam with demented satisfaction,
she doesn't want to come back. Not really. In her mind, she's on the stage performing. Still mine.
I slam the receiver down and stand, blood roaring in my ears. As the guards move to escort me out, I look back one last time. Laurel watches me with that same smile, half mother figure, half monster. But even monsters have weak spots, and I'm determined to find hers. The cold air hits like a slap when I step out of the building. My body's moving, but my mind's still in that suffocating room with Laurel's voice echoing in my skull.
She doesn't want to come back. Still mine.
I'm halfway down the steps when something flutters in my peripheral vision. A discarded newspaper lies on a nearby bench, wind tugging at its edges. I wouldn't normally notice or care, but one headline beneath the fold catches my eye. Controversy mounts after former Radley patient found unfit for trial in abuse case. My breath catches, and I step closer. The paper is a few days old, creased and stained, but the article is still readable. I skim the first paragraph, then freeze halfway down the second. The patient, whose records were sealed under the direction of Dr. Elias Radley, founder of Radley Center for Neurological Health, was linked to several former staff now under investigation. Sources close to the case revealed the patient was a direct relative of Dr. Radley himself, his granddaughter, Laurel Radley. The ground seems to tilt under me. Laurel Radley. It all snaps into place with vicious clarity. The way Dr. Radley protected her, the closed-door refusals, the blocked access to files, the subtle but unrelenting resistance every time we tried to dig deeper. It was about more than just money. It was about family. His family. Of course he covered for her. They buried the truth at Kenzie's expense. Mine too, but she's taken most of the brunt. The head of the hospital wasn't just shielding Regina and Bill Brannon. He was shielding his own flesh and blood. I lower the paper slowly, heart pounding, fingers trembling with fury. Laurel was never just some rogue counselor who went too far. She was a Radley, and the institution that claimed to heal us was a force to protect her. Now she's taken Kenzie back with her into that darkness. But I'm done playing quiet. No more secrets, no more hiding. They want a curtain call. I'll give them one. 37. Laurel. The prison light above me flickers again, a faint hum buzzing just above my head. I barely take notice. My pen scratches across the page, steady and careful, my handwriting neat as ever. I sit cross-legged on the narrow bunk, surrounded by distant sounds of angry inmates. I focus on my writing. They think this is justice, that a steel door and a handful of charges mean the end of the play. But the play was never mine alone. My gaze drifts toward the corner of the cell, where a patch of darker shadow clings like dust. A smile touches my lips. I continue penning my legacy. Yes, I did things to those girls. Yes, I bent them to my will. But the script, he wrote it long before I ever stepped onto the stage. They never ask about the beginning, about where I lived after my mother tried to poison me.
They don't ask why a child like me was raised behind locked doors, in rooms with numbers instead of names. I pause and tap the pen once against my tongue, thoughtful of both the past and the future. He said I was special, that our family had a legacy to preserve, that Radley was a garden and I would learn to prune it. They think I broke Kenzie. Maybe I did, but he planted the seed. I only watered it. That's all I have to say for now. After carefully closing the journal, I smooth the cover with reverence. Yes, I've said enough. I reach under the bed for a padded envelope, tuck the journal inside, then read the inscription on the front, which I wrote in flawless block letters. To Dr. Elias Radley, confidential, to be opened upon my death. As I seal it, I steal a glance toward the tiny barred window. Dawn is just beginning to break. The curtain hasn't fallen. Not yet. I lie back on the uncomfortable bunk and close my eyes, picturing the serenity of the woods and the theater. The hospital bearing my last name is never further away than my mind. The truth was never buried. It was scripted, rehearsed, and is now waiting for its final act. This concludes Face Off by Stacy Claflin, narrated by Tina Wollstonecroft. Copyright 2025 by Stacy Claflin. Recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.